half an hour delay to the start, so already a slight reduction. But it was going to be an 11 o'clock start until about 10 days, 2 weeks ago, when Leicestershire decided to change it, I suspect in the hope of attracting a few sort of afternoon stroke evening extra ticket buyers. In goes right, bowls on the leg stump, clipped neatly by Cracknell down to fine leg. It was a fullish delivery, almost a full toss, I think, on the leg stump, just going down and helped on its way by Cracknell beautifully, especially with fine leg up on the edge of the circle. So again, Wright starts his over most uncharacteristically poorly. He's conceded 13 already from just 7 legitimate deliveries, 14 without loss. Middlesex. The kit in the One Day Cup for Middlesex is a sort of navy blue with pinkish accessories. In goes right, bowls, oh, inside edge, past the diving Hanscom, down to fine leg again for 4. Well, that could easily have been an inside edge either onto the stumps or into Hanscom reaching left glove, but consecutive boundaries for Cracknell are very contrasting kinds. He won't mind. Well, he won't want it to inside edge it, but he'll be quite happy with the fact that it's in the score.
Runs are runs.
Yeah.
Pinkish accessories, I like that.
Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, it is. I like that.
They're not sort of aggressively so. Stylish. In goes right and bowls again to Cracknell, who is forward, angled bat, guiding the ball down through the vacant gully, down towards third man, takes 1. So the good start continues. 19 without loss after 2.5 overs. Right, scrapes away at the crease. That sounds like me, so I better switch off.
I did wonder, are we...
yes, where's that coming from?
Are we whispering back at each other from somewhere?
Yeah. my computer, apologies. 11 wickets in the competition for Chris Wright at an average of 24. Economy rate is just 5. Typically consistent, but as I say, hasn't started particularly well in this game. In he goes, bowls to Stoneman, who looks to drive it away without quite getting to the pitch of the ball, so just had to make sure he was on top of the bounce. Nice sound of ball off bat, but he picked out Tom Scriven, who was on the edge of the circle in the covers, and there was no run. Very good righty is the general call from the Leicestershire players. As I say, they're not particularly imaginative when it comes to nicknames. This Leicestershire team. In goes right, bowl slightly short, clubbed away by Stoneman on the back foot, but again, as he leans on his bat with his left hand on his waist, cross with himself slightly because he got plenty of it, but cracked it straight to Hill at mid-off.
Rocky and Crackers, the 2 Middlesex openers.
That's
Rocky's good.
Rocky's good.
Crackers
is kind of okay as well. I'm quite happy it's not cracky or anything like that.
Cracked.
We've got Hilly and Hully and Righty and... In goes Chris Wright and bowls. A little bit short and it's swinging in and it's worked away through mid-wicket. Good diving half stop by Mulder, going across from that wideish mid-on position, slows it down. Otherwise, I suspect, even on the dampish outfield, that might just have made the boundary in front of the electronic score. But as it is, Rocky, Stoneman that is, has to be content with a couple. He moves on to 10 off 10. Cracknell has 10 off 8 and Middlesex after 3 overs. Going on very nicely, thank you. They're 21 without loss.
There's a new jumble at Northamptonshire, isn't there?
Sales, is it?
Yeah.
Young Sales, yeah.
Car boot. One of my favourites was a young Middlesex batter who got in for a little while but didn't quite make it. Dan Housego, the estate agent.
But they didn't call... Did they call that in the outfield?
Well, it's a bit of a... Yeah, it's a bit long-winded, but even still, Housego, the estate agent. He's mulled up. Slip in place, bowling to Cracknell on 10. Past the umpire he goes. Bowls, good length ball, just full enough for Cracknell to not only lean forward but happily stroke it away, only as far as extra cover and a dot ball.
High score 64 for Cracknell, 149 runs. But it's difficult with averages in this competition, especially when you've had a couple of rain-offs, really. So only 4 innings for many of the Middlesex batters.
Cracknell awaits as Mulder bowls. Now forward goes the right-hander, pushing to extra cover, no run. So, cut off for this is 5:47. Yeah, it'll be a late one tonight, won't it? First things ending at that time.
Yeah, a long way back down. Hopefully the motorway will be open all the way.
Oh, don't.
Repairs.
Oh, don't. That's the worst thing, isn't it? It's getting on the motorway before it starts to shut.
Yeah.
Mulder bowls, and this ball all wrapping on the pads but drifting down. It was leg side all the way. I think there was a bit of shape on it, but goodness me, it was needing to do an awful lot. Leg bye signalled, and Mulder puts his hand to his face as if to say, well, if it was a leg bye, he was plumb. But from here, it certainly looked as though at leg bye, we see there's a stream to our right there. Actually, he got quite squared up by it, didn't he? So we'll probably see a replay of it now, which should give us a better look. But yeah, he kind of fell over towards the offside, which aided the Leicestershire cause. Not enough, though.
You can see Simon Wood telling Vian Mulder, little gesture to his right. Certainly that was my immediate reaction.
Around the wicket comes Mulder to Stoneman. Bowls, and this ball's worked beautifully actually with the angle by Stoneman, and that should be four. There's a long chase now. It's a test of the outfield. One, I say it's a long chase because it's a big outfield out there as well. Deep square coming around, and it is going to be three indeed. Stoneman moves to 13, 25 without loss. Off the bat, you thought, oh, look at that, into the vast expanse. But the delay here was dampness, wasn't it, for the outfield?
Yeah, it's rained for 2 or 3 hours this morning. Not particularly hard, but sort of fairly consistently. And there's been a fair amount of rain in recent weeks, and the outfields have softened a bit.
Mulder bowls. Whoa. Oh, goodness me. That cuts Cracknell in half. Now that's come back in like an off-cutter. I don't think he rolled the fingers at all. I think that's just seam movement. Once a come of the over. Again, we'll have another look at that on the stream. And yeah, just cut him in half, right over the top of middle.
Yeah.
Actually, probably didn't do as much as I thought when you watch it on the replay. I think Cracknell maybe just wasn't quite in position. He was late on it himself, wasn't he? Maybe a slightly quicker ball by Mulder, who's a stocky enough bowler, not the tallest. He bowls now to Cracknell, who he's got a couple of inches on. It's pushed up to mid-on for a single. 26 for no wicket. So, 4 done. 6.5 the run rates. And yeah, 65 for one's roughly a decent power play nowadays, isn't it? We feel it, or that's what it seemed to have been in the competition so far for the games that we've watched.
Sun threatening to come out, is it? It's got a lot lighter.
Floodlights beat it, but we're in danger of sunlight.
It's quite humid as well, isn't it?
Very, very. That was the thing on the motorway. I tell you what. If we get you kind of when that rain starts to hit you all of a sudden on the motorway, all of a sudden it becomes like a sauna. It's like quick, get the aircon on for the front windscreen.
So right, the scoreboard showing figures of 2 overs for 20 as he comes in and bowls to Cracknell, who looks to on-drive the full delivery, doesn't quite get it all. Hill feels comfortably enough at straightish mid-on the edge of the circle. One win will do it for Leicestershire in terms of confirming qualification for the knockout stages, but Leicestershire finish their programme of group games on Sunday at home to Yorkshire, so there is another round after that which Leicestershire miss out on. As Wright is in bowls full again, off driven this time by Cracknell. Sort of dug it out a little bit, it was very full. And this time Mulder at straightish mid-off makes the stop, so they'll have to wait and see how it all pans out in the end, but it may be they've already done enough to get through to the knockout stages, sitting on 10 points at the moment, but dearly love a home semi-final, for which they would need to finish top of the group. Wright is in, bowls, goes through, Cracknell takes the pad, I think, and Hanscom sort of picks it up unfussily to his right. Did he keep wicket for Middlesex as well, or did he just bat?
No, he was purely batter and captain. John Simpson was always with the gloves.
Of course. He's a sort of constant, isn't he, for Middlesex?
He is, yeah.
Pretty much, John Simpson is the keeper.
Yeah, Cracknell's a young keeper. Robbie White in the squad. Dan O'Driscoll's been released.
I suppose he can't go on forever, but keeps himself very fit. In goes Wright and bowls, off-driven beautifully by Cracknell, out through extra cover. Mulder scampers back. from that wide-ish mid-off position. Drags the ball back about 10 yards inside the ropes in front of the electronic scoreboard, gets his throw away. Rishi Patel clears it up, ignored by Chris Wright. Cracknell picks up a couple. He joins Stoneman on 13.
Jack Davies in this team as well as another glovesman. But to be honest, it's Simpson's until he decides it isn't really now, isn't it? He's gone that long and he's got so many records for Middlesex as a glovesman.
Wright is in. Bowles that arguably stayed a little bit low, and Cracknell did well to adjust and half forward, dig it out, push it out into the offside.
He had his best season with the bat last year, John Simpson. Statistically, he got 3 centuries in a season for the first time. But when I put it to him, best season of the bat, he said, well, 2016, because that was Division 1 and they won the title that year. So those were his 2 highlights for the bat, 2016 and last year. But yeah, as you say, AG keeps himself incredibly fit.
I think one was against us, may even have been here. In goes Wright, and Bowles off driven high into the air over extra cover. It will plug a little bit, but it's got just enough momentum to take it over the ropes at extra cover with Mulder in hot pursuit. Got plenty of that one. Cracknell lifted it high over the infield, and as I say, just about had enough. And the outfield, although soft, isn't quite that soft yet. It isn't sort of April-May soft. Still never really gets that soft here, even with the rain. So although it looks very green, underneath it is still reasonably hard. Cracknell, therefore, got full value. He got his boundary. He moves on to 17 off 19, and Wright continues to go around the park, rather.
I'm happy with that from Cracknell, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a percentage shot there. The fielder up. He just knows decent contact up and over, as long as he doesn't sky it.
Power play, spot on. Safe enough, really, as you say.
And they're on for 65, aren't they? There are 5 overs done, 32 without loss. Mulder around the wicket again with the left-handed Stoneman on strike. Slip in place, short fine leg. Deep third and deep square with the 2 back as his Mulder bowls and driving to the other fielder on the onside mid-on. Stoneman, there's no run. Mid-off, extra cover and points. So 5 from 6, Richard.
Yes.
Goodness me.
Just knots here when... lost a bad toss, 70 for 6. Recovered to get over 200 odd with Mulder, and sort of took it deep, but Notts always had a bit in hand. I think they won by 3 wickets in the end.
Mulder in now. Bowles edged by Stoneman down to deep third. Thick edge, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, and it flies straight to the deep third, but once past what would have been a cordon along the floor, whether it would have just carried to a 4th slip or fine gully, who knows, but certainly an edge. Stoneman taps away at the surface, 33 without loss.
One of the keys is being able to name a fairly sort of settled side, or pretty much all the way through. I think 9 have played all the games. Just check that.
Mulder's in, bowls, and forward goes Cracknell, pushing away to extra cover, no run, 33 without loss.
10 have played all the games. Until now, of course, this is the first time there's been 2 changes.
Have you enjoyed the competition this year?
Yeah.
I mean, 5 wins from 6 is going to be hard to get to say no at this
there's
stage.
That, but it's been great to see some of the younger guys. I think most of my fellow commentators have said the same. Get a really good chance.
Mulder bowls, and that's a lovely shot by Cracknell. Over the top he goes on this occasion. Now, he didn't get the leverage that he got against Wright, but on this occasion he did get the length on it, didn't he? Cleared mid-off, right on the edge of the circle. Maybe Chris Wright might have waved a hand at it, but placed pretty well over extra cover in the air. So 4 more, and Cracknell's into the 20s. Middlesex are 37 without loss, as the Middlesex opener moves to 21 from 21.
Another very good shot from Joe Cracknell. But yes, no, we have enjoyed it. Plus we had a really nice day at Kibworth a couple of days ago. First ever visit there.
Mulder bowls, dragging the length back slightly, and Cracknell defends 2 points. Who was that against?
That was against Essex.
Ah, yeah. Oh, yes, you did tell me. How many of the Essex Mafia were there? Dick Davis, you said. Who else came? Just Dick.
Just Dick. Just Dick. No teddy bears.
We had those at Chelmsford. Paul Newton brought them along. The Middlesex player zone was immediately outside of the commentary box at Chelmsford. As Mulder hits the crease, he bowls, and rapping on the pad, he's gone. LBW, Cracknell. Well, Cracknell tilts his head to one side. There was a big appeal against him earlier. Leicestershire really thought they had him already. We'll have another look at this one. Didn't look the worst, and actually it looks pretty plumb. That one, 37 for 1, as Cracknell makes his way back. A tilt of the head from him as he walks off, unless there was a little inside edge. I don't think you can have too many complaints. Didn't see the first one, which was rejected, Mulder, to Cracknell, but this one certainly looked in the end as though it had everything going for it. Pitched just outside off, hits in line, possibly height would be the one thing that would have saved in there, but didn't look that much of a rough one to me.
No. Swipes at the ground. He hit some super shots, Joe Cracknell. He's fed up with himself. Perhaps he was feeling in the mood, seeing it well. But there has been a little bit of movement, particularly for Mulder. And that arguably did just come back a little bit. Gathered a little skidded a bit as well. 37 for 1. That was an important wicket for the Foxes because Middlesex openers were flying, really.
Yeah, you know, work our way through the competitions, which the other commentators, and you work out the power plays. It was with the other evening. Angus Fraser, Alan Coleman, or somebody doing the commentary with me. And, you know, 60 for 3 at the end of the power, 65 for 3 or 65 for 1. It's a big difference, actually.
Massive, yeah.
Because you know, there's a lot of overs, and with 4 fielders back for 30 overs, only 4, there's a gap. There's always a gap when somebody's bowling. Even with 5 back, there's always a gap, isn't there, in the field? And batters are looking to be positive. If you're slightly off, you go with your variations as well, a line or a length goes. But 4 back for 30 overs, if you've got wickets in hand, you can score steadily throughout that. And if you build a partnership with only 4 back, oh boy, there's a lot of damage that can be done. Sam Robson is the new batter, the opening pair in the championship for Middlesex reunited. Robson and Stoneman.
Stoneman on strike because that was the last ball of the over. So right, rather looking to redeem himself a little bit. Continues from the Bennett end. He comes, bowls to Stoneman, who's looking to drive, squirts it away slightly with an angle bat through point, but he's going to get it at least 2 for it as chasing back is Scriven. Slides, slips, but picks himself up, gets his throw away. Even so, Stoneman picks up 3. He moves on to 17 off 14 balls. 40 for 1 brings Sam Robson down on strike. Must have a word with Sam before he disappears, just to find out how Gus is getting on. What he's up to, playing in Sydney, presumably still. Club cricket and doing I wonder what else. Went up to Durham briefly. Gus, saw him there a couple of years ago. Robson waits. Right-hander, of course, as right is in. Bowls to him. He waits and plays it neatly off the back foot. Dabs it down wide of third man down towards the meat. So a long chase around for fielder. It's Josh Hull, I think it is, down there. As a consequence, Robson is off the mark with a couple.
How's the cake in the meat this year?
It is, they now have the Friends of Grace Road, who, thank you for reminding me, are open for business from 3 o'clock. That's right, is in to Robson, who drives very airily by Sam Robson's high standards. Compact and careful opener on most occasions, but aware that it's the power play and wanting to get on with it. Flung his hands at that one. It was a little bit wide. A little bit short, didn't get anything on it, but they have their own little place at the bottom of the meet these days. A little sort of office has been converted for them, and it is open for business at 3 with a full range of drinks and cakes. Right bowl straighter this time, and Robson is careful, pushing the ball back up the wicket to the veteran seamer. Don't these days do the special cake for the visitors. I remember Middlesex coming a couple of times and them doing what they call the London cake, which apparently is a thing.
Was it a Tottenham cake, I seem to remember? Was it a Tottenham cake?
That rings a bell as well, yes. But no, they're the usual suspects, you know, coffee and walnut and chocolate and Victoria sponges and lemon drizzle, etc. In goes right and bowls again straight, hit straight back into the stumps by Sam Robson absolutely onto middle stump, and Stoneman just picks up the bails, hands them to Alex Wharf. Wright, who loves to try and deflect the ball onto the stumps, invariably unsuccessfully, wasn't able to stick his right hand across, and I think Stoneman anyway, far too old a hand to be caught in that respect. Better overs so far from Wright, who charges in and bowls in the air through mid-wicket but wide of Rishi Patel. And the sweeper out on the leg side, who's Tom Scriven, has to run up the boundary. Not that he's on the boundary, he's about 20 yards in. It is, as Kevin said, a long way out there, although the pitch is far from sort of very much to the meat side of the ground. It's only 3 or 4 off centre, but it is a big outfield. So a couple more for Robson, who is on to 4 of 5, end of the 7th over, 44 for 1, Middlesex.
Yeah, just about to hit 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a funny feel. It's a bit of a surreal feel, this one.
It is. Anticipating not being home till sort of 2 o'clock in the morning.
Mulder around the wicket, 1 for 10. Oh, balls to Stoneman, who gets a thick edge all along the floor. Leading edge fielded in the covers.
They've been very good away from home, Leicestershire, but they lost their only previous home game in this group on this ground to Nottinghamshire, as I've said, and they were taken all the way by Essex at Kibworth, which in a way was an away fixture for both sides, neither side having played there before.
Stoneman away, Smolder bowls, that's crunched to cover and pierces through for a single for Stoneman. 1 more to the total. And
Sam Evans it is, Dan.
Thank you.
I shall jot it to add him to the list as he's making a start.
My apologies. Yeah, it was really hit hard that by Stoneman. Levered to cover. Really has brightened up here a lot. The floodlights not required at the moment. Seem to remember at Essex they came on in the innings break, but again that was a bright blue sky at Chelmsford for that game. Friday night fixture that Middlesex had there a couple of weeks ago. Mulder's over the wicket to Robson, and punching just in front of backward point, he'll pick up a single. It's 1 more to the total. Tom Scriven coming around to complete the fielding from cover. As initially Sol Budinger rolls to his right to get a hand to it. It was actually crisply struck by Robson, wasn't it? He could well have seen that getting through for perhaps not quite 4, because we've already seen slight slowing up in the outfield, rather large outfield away towards the old score box to our left. So around the wicket comes Mulder again. 46 for 1 it is. Stoneman's on 18, and he's shuffling across towards his off stump to clip into the onside, wide of mid-on. They've taken 2, should be a third, as there's a slide, a pick-up and a throw, and Middlesex are 49 for 1.
It's already beginning to look quite a decent pitch, this, isn't it?
Well, I was just going to say that everybody thought covers are on, heavy rain this morning, further south to be fair, but everybody thought good toss to win, bowl first here. Proof will be in the pudding. Middlesex do get something around 65 for 1, then they'll feel they've got a foundation as Mulder is in, bowls, and forward goes Robson pushing back. A dot ball.
I still think it's the right decision, but purely on the basis of the weather forecast, i.e. there might be rain sort of from 8ish, and at least you'll know where you need to be should the rain close in, essentially. Purely on that basis, I think if it was purely about the pitch and the weather was perfect, batting first is perfect.
Yeah, it's a huge wicket. That'll slow things up for Middlesex. Certainly won't want to lose 2 in the power play. 1 over to come of it. Mulder to bowl his 5th. Got it all going with the wicket of Cracknell, LBW. 1 for 16 from 4. So here he goes. Slip crouches down, Robson awaits and Mulder bowls. Robson defends into the offside. And with these two, should have something of a championship feel about it. For Middlesex for 10 overs or so, put the shots away. Begin to build a partnership. 11 balls faced for Robson, 7, 2 balls for Davies. A real opportunity this for Davies, actually, who's impressed in cameos this year.
Best of 32 in the competition so far. in those 4 innings that he's played.
Mulder hits the crease, bowls, and Robson's forward, pushing up to mid-off, no run.
Reading, or Berkshire,
Yep.
I understand.
Yep.
23-year-old.
So too Martin Anderson and Ryan Higgins, Berkshire lads. North Middlesex have taken over as the breeding ground for Middlesex at the moment. They've got Cracknell, Holman, Bamber. Who am I missing from that bunch? There's another one. So here goes Mulder into the crease now. He bowls, and this is worked off the back foot by Robson, just wide of mid-on for a single. 52 for 2.
DeCaris?
No, Radlett.
Radlett, okay.
Well, you could test me here. Go on, I won't even look. You can throw them at me.
Cracknell, Enfield, Holman, Islington.
Yeah, Holman,
Ethan
Cracknell.
Bamber, Westminster.
And Bamber, the North Middlesex.
Where's Hillingdon?
Hillingdon out towards Uxbridge.
Okay.
Have you done a game at Uxbridge over the years? Think you have, haven't you?
Yeah. Back in my writing days.
Oh, really? Mulder's around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes Davies defending into the offside, and there's no run. 52 for 2.
I saw Andrew Strauss make, I'm sure that was there, make a brilliant championship century on a really tough batting conditions. And I actually said it was at the time, at the end of the season, the Guardian was doing its sort of best innings of you've seen of the. And I put that Strauss century down for that one.
Do you remember who they were playing? No.
I'd have to look it up.
Mulder around the wicket, he bowls, and this is worked into the onside wristily. It's chipped almost out to deep mid-wicket, but he rolled the wrist as he did so to bring the ball down. He's a very wristy player. Davies has said that there's elements of Davies' game that remind me of Owen Morgan, and perhaps it is that wristiness, because Morgan was renowned as a very wristy player from his hurling days.
Okay.
But particularly working the ball backward of square, backward of point, Davies just times. It reminds me of a young Owen Morgan. Mulder bowls and goes past the edge of Robson, looking to drive at a ball that probably wasn't there for it on the length. Just misses the outside of the off stump as well, and it's a dot ball to end. Another impressive over from Mulder, 1 for 18 off his 5, so just 2 off the final over of power play 1. 10 bowls here at Grace Road, where Leicestershire have won the toss. And Middlesex are 53 for 2, losing Cracknell and Stone, and the pair of openers. Robson at 3 has 8. Davies at 4 has 1.
Yeah, from sort of 37 without loss after 5.5. I think if you'd offered Leicestershire 53 for 2, they would definitely have taken it at that stage. They've come back reasonably well in this power play. He's got a sense of humour, Jack Davies, because describe yourself in 3 words. He's put 1, tall, which he isn't. Then he's added handsome and charming, so I'm sure he's both those things. Salisbury is in to Davis, who covers up to a straight one. That's middle and leg. Just drops it back down the pitch on the onside. And there's no run. Stream back up and running. It buffered for a while there, or at least it did on my computer, but hopefully all is working well now. Little announcement on the PA, which I didn't quite pick up. Is occasionally about an over or so behind something that's happened, so I don't think you've missed too much. Down the wicket goes Davis. There's a catch behind. He's gone. He has lifted his finger, Alex Swarf. Inside edge. He went dancing down the track, hoping to negate the little bit of movement that Matt Salisbury is getting. And Salisbury is bowling beautifully at the moment. He's picked up his 2nd wicket in as many overs. And all of a sudden, after 10.2 overs, Middlesex 53 for 3.
Yeah, got to be careful now, haven't they? I just wondered, would there be a little bit of nibble there with the conditions? I think it's fair to say there is. We saw those couple straighten on Cracknell, one that had a huge LBW appeal rejected not long after. Mulder then managed to get the finger from the umpire, put up, so 53 for 3 it is now, with Robson departing, and over to the man of the season for Middlesex, Ryan Higgins, with bat and ball. Without him, it would have been a very difficult return to Division 1.
Well, he's got time, but he's going out in awkward circumstances. He's got time to play himself in. There's Sam Robson at the other end, but it is always difficult in these. You have to play yourself in. And, maybe this is a decent score. Would be sort of 250. You know, it's very hard to tell. It looked as though it was going to be more than that initially. Salisbury, 1.2 overs, 1 run, 2 wickets. When he came back from injury, he looked to be struggling a little bit in terms of, obviously, rhythm. You expect that, but also sort of pace. He looks fitter now as he comes in from the Bennett end and bowls, dug out by Ryan Higgins, back down the pitch. The all-rounder punches the ball, or punches it, plays it firmly enough. Ice Cream Man goes down Milligan Road.
Do you reckon he's coming in?
No, he doesn't get in.
Oh.
Up and down the houses, so I think you'd probably have to sort of reach some sort of commercial arrangement if he came in.
Do they not have an ice cream van inside the ground there?
No, they sell them. I think they sell them. In goes Salisbury bowls, and again advancing down the pitch is Higgins on this occasion. It must be doing more. Although it's a funny thing with batsmen sometimes. If somebody says it's moving, well, I'll get down and try and negate any movement. He advanced down the pitch and then again defended out into the onside on that occasion.
Well, one way or the other it makes sense, doesn't it? As long as ice cream's being sold somewhere. On a cricket ground, all is well with the world.
Well, as long as you can find it, indeed.
New Road's the place to think of, wasn't it, for ice cream? Bradders used to always get us a free ice cream a day, didn't he, there?
He did, yeah, and good ice cream it was as well. Proper
That's how
ice
he got
cream.
the free ice cream a day.
Salisbury's in again. Higgins is advancing. He plays it out to mid-off. Right is the fielder, but Higgins knows his man right. Although he's an effective fielder, he isn't the fastest over the ground, and he bounced to his left, made the stop, didn't bother throwing. Higgins took one, got off the mark. Big cue for the Friends of Grace Road at the moment, wending its way out of the shop and in front of the meat. Fresh cakes.
I could try and do a Bradders impression, but it went something along the lines of other ice creams are available, just not as good as the one from over there.
Salisbury is in. Robson, compact, neat figure, drives, everything nicely close together, but checks the shot, makes sure that he got plenty of bat on it, pushes it out to right at mid-off. End of the over. Another very good one from Matt Salisbury. 2 for 2 from 2 for the former Durham seamer. And after 11 overs, Middlesex in a position where they're having to rebuild. They're 54 for 3.
So first match back here since...
Well, since the Notts game, that was the only other one we've played here in the group.
So past scores quite difficult to go with.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that was 2 sort of 10 played, obviously 2 12 or whatever they got, but
how easily did they get it?
Wickets fell. No, Leicestershire made them take it deep, but the wickets fell early. As I say, 70 odd for 6. It swung a bit, and the 2 Yorkshiremen, Brett Hutton and forgotten his name, Loden, is it? The new one of the new lads who doesn't play much. Lowton, yeah, yep. Tom Lowton. They've both got plenty of movement. See what you make of Josh Hull.
Here he comes, down below, left arm over, bowls, and forward goes. Higgins pushing back to him, there's no run. Nice tall.
6'7".
Yes, big stride approach. Quite bulky for 6'7", isn't he? He's not gangly.
He's not. He's got had a little bit of a sort of side niggle early on in the season, so had a 3 weeks off or so. Spent some time in the gym, got himself stronger. 12 wickets. He's Leicester's leading wicket taker in this competition.
Of course, that
he swings it.
That can go the other way, though, can't it? Getting yourself stronger as a bowler. We've seen that over the years.
Yes.
Goes Hull again, and this ball's clipped out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 55 for 3. Higgins moves to 2. We'll talk about the stress fractures to the back, how bowlers seem to have more and more of them nowadays, putting it down to workloads. Well, the workloads have decreased over the years. What has increased is the time in the gym. I think back to cricketers, but then maybe the diagnosis as well as the other part. Feeling that perhaps bowlers did bowl through a little bit of back pain in years gone by. May well have been stress fractures. Around the wicket he goes again. Sorry, over the wicket he goes again. So Robson, and Robson clips away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. He's on to 9. 56 for 3.
obviously opens the bowling with the red ball because he does swing it. But they like to give him a little bit more cover in this, so they don't tend to bring him on until after the power play. But by then, of course, a lot of the available movement has gone from the white balls, so it does negate one of his weapons slightly, but he does hit the pitch hard and sometimes gets an extra little bit of bounce.
And he comes, bowls, just full of length, that's driven hard, good stop. Tumbling at backward point, is that still Budinger in there? I think it is. Single is all that Middlesex will get for that. Stark contrast here between Robson and Higgins, the two right-handers. Higgins well, not that Robson isn't a get-the-job-done kind of batter, but Higgins gets it done by any means. Robson, very much a classical opener, really.
2.5 centuries to Higgins in the comp already.
Hull bounds in, bowls, and full ball pushed back into the onside. An apology from Hull for some reason once he delivered that, not sure what for.
212 runs, comfortably the highest aggregate at 53 for the Zimbabwean. 7 wickets as well, so he's making a contribution, as they say.
He was the one that got away for Middlesex for so many years. Well, they got him back.
He went to Glaws, didn't he?
Yeah. Hull bowls and goes past the edge. Attempted drive, through it goes. Good bounce, good carry, angled across the right-hander, and 57 for 3 it is. At the end of the 12th, yes, he was a Bob Hunt favourite, wasn't he? Ryan Higgins. Cheered up many a dark day for Bob. Bob didn't have dark days though, did he?
No, not at all.
Well, he told us he did, but he enjoyed them really.
I think so. He very much appreciated what he did for a living. After having been a teacher all his life, I think commentating on county cricket didn't really count as work as far as Bob was concerned.
He was on the telly box for a little while, wasn't he, for Sky? I remember seeing him at the grounds. Yeah, cross live to Bob Hunter. That was quite an experience, quite a watch. It was all too serious for Bob. He couldn't take it, could he? He needed to have some fun.
Indeed. Salisbury is having fun at the moment. 2 for 2 from 2. Runs in and bowls. Oh, goodness me. Higgins looking to sort of be forceful on the offside. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as a little bit of a waft comes off a thick inside edge and runs out to Mulder at mid-wicket. That looked a little bit loose, if you like, from Ryan Higgins. Bits of blue around above us at the moment. Best weather of the day. I mean, it's been gorgeous in the preceding days. Just this morning wasn't very nice. Salisbury is in. Higgins is leaning forward. No great stride, but plays with an angled bat. Runs the ball down to Rishi Patel at third man. You heard Higgins call no, as Robson from Matt Saw in third man. 63 for 3 Middlesex after 12. Yeah, it is a bit it is last chance saloon in a way, isn't it? And sides with not much to lose can be very, very dangerous. If Higgins starts teeing off and hangs around, it could be a fun afternoon.
Josh Hull from just outside the inner circle. In he comes. Bowls and Robson gets a thickish edge as he runs this one down to deep third. Maybe 2, but it was straight to the fielder. Optimistic from the Sydney boy. He's on to 15. 64 for 3. What an optimistic Middlesex be thinking about from here, I think, to be honest. 262. I mean, the thing is, the game's changed so much, though, hasn't it, that all of a sudden a partnership, and you can think about anything, 100 in the last 10 power play. If they've got enough wickets in hand, teams really go for it in the last 10 overs now, don't they? They always treat over 3 as the big power play. Well, it's the end of the innings, but Hull is in, bowls, and Higgins turns to mid-wicket at dot ball.
Well, even without Ackerman, Leicestershire would fancy themselves to chase down most scores. 329 against Surrey, 380 at Beckenham against Kent. The outlier was the 214 against Nottinghamshire, 411 at Old Trafford against Lancashire, 300 just under 298 against Hampshire. So the batters are in form and scoring runs.
Hull. Up to the crease, bowls, and edgy drive down to deep third for Higgins, flaying it outside the off stump. No slip in place, so to fancy just over the top of it. Anything wide of the keeper, and there's runs. A few more passing in, perhaps, trickling in at the far ends by the indoor school. It's still the Bennett indoor school?
The Bennett end. It's the Turner Indoor Centre,
Oh.
but it's the Bennett end.
I'd always associated the two.
Two different things. Mike Turner's the former secretary, responsible for the indoor centre.
Hull past the umpire bowls and down the leg side. It'll be a wide. No, not signal. Must have just taken a little bit of pad on the way through. Little clip. Robson pausing for thought for a moment. I was wondering whether he was pausing and looking at the umpire, thinking, did he not just signal that as a wide? But maybe he was just lining things up again.
There have been some curious wide calls in the competition. They haven't been automatic, if you know what I mean, down the leg side. Players have sort of looked up expectantly, and they're saying if you move,
yes,
that's their thing at the moment. If you've moved across, it might not be called.
Yeah, it's a bugbear of mine at the moment. Not quite happy with that
It's
rule.
not consistent, is it?
Here's Hull bowls. This is driven out to deep cover for a single. 66 for 3. Robson moves to 16, and there's no. Well, that's the thing. That's a good way of going at it. Is how do you approach consistency with that?
We all knew where we stood for a couple of seasons,
Yeah.
didn't we? If it went down the leg side,
It's
it was
always
wide. The end. But all of a sudden, it kind of isn't again.
So if a batter steps inside it now and it just misses the leg stump, it's not a wide, or it goes through where he was standing.
And I see the logic, but as I say, we start to wonder again.
Hull to Higgins, drives hard to extra cover, and there's no run. Well, the two best examples that I can give easily are one, a bouncer. Instinctively, a batter will look to step inside a short ball to play it to the onside. Whether you're riding it, you just step inside and look for a little glance, or whether you're hooking it, you step inside the line, don't you? The back foot goes across and you pirouette, your whole body comes inside it. Now, I've seen one recently where it's gone down the line of where he was and he's missed the hook and it's not been given as a wide. It's like, well, hold on a minute. So as soon as he plays a shot, and the other one was the man who's out there at the moment, Ryan Higgins, played a cut shot. So trigger movement, fine, wasn't a step across or anything, just his normal trigger movement. Then his back foot stepped across to play a cut shot, as everybody's done for 250 odd years to play a cut shot. Back foot goes across, well, you moved across. I was playing a cut shot, but it was too wide to get to.
Salisbury is into Robson, who is playing to mid on, slightly falling over himself and not timing it. Wright picks it up. And there is no run. Alex Wharf is making all sorts of signals to Sam Robson. Not quite sure what about, but all seems happy now. Both seem happy now. Salisbury. Slightly angled run down the slope. Bowls, very straight, clipped in the air, but short and just slightly wide of Mulder, who turns, scampers back, but he is running backwards, so the 2 was always on in those circumstances, and Robson duly took them. Sun comes out again. Still a queue for the Friends of Grace Road's cakes. No, the Trevor Bennett was the donor who paid for but the car park essentially. So Bennett, the Bennett end, rather than the Turner end. I don't know whether it was part of the deal, or whether the club agreed it on their own initiative. In goes Salisbury, bowls, covers up Robson, drops it out into the offside. Kimber, who was at slip, is at extra cover, and there is no run. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, needing to win, the Foxes are getting themselves quietly into a rather good position here. Middlesex made a flying start. They reached 37 without loss in the middle of the 6th over, but they lost Joe Cracknell at the end of that over, leg before wicket to Vian Mulder for 21. And then his fellow opener and the Middlesex skipper Mark Stoneman was bowled swinging across the line at Matt Salisbury. He too dismissed for 21, and shortly afterwards Salisbury picked up his second wicket. He had Jack Davis caught behind by Peter Hanscom for 153 for 3 at that stage. Sam Robson is still there. He's made a lot of runs against Leicestershire over the years. He's 19, not out of 27 balls. He's been joined by the in-form Ryan Higgins, who is 5 off 13. But Salisbury's bowling really nicely. He's taken 2 for 11. And Middlesex, coming towards the end of the 15th over, are struggling rather. They're 69 for 3. Sun out again. And it is distinctly humid here in Aylestone, about 2 miles south of, well, about a mile and a half south of Leicester city centre. Salisbury, slightly rolling shoulders as he runs in and bowls down the wicket goes Higgins. Another swing and a miss. It bounces over the top of the stumps, and there are hands on Leicestershire heads all over the field. But Higgins again, well, rather as Kevin has been suggesting, trying to go hard because really Middlesex consider they've got no real alternative, and once again he rather gets away with it. 15 overs gone, 69 for 3.
Well, we saw Martin Anderson pumped up the order the other day when he hit a century, and he came out with very much this approach. Like, oh, Anderson's been sent up with a almost pinch hitter role. Now Anderson has batted in the top order for Middlesex, so he's no pinch hitter. But the way he began his innings, having been sent up the order, he thought, well, okay, clear message. And that, you know, he was given a tap on the shoulder. As I asked him afterwards in the interview, he said, yeah, I won't give him much notice. Tap on the shoulder, up we go. Holds into Robson. Bowls, and this ball's worked out to deep square for a single. Robson moves to 20 from 28. Higgins 5 from 15. I wonder, does Higgins coming in at 5, the start of that powerful series of middle order batters with Anderson next, Simpson, Holman, to Carey's, you know, it's a lot of batting to come. Is the thought process that, look, don't leave any runs out there. 20 overs, well, of course not 20 overs gone, I'm looking at 31 remaining, but we're reduced down to 47, aren't we? So we're in the 16th over now, 30 to come after this, 31 to come after this. Then maybe the thought is, look, one has to be the aggressor out there. As Hull bowls to Higgins, who looks to heave again and is struck somewhere in the, oh yes, I was going to say somewhere in the abdominal region, and that probably answers the question as he goes down on one knee, and he's almost sat there, so he's leaning his head forward onto Excalibur, isn't he, on one knee.
Yeah, it did sound very sort of hard plastic, didn't it? And yeah, as soon as that note echoed around the ground, your eyes watered in sympathy with Ryan Higgins. Recovers quickly.
Hull. He's in, bowls, and this is hit straight to extra cover, and Higgins is gone. 5 from 17. He's tried on at least 3 occasions prior to that shot to really heave and tee off. It hasn't worked, nor is it on this occasion. And he's caught by Louis Kimber. 70 for 4 in the 16th. Robson takes off the helmet at the non-striker's end. He's got a job to do now to anchor this innings for Middlesex.
Oh, really? Yeah, a curious innings from Ryan Higgins, 5 off 16, but wasn't for want of trying. He was flaying away out there, and he was perhaps a little settled by the previous delivery, which left him rather winded, unsurprisingly so. Good catch by Kimber, who has a wonderful pair of hands. And the cover's sort of lowish to his left, 1.5 foot, perhaps 2 feet off the ground. Never looked like making a mistake, slightly clothed the drive. Higgins, and 70 for 4. Plenty to do for Middlesex from here on in.
I can only think that they're looking at 300 to try and, you know, get themselves into a position where if they bowl Leicestershire out relatively cheaply, then you turn the net run rate around. It's quite difficult to turn the run rate around when you're fielding first. The way that it really makes a big difference, a big impact on the net run rate is to bat first, have a big score and bowl the opposition out cheaply, and then you can get a swing. Now, who knows? They might lose the next 2 tosses, Middlesex, and be fielding first in the next 2 games. So perhaps that's on their mind here. They do need to impact the net run rate, and this is might be their only chance to do so.
It is quite difficult to, even when you have a really good game, to change it dramatically. I mean, we thought, looking at the Hampshire score yesterday, was it York they were playing against Yorkshire, weren't they? They stuffed them by massive amount, sort of 300 odd against, at one stage, didn't look to be much more than 100.
Yeah.
But even so, although it improved then, it wasn't sort of quite as dramatic as Leicestershire supporters feared it would be. Consequence being that Leicestershire still on top on net run rate, but by a reasonable margin.
John Simpson comes in at 6, promoted back up ahead of Anderson. There's a different innings required here, isn't there now? So they've gone for the more senior batter in Simpson, rather than sending Anderson in to continue that aggression from the other day. Onslaught from the off. Simpson and Robson, who broke through at a similar stage into the championship side many moons ago. Hull in bowls, and Simpson first ball is forward, runs this one down to deep third, and he's off the mark. 71 for 4. Both part of that side that eventually got Middlesex after a bit of a rebuild from their relegation in 2006, promoted again in 2011. Here at Grace Road, of course. Gareth Berg, John Simpson.
92 on this ground for Simpson last year, right at the end of September. 92 in the first innings, 34 in the second, so not a bad game.
Well, I've just seen your sun-gnarled Wisdons in the corner over there. It's really faded the money, hasn't it? White Wisdons now rather than yellow. Here's a Hull bowls to Robson, pushes away to cover, no run.
They tend to live here over the winter as well, so...
You or the Wisdons?
The
Wisdons.
Yeah, sometimes, yes. You feel, don't you, towards the end of the season?
Oh, I don't know, it's a long winter, I don't half miss it. Mile and a half, you say, to the city. I'm just spinning on this chair that we've got here. It looks
it
further,
a bit closer
doesn't it?
than...
Oh, closer
further,
than a mile
further,
and a half,
okay. Yeah, it may be 2 miles in.
Here's Hull to Robson. He's in bowls, and this ball's bumped to extra cover, and there's no run. If only they'd invented a technology, or on your phone, if you had like a smartphone or something with apps, you could have a look and see, but...
Yes.
Or as DT always used to tell me, Rich.
Or perhaps they just leave these two very experienced players to get on with it and play the situation. Well, Leicester have brought in the slip for the new batsman, facing Matt Salisbury, who has been the pick of the Leicestershire seamers. Salisbury 2 for 11 from 4 overs as he comes in bowls to Simpson, who is respectfully and carefully forward to his first delivery from Salisbury, leaning, pushing the delivery out off stump into the offside, picked up by Vian Mulder. I'm never quite sure whether those are elastic bandages on Mulder's arms or he's sort of got some sort of undershirt on. I suspect the former.
Along the winding, so it was Ayleston Road? Ayleston Road, 2.6 miles.
In goes Salisbury, fuller this time, but waiting for it on the back foot, clipped off his toes by Simpson out as far as mid-on.
But that's a winding road, and that's to the north of the city centre. 1.7 miles.
The north?
To the north of the city centre, yeah. We're in the south of the city at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to the north of the city centre from here, that's just where
I see, okay.
When I put in Leicester, that's where it puts the pin, is the north. Whereas the train station...
Which is pretty central.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's
2.1.
Pretty central. In goes Salisbury, bowls down the leg side. That will be signalled wide, as Simpson did step across and try and work it away. Didn't get anything on it, but it swung further. So umpire Wharf extends the arm, 72 for 4.
That's about 2.1 miles. That has it just south of the very centre of the city.
Okay, so we'll call it 2 miles. Between
no,
friends.
interested to know now, aren't I? Well, it's only because we've got such a good view out the back here, haven't we? See this?
We have. You can see the rugby ground and the football ground.
Yeah.
Salisbury is in. Again, Simpson, another to use his feet, move down the wicket, bunts it out just wide of Hill, who slides away to his left, picks up and throws at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but he missed, and Simpson had comfortably made his ground anyway, 73 for 4.
I'll be honest, the reason what really turned my attention to it all was when you said a mile and a half, a mile, I thought, oh goodness me, I'd never be able to run that. I thought, you couldn't run a mile. Oh, look, it's got to be more than that. Make me feel better. Yeah, it's 2 miles. That's stretching it. 1.5, that would be right.
Salisbury into the right hand, who's driving in the air, Robson, and he's got it away through extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4. So it was in the air for a good few feet, and just for half a second, Lewis Kimber in the covers might have thought he was in the game. He wasn't. It was too far to his right and too much power from Robson, who moves on to 24 of 31 balls. Middlesex needed that one, 77 for 4.
Yeah, it's a partnership's what's needed now from Middlesex, isn't it? In terms of one being the aggressor, one being more positive. Well, they need both to settle in.
Salisbury is in again, driving aerially. Robson, thick outside edge in the air, through about 4th slip down to Rishi Patel at 3rd man. Of course, there isn't a 4th slip, but again, slightly fortuitous. Salisbury still getting something out there. Robson on to 25 now, 78 for 4. One ball to go in his 5th over, Matt Salisbury. Best list day figures are. I shall look them up. He hasn't played that many games, I don't think. In he goes and bowls straight to Simpson, who is just turning the ball wristily out towards mid-wicket. Kimber is the fielder, and there is no run. End of the 17th over. 78 for 4 the score. Matt Salisbury's list a best 4 for 55. That, I would imagine, was for Durham. Matthew Edward Thomas Salisbury was born in Chelmsford.
So Hull orchestrating his field. He's got a deep third, a backward point, cover, deep cover sweeping, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. 4 back. Yes, sun's out. We're going to have to cover this kit. It's getting hot as Hull is in, bowls, and Robson pushes a single just in front of backward point, just in front of Bullinger. A single it is. So he's on to 26, 79 for 4. Simpson has 2 and on to strike.
As the weather has improved, it's sort of trickle coming into the ground. This has been fairly constant.
In comes Hull. Bowls and forward goes Simpson, pushing back again, and there's no run.
Kibworth, it was a brilliant turnout. They sold, I think, over 1,500 tickets for the game. You had to bring your own seats. Everybody did. 4 deep around the boundary.
There's a lot to be said for an outground game, isn't there?
Properly organised, indeed.
Beckenham for Middlesex, one of the away games so far in this competition. Hull Simpson. Ooh. Left arm over to the left-hander, who's drawn into that outside of the off stump.
Beauty.
Rather fell across into it, didn't he, afterwards? Simpson comes down and prods away at the surface. Well, we did say in terms of the toss, 2 reasons to bowl first. One was chasing, as you say, if there's any reduction. But 2, generally, when the covers have been on for a long while, then there's going to be a bit of seam movement around. And what are we into now? Over 18. So this ball, 1 from either end, 9 overs old at either end. There's still a little bit of life to be had there, isn't there, for a bowler, especially if the pitch has got a little bit in it. Sweating under the covers, as here's length ball outside of the off stump, which is left alone by Simpson. Again, shaping that, and there's a slip in place now for Hull.
Leicestershire's coaches and supporters now, from what they've seen of him, are quite excited about Hull. Gets it through at a reasonable lick and gets movement. Really does swing the red ball. But given he is still just an 18-year-old, he was playing schools cricket last year. Which must have been pretty scary if you were.
Yeah, can you imagine? Hull. Oh, beautiful drive by Simpson. Put up there, but what a shot that is by Simpson. Down the grounds. Shot of the day so far, I think. Simpson's first boundary. He's on to 6, 83 for 4.
Yeah, it was there to be put away, but put away it was in classical on-driving style by John Simpson. As I say, has always seemed to have gone well on this ground over the years. I've seen him put together some really good innings for Middlesex, and I'm sure that is in a batsman's mind. I always go well at Grace Road or wherever. It does add a little bit to their confidence.
Hull bowls and Simpson nudges wide mid on, single taken. He's on to 7, 84 for 4. So Friday fixture here at Grace Road, one of a number of Friday games. They're delayed still in Warwickshire versus Northants, Sussex versus Gloucester. Gloucester all out 311, 38 overs. Wow. Worcestershire 180 for 3 at Derbyshire in the 23rd. Let's have a look.
Otherwise, we bowled up for the over 300 in the 38th. Is not a good plan.
Yeah, 311
between
innings.
Reduced.
Sussex, well, that far south today. Must have been torrential. That's what Martin Emerson will be telling us anyway. Durham commentator. 84 for 4 after 18 here.
Salisbury, 2 for 18 from 5. Continues from the Bennett end. Bowls to John Simpson, who is covering up, pushing the defensive shot out as far as, well, towards mid-off, but intercepted by Mulder, stepping across. Dot ball. Solitary round of applause from the one of the Leicestershire outfielders. Men out. Obviously both sides sweepers. In goes Salisbury and bowls. Simpson is forward. Picks out another of the men on the boundary, down at wide third man, long leg the other. So nothing funky about the field. Everybody else on the edge of the circle. Sweepers on either side of the wicket. Third man and long leg.
Just looking back to that game of 2011, I mentioned Simpson and Berg being out there at the end. It was quite a good match for the pair of them. Middlesex winning by 5 wickets. Leicestershire 319 and 306.
Salisbury is in, whipped away by Robson off the back foot down towards deep backward square. Hesitates but sees that Scriven has not picked up the ball cleanly, running onto it, and has overrun it indeed. Stopped it but overran it slightly, and called his partner back for a comfortable second. Robson on to 28, 87 for 4, 19th going down.
Middlesex 502 and 127 for 5 for their 5 wicket win.
Salisbury is in slightly short, and Robson on the back foot, rather stylishly steering the ball out into the offside, but he's picked out Kimber in the covers, and it is a dot ball.
Sam Robson got 46 in that match, I should mention. He's out there on strike at 28 at the moment. In the second innings he managed 32. Some bloke called Strauss opening got 32 and 30.
Salisbury bowls. Robson is looking to clip into the leg side. It was looked to be straight. He might have got an inside edge on that as well as pad. Indeed, Hanscom runs out towards the sort of leg gully area. No signal from umpire Wharf. I think there would have been a shout, at least an appeal of cut of sorts, had he not got something on that. He did. And as a consequence, moves on to 29 off 36, 88 for 4.
Chris Rogers, former Leicestershire man as well, wasn't he? He was 31 in the first innings, skippering that side.
So I think a year before my time, as Salisbury is in bowls. Simpson careful, leaning forward, straight delivery, pushed out into the offside Mulderfield's end of the over. The 19th over, Middlesex beginning to rebuild. Long way to go, 88 for 4.
This 2011 match was a year before your time, yeah. Yeah, I remember sitting up here in that commentary box, calling the winning runs for that one. But John Simpson, 55 in the first innings. Gareth Berg, 130 unbeaten.
2011, so Simpson, so he's, what, this is his 14th, 15th year. He was Middlesex.
Yeah,
Wicket
exactly.
keepers.
Yeah, 2009,
That's
debut
pretty
2010.
spectacular.
A quick look. So here's Hull to Robson, who flicks fine with a real flourish. Oh, it's a brilliant piece of fielding. Outstanding down at long leg, flicking that back in. They've got 2, and it looked like 4 all the way. The fact that it's not even through, and he's picked himself up and run again.
Rishi Patel, the fielder.
Thank you. Squinting over to the far side, all the
It's a
reflections.
long way, isn't it?
Well, the reflections off the sunscreens of the car, the windscreens of the car, and also the
covers
are reflective enough as well, aren't they? Yeah. But yeah, Simpson 27 in the second innings, and Gareth Berg 19 not out, hitting the winning runs. Middlesex promoted as champions back to Division 1 as his. A full ball which Robson defends into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket. Simpson thinking a single, no run is the cry. So let me tell you precisely. The one still going from that match, Robson, Milan's at Yorkshire now, David Milan, John Simpson, Gareth Berg, Tim Murtagh.
The Leicestershire side.
And the Leicestershire
Certainly won't be anybody.
Was Boyce, Jones, Will Jones, Greg Smith, James Taylor captain.
Well, James is back here, so I don't know whether that counts. He's batting coach.
Your mate of mine, Ned Eckersley. Where did he go after Leicestershire? His Hull, he's in bowls, and
Durham.
his balls work down to long leg. Everyone goes to Durham, don't they?
Yeah, 3 seasons
Robson's
up at Durham.
32. Ealing boy, isn't he, Ned Eckersley?
He was, yeah. Is.
Yeah. So does it say that on born Oxford, but an Ealing cricketer, wasn't he?
Sometimes still hear from his mum, funny enough.
He came up here with that horrible thumb injury, do you remember? And he was going to show me. And I was like, no, I don't want to see it. Didn't he have a pin put in it or something?
Yes, yeah. That's right. You have a better memory than I.
Wayne White's,
yeah.
Rob Taylor, Jigger
the other day.
Here's Hull bowls driven by Simpson's mid-off. There's no run. Nathan Buck, he was up and
Just
coming
retired.
at one point. Alex Wyatt, he was quite quick, wasn't he, Buck? You know, felt
Well, he
that
played for Northampton for 8 years, 9 years.
But when he first broke through,
yes,
it felt,
he was sharp. England
yeah.
under 21s and under 23s or whatever. Lions may have played for Lions, maybe not actually.
That was Robson's last. Rogers had what? Oh, where did he go? Oh no, Rogers had a couple of years before the title, didn't he? His last year was 2015, and then won the title in 2016. So he was there for that was his first year. Chris Rogers, his Hull bowls, and Simpson chops down onto this just in front of backward point and has a single. Yeah, where are they now? Stephen Crook, you mentioned Northamptonshire. She was former Northamptonshire.
Chicken Lake is head of the sort of pathway academy here at the club still. Rob Taylor, I saw at Oakham the other day. Occasionally we park run, if that's the right word, with Rob, who does the park run at Rutland Water sometimes.
Robson's debut was 2009. Simpson, it would have been roughly there or thereabouts. As his Hull bowls, and on the back foot Robson defends. There's no run. 35 now. John Simpson 35. Just over a month ago, July 13th. First class debut for Simpson was, yes, 2009 as well. Bury-born left-hander. 92 for 4. Fair old different in the accents out there, isn't there, for the two who made their debuts together in 2009, Robson and Simpson, from Bury to Sydney. I told you Simpson's age. Robson is 34. Yes, I thought he was a year younger than Simpson.
Tom Scriven is going to replace Matt Salisbury at the Bennett end. All-rounder, Scriven. 8 wickets in the competition so far, which is a pretty decent return. He's bowled pretty much 39 overs. He's taken his wickets at 29 and his economy rate is 6. He's also chipped in with some useful runs. Leaps into the air before turning at the top of his mark, comes running in and bowls full and is driven out. towards deep extra cover. That's a chase for Sam Evans. Puts in a very good dive and makes the stop. Evans at the wide extra cover boundary, saves a run. In so doing, gets the approving applause of his teammates. There's a long chase for Evans, making his first appearance in the competition this season for the Foxes, replacing Colin Ackerman. Big shoes to fill. Ackerman has been in super form and has contributed with both bat and ball. That said, although Leicestershire disgruntled to lose him to the Southern Brave, I think that's their name, as Scriven is in to Robson, who plays firmly back down the pitch and runs out towards mid-off, and there's no run. To be honest, they could, as in the last 2 seasons, so easily have lost him to the competition from the very beginning, and so in a way his presence was, for the first 5 games, was something of a bonus. For the first 6 games, I should say. Hopefully, if Leicestershire are able to qualify for the knockout stages, he might be available. Scriven is in. Robson just wristily. He wanted to sort of try and score off that, but had to cover up. There's no run. Now, I need to mention a book that has been published about a former Leicestershire player. As Scriven turns, runs in and bowls. Robson looks to drive. Diving across from extra cover is Kimber. Pushes it out towards mid-off, but Hill had kind of gone the other way, looking to cover behind. Kimber had to put on the brakes and run back. And so Robson able to pick up 1, moves on to 33. Jonathan Farmer, a Leicestershire sort of statistician, has written a book about the Rutlander Horace Snary, S-N-A-R-Y. Forward goes Simpson. What another lovely on drive from the Middlesex wicketkeeper batsman. Just leant into it, pushed it back past Scriven, and it was on the onside of the stump, so it was just an on drive, but went between Scriven and the stumps, and almost as good an on drive as he played previous over. Beautiful shot from Simpson, who looks in prime form. He moves on to 16 off 17 and brings up the Middlesex 100. Scriven 8 from his first 5 balls. Runs in and bowls. Simpson drives pleasantly again. Plenty of work for Evans to do running across. Gets to it quickly though. No, you heard the shout from Robson, because he saw Evans was quickly onto the ball out there in the wide at the end of the 16th. Since then, well, these two have batted sensibly and without taking too many in recent overs. Pretty much the same. 101 for 4.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, 50 over game, 300 deliveries, run a ball, you got 3 figures to set, and then the back 10. Can you launch? Can you really go big? Go up towards 400. You know, if you're really starting to charge, going from 6 and over for 40 overs, and going up through the gears in those final overs. We've seen it happen. Goodness me, Middlesex in the T20 conceded 75 off the final 3 overs in one T20. I think it's Gloucestershire. In fact, it was Glamorgan, my apologies, I think it was. Round the wicket comes right, change of ends for him. This ball's eased away into the offside where Simpson defends. Oh dear, glider crash we're hearing in the news. A few light airfields around here, isn't there?
So I shall rudely nip ahead of Kevin to do the update from BBC Radio Leicester, who have been able to tell that they've appeared in our earphones. Wright is in and bowls straight around the wicket. Simpson covers up, pushes it firmly out to Scriven at mid-off. Wright's first 4 overs cost 33 runs, which is, as I say, most un-Wright-like. Trying to redeem himself. Yeah, they've taken 4 wickets, reducing Middlesex to 101 for 4 after just over 21 overs. There were 2 wickets for Matt Salisbury, Mark Stoneman and Jack Davis, and then Ryan Higgins was caught in the covers, driving at Josh Holt for just 5, 70 for 4 at that stage. John Simpson, though, has come in. He's playing really nicely. A couple of very nice straight-on drives for 4. He's made 17 of 21 balls. Sam Robson, gritty. He's been out there almost from the beginning. He's 33 not out of 43 and beginning to drag the Middlesex innings back around, so to speak. 21 and a half overs now, 101 for 4. Simpson just blocking that one out into the offside.
We're answering before the start of play about where's the strengths and weaknesses for the sides in this competition. For Middlesex, the strength's been with the bat, although that wouldn't quite be borne out by the performance of Beckenham and the collapse at Chelmsford, but they've got more experience with the bat than they do the ball. Right, seeing bowls driven away out to deep cover for a single by Simpson. Moves to 18, 102 for 4. Obviously a vast amount of experience with the ball from Chris Wright there. Still going in all formats.
Just thinking, we're just wondering whether Wright and Simpson might have been, but I think Wright had moved on to Warwickshire by 2009, so...
Yes, I don't think he'd been to Essex first. Yeah.
He won the title at Warwickshire in roundabout then.
Yeah. Here's Wright in bowls, and this is run by Robson, 4-4. Fine dab at that one, outside off.
Clever shot.
He's 37, 106 for 4. Yeah, and I mean, you kind of have benchmarks, don't you, through your memory of these things. And of course, the one for Middlesex was 2008. Who was in the group photo at the end? All the squad players who were there celebrating. Were they there to be part of winning it in 2008? Wright wasn't in that photo. He was already at Essex by then. I think his final year would have been 2007. Richard Pybus was the coach, and Wright decided to move on.
Well,
could even have been 2006. Sorry, go ahead, Richard.
Right, so no worries. Scriven with Hanscom now standing up to the stumps as he comes in to John Simpson, who driving firmly. Again, crisp piece of timing, but only as far as Mulder at extra cover. Just to finish what I was saying about Jonathan's book, The Resolute Rutlander, he's called it. Played between the wars. Was very successful for Leicestershire, but he played having been severely sort of injured during the First World War, his lungs in particular, which is why Jonathan wrote about him. In goes Scriven. Bowles goes past the outside edge. I think that's the first time Simpson has been beaten in his innings so far. He remains on 18. His book is available at acscricket.com.
Oh, forgive me, that was from before the news, didn't it? I started interrupting.
It's all right. The news rather interrupted it, so hopefully that information is now out there. Jonathan, in goes Scriven. Beautiful sky now. Outside off stump, and again Simpson is looking a little uncertain all of a sudden. Just plays and misses outside the off stump, and then he walks off towards short leg, disgusted with himself, because he was pushing with the bat a long way away from his pads. I don't know whether Hanscom standing up is making the difference. He might have just been moving forward a little. Presence of his former teammate seems to have unsettled him. Maybe he's in his ear. Scriven is in, driving again a fraction uncertainly, and closed the bat face in the end, defended it back down the pitch. It bounced up towards Scriven. No run. Suspiciously, Simpson wanders down the pitch and prods at it. Floodlights on here at Grace Road, which won't be helping the Middlesex cause. Well, the Planet as well, absolutely. But in terms of, well, if there is any swing with the white ball, in goes Scriven and Bowles. Simpson steers, but a really good swooping diving stop away to his right by Budinger. prevents any run. It was a nice piece of timing waiting for it from Simpson, but equally fine dive away to his right by Budinger, who has made himself into a very, very good fielder. He's having a super competition. Tell you about him as and when Leicestershire get their opportunity to bat. He's made that position in the fieldy zone. Scriven is in, Simpson is forward. Budinger has a much more comfortable stop on that occasion. End of the over, and it was a maiden over. May be wrong, but I think the first maiden of there's been a couple with one from it, but I think that's the first maiden of the innings. 23 overs, 106 for 4.
So yes, Middlesex putting together a partnership slowly, but last wicket was Higgins, 70 for 4, 36 this partnership. Needs to be a launch pad, this foundation for Middlesex for what's still to come. Right balls to Robson, drives with a little checked effort just outside the off stump. Almost Paul Sterling-esque, not quite the same. It'd be a little jab that he'd check with the bottom hand, more a steer from Robson.
I assume he's making lots of money somewhere, Mr. Sterling.
Yeah.
Some franchise or other.
Yeah, very much missed by Middlesex. Oh, he had a straight choice in the end. He either had to choose Middlesex or Ireland because he'd been overseas.
Oh, okay, so he's not...
well, I'm sure he is.
For the 100 or anything?
Oh, well, that's a good point. Here's Simpson on the back foot. He turns this to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 106 for 4.
You'd have thought he'd been a prime...
Oh, you'd have thought so, yeah.
Target for one of the franchises.
Yeah. Not sure if he is signed up or not. Haven't heard anything about him. Usually playing in some sort of tournament here, there and everywhere. Powerful striker of the ball, much as Simpson is as well, but he's got a long game to play here for Middlesex at the moment. He's 18 from 30 as right around the wicket bowl. Swim, and he goes up in the air with that one. Safely so. The cry of catch went up from right. It was over mid-off, and it's 4 runs skipping away down the ground. The sun's belting through into our commentary box at the moment. 111 for 4. Sun shining on this Middlesex partnership at the moment. It's worth 41 for the 5th wicket. Desperately needed to settle Middlesex into this innings. Fits and starts prior to this. There's right around the wicket. Bowls to Simpson. He's in back up the track. There's no run. 111 for 4. Did I say there's about 3 years between them at Middlesex? These two, 2006 to 2009. Yeah. But he was on the young cricketers at the MCC. Simpson the year before. Prior to that, he was with Lancashire. So whether there was youth team cricket for Simpson versus Wright, although he's 3 years younger than Wright, who's turning now. Comes bowls, and Simpson nudges this fine mid-wicket. That's nice, he played. He'll pick up 2. Just worked the angle there. There's a sweeper at deep square in front of him, but fine and mid-wicket. And a couple more to the total. 113 for 4. Simpson to 24. One's come of Wright's 6th over, none for 46. Turning again. Midway through his run up now, he bowls, and Simpson runs this one as far as backward point. There's no run. It's looking to open the face into the offside. Replays it there. More solid back foot defence indeed. 113 for 4. Simpson 24. Robson 38. I'm a chameleon on the sound system at Grace Road.
So we are over halfway. Remember, just 47 overs aside. 113 for 4. These two came together with a score on 70, so 43 added. Beginning to lay a pretty useful looking foundation, also solid looking foundation at any rate, especially as Kevin says, plenty to come.
Boy George, was there a band that went with it, or was it
Culture
just Boy
Club,
George?
yeah.
Culture Club, there we go.
Scriven is in and bowls. Robson is looking to work it into the leg side. Doesn't really time it and trickles out rather towards mid-wicket, where Mulder is on the one, halfway between the edge of the circle and the bat.
Who's that in reference to? The Culture Club, Wright and Scriven, or Robson and Simpson out in the middle at the moment preparing?
John Motson's famous thing about Wimbledon and Liverpool, wasn't it? The crazy gang against the Culture Club.
Yes.
In the FA Cup final. Scriven is in, bowls. Robson just waiting for the straight delivery. Angled bat down into the offside. Buttinger moves on to the ball, but good from Scriven. Restricting at the moment. After the first over went for 9. His next over a maiden. First 2 balls of this. Robson haven't been able to get away. Hill's making all sorts of gestures. What Leicestershire don't have in this game, as Scriven is in. Oh my goodness me, Robson looking to dab it away from outside off stump, misses it, and the ball doesn't miss off stump by very much at all. Hanscom doesn't take it cleanly, but Scriven causing problems at the moment, and Hill has run across to speak to Vian Mulder about something. Mulder immediately starts to do some interesting looking calisthenics, which suggests that he's going to squeeze in a couple more overs before so very long. Scriven runs in and bowls. Back goes Robson, cuts and cuts well. Cuts it out to the backward point boundary. Wide third man really by the time it crosses the ropes, in front of the clock, in front of the meet. No chance for either of the fielders out there.
Real strength that for Robson.
Beautifully played and timed. First runs off Scriven for 10 deliveries. Some of the jam. I think the DJ is clearly from the 80s, early 80s. Scriven is in. Making room is Robson. Scriven follows him. Robson works it out towards deep backward. Square, wide, long leg. Chris Wright is first to it ahead of Matt Salisbury, but usually one for Wright's throw. And indeed Robson takes 2, moves on to 44.
Going underground, how do we wangle that into this match
It's
position?
not that sort of pitch, really.
Yes.
Sometimes a delivery that
Yeah.
keeps low is referred to as having gone underground. Scriven is in again to Robson, who is driving without getting to the pitch of the ball, so just checks the shot, steers it, makes sure he's on top of the bounce. Out into the offside it goes. 1 taken, so 7 from the last 3 balls of the over. 120 for 4. The 50 partnership has been raised by Sam Robson and John Simpson, shared roughly equally, Simpson having got 24 of them. And Middlesex, well, they needed that one. They have rebuilt nicely, these two. Very experienced players. 120 for 4 off 25.
No good for commentary, Cam. We've both taken a back seat in the commentary box at the moment to get out of the sun, haven't we?
Haven't seen commentary Cam being. Haven't seen
Probably
us
a
appear on the stream. Yes, absolutely.
To the viewer.
Indeed.
Yeah, the sun is that time of day. It's belting through the window. Here it is at Grace Road as here's Mulder, 1 for 18. His 6th over nearly sees a 2nd wicket for him and a 5th for Leicestershire as Robson chips to mid-off. It doesn't carry to right. 120 for 4 it remains.
Mulder's been a bit unlucky in this competition. There's been a few sort of close to dismissals that didn't quite carry or just missed the stumps, whatever. His day will surely come.
Mulder balls and forward goes Robson, driving to mid-off dot ball. A couple of boxes open in the Bennett end.
Yeah, most of them. Hospitality boxes.
2, I think 2 are shut. Out of them all, 3 maybe. It's yeah, that's the thing about Fridays. You can entice people out of the office early, can't you, to the games? Mulder's in, bowls, and Robson runs down towards deep third, but backward point coming around is Buttinger. It's just a single. 1-2-1 for 4. Simpson will have strike on 24. Cut-off time of 12 minutes to 6 for this innings. 18 minutes past 4 now, so plenty of time. It actually feels, we haven't seen any spin yet, have we? But,
well, that's what I meant about the one thing sort of Leicestershire lack. Without Ackerman, who is, although an occasional off spinner, he's quite a regular occasional off spinner. He says, contradicting himself.
Here goes Mulder to Simpson around the wicket. It's eased into the offside. There's no run.
They've left Uttam Ramji, another exciting leg spinning find, out of the side. Young 18-year-old. Not a protege of Rehan Ahmed. He's a different sort of leg spinner. Gives it plenty of air, but he's an exciting young player. Gun fielder as well. Perhaps isn't quite the batsman that Ahmed is.
Mulder hits the crease, bowls, and Simpson dabs into the onside. Mid-wicket coming around, 1-2-1 for 4.
But Ackerman has got through a fair few overs in this comp, usually fairly economically, so they haven't got him. Louis Kimber is no mean off-spinner, from what I've seen. So whether they will try and get a couple of overs out of him remains to be seen.
Just full of length from Mulder and driven by Simpson, but with an open face down to deep third, it's just a single. End of the over, 1-2-2 for 4. Simpson's on to 25. Robson has 46. And we've had 26 of the 47 overs we're to have in this rain-delayed match. Only slightly, but delayed nonetheless here at Grace Road.
Out with another drink comes the Middlesex 12th man, or one of the Middlesex 12th men. They're being having come with a squad of 14 here. Is that Walla Lawita? Can't quite see from here. Maybe with some instructions for Messrs Robson and Simpson. 52, the 5th wicket partnership is worth now. 21 overs to go, 122 for 4. 120. 250 has to be a sort of minimal target, really, from this point, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and it's about this partnership, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's about this partnership thing. I think so. You know, with the batting to come, you then, if one of these was to fall now, you're all of a sudden building another partnership, aren't you? And taking your time about it. And there's the onus on the batter who remains to stay out there.
Scriven is in. Simpson swing and a miss, and goodness me. Well, Peter Hanscom has his back to us, and we're almost directly in line with him, the wicket-keeper. And the way that Simpson swung, missed, turned, pirouetted, and started to run back made me think for a minute it had gone through and bowled him, but it was just a sort of little dance of frustration, if you like, from John Simpson, who haven't played really nicely in going into the 20s. Just looks a little bit angsty all of a sudden. Scriven is in, bowls to him, he defends, blocks it out into the offside. Mulder is the fielder. That may be a consequence of good bowling on the part of Scriven, who's got a little bit of control back after going for a few in his first over. Right 2. He's had more control from this pavilion end than he did in his first 3 overs, which were bowled from the Bennett end. Righty whistles Hill, summoning him up from third man to short third. And mid-on has gone back to long gone, so seeing the Simpson swing. Scriven is in, makes a little bit of room, Simpson, and then drives, but not really aggressively. Punches it out towards mid-off, where the very tall Hull is the fielder. Beautiful afternoon now, if you're in the vicinity. Wander down to the Uptonsteel County Ground. There's room, I can promise you that. But beautiful cricket watching conditions, and you see John Simpson and Sam Robson. In goes round the wicket, goes Scriven, clipped off his toes, or attempted to be clipped off his toes by Simpson. And good throw, comes in from long leg, so it is just the one. got something on it. Didn't go particularly quickly, but Rishi Patel had a lot of ground to make up to the ball, running around from sort of long leg towards fine leg. Simpson on to 26. Robson approaching 50. Yet to get a 50, this is his highest score in the competition this season. Reached for that one a little bit. It just held it back, I think. A touch. Tom Scriven bowled well, but in the end, Robson played it well. Managed just to get enough bat on it to steer it into the gap in the covers out towards the sweeper. Takes one, moves on to 47. 1, 2, 4 for 4. Scriven stays around the wicket to the left-handed. Simpson bustles in, bowls. Simpson is followed by Scriven as he backs away, clipped away off his legs by Simpson down towards deep backward square. Again, Patel has a bit of work to do to get to the ball, so Simpson can pick up a couple. End of the over, the 27th of the Middlesex innings. They've moved on to 1, 2, 6 for 4. So 4 from it. Usually double it with 20 overs to go and hope, and that would get Middlesex the sort of 250. Whether it would be enough, who knows?
Yeah, it's funny one, isn't it? 'Cause like I say, that back 10 now is just an extraordinary period of play where you kind of build steadily, or there's fallbacks. You don't feel like you need to go for the big shots at such high risk. All of a sudden, 5 back for the last 10, and that's when you go for the really big shots. Speaking of big shots, Robson backs away outside of the off-stump. First ball of the new over from Mulder, his 7th. Looks for something of a square drive cut. And in the end, it's neither and passes through to the gloves of Hanscom, but cannot have been far away from the stumps at all.
No. Again, Mulder close but no cigar.
.126 for 4. Mulder bowls and forward goes Robson. This runs away down to deep third and they'll pick up a single. It's playing it late over the top of it. A couple more moving him to 49 from 57. Good innings from the Middlesex number 3 in List A cricket, opener in first class. Feels like the right position for him in List A if Stoneman is available, otherwise you'd open perhaps with Robson as well. Cracknell there to give it a bit of oomph in the power players. Robson runs this one down to deep third once more. And that will be his 50. 50 from 58 deliveries for Sam Robson. 129 for 4 Middlesex in the 28th. He was out there early. Robson with the full of Cracknell. And he's guided Middlesex nicely since then as he's seen 3 go at the other end. Just managed to work it around. Occasional flourish from him. He's out there in the... Well, it's the last ball of the 6th over, the fall of the Cracknell wicket as now Simpson turns it on. Down the ground he comes and thumps that back over the bowler's head. Moves into the 30s. He's on to 32. Middlesex 133 for 4. Mulder putting it up there, and Simpson with that strong bottom hand of his giving it the treatment.
Thumping shot.
That's Simpson's 4th 4. Of which Robson also has 4 as well. Didn't mention from his statistic. 50 from 58 deliveries for Robson, 4 4s. And Simpson moves to 32 from 43 deliveries. That's his 4th 4, so a strike rate just slightly behind Robson's. Mulder's response is to drag the length back slightly. Simpson chops a single straight to cover, and Robson is safe.
Ooh, good running.
Very good running indeed, Sam Robson. Goodness me. I mean, they dropped it. He dropped it right under his nose, didn't he? Tip and run from Simpson. 134 for 4. Simpson comes down to have a chat with Robson. Safe enough? Yeah, it's fine. Only just. 134 for 4. Hard in the mouth moment for Middlesex followers. Robson on strike. Heartbeat got up slightly, heart rate got up slightly after that last one. He pushes a single out to deep cover and a gentle single is jogged through. Robson's on to 51, 135 for 4. Sun out at Grace Road. This is Testing Me Now. Don't You Want Me Baby was sung by...
I can tell you that as well. Many a dance I've had to that. Or had to that.
It wasn't Human League, was it?
Yes, it was.
Ah.
Yeah, it was.
This is a cracking
You see,
playlist, I've got to
it's
say.
my generation, this music, but you're too young for all this. Really.
Well, no, my siblings are 10 years older than me, so
okay,
as a
so
child,
you listen
yeah,
to a lot of
hearing
this
all
stuff.
I love
right,
the 80s.
okay.
Love the 80s.
Yeah.
Great era.
It was all right.
Well, things steadily declined, didn't they? 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, noughties.
Tom Scriven is dabbed away by Robson from just outside off stump. Down towards third man, takes one. I suppose every generation probably says that.
Well, I was going to finish that with the caveat that I'd say things are picking up again now. Pop music's not been too bad the last few years.
Okay.
Almost with a throwback to the 80s, real 80s influence, I think, in pop music of the last few years. The Weeknd, he could have been straight out of the 80s.
Around the wicket goes Scriven to John Simpson, who is bowled. Off stump is leaning back. Simpson, minimal foot movement, stands still for a moment, but looks down to see the off stump, just leaning quietly back. I think he was just trying to dab it away, possibly down to find third man being up on the edge of the circle. Important wicket for Leicestershire. They needed that one because Simpson and Robson were going very nicely indeed in putting together a very solid partnership for the fifth wicket. But Simpson, having made 33 of 45 balls, has to go.
Yeah, shame for Simpson personally, but for the side he's done a good job there, hasn't he? Because they were in trouble. At 4 down, 70 for 4 when Higgins departed. They really did need things to start coming together. And that partnership has given Middlesex a chance of that. Now we're into the final 20 overs of the innings. 5 down. They still need to be careful because, again, one turns into 2 now. All of a sudden it's back to problematic times once more. But here comes Martin Anderson, his maiden century in professional cricket for the 26-year-old the other day.
So the partnership was worth 66. And it came in 12 overs, essentially. 5 and over.
Yeah, Robson's going at strike rate of 88, was it? I think we said 52 from 60. Well, this man Anderson, as I say, came in the other day and really let rip from the off. It was an extraordinary start to the innings. Whether they do the same again now, he's coming in one position lower than he did against Nottinghamshire, but different match situation.
So was that his 100? That's the century that he made?
Yes, he'd made 7 first-class 50s. He'd never made a List A 50. He's not made a T20 50. And his maiden century came in List A cricket.
4 innings, 116 runs, including a best of 100. Scriven is in, bowls to him. He's turning him down towards deep backward square. It is just the one, though, as Evans gets to the ball reasonably quickly.
Indeed, in his List A debut, where he eventually brought up not only a 50, but his maiden century in professional cricket. His List A debut at Worcestershire, 38 off 11 deliveries. And at that point, like, wow. So Middlesex, well, he's taken his wickets in first-class cricket at 30, which as an all-rounder is pretty decent.
Scriven is in to Robson, who is driving, slightly cross-batted, out into the offside. The sweeper is quickly to the ball, so it is just the single. 26-year-old Martin Anderson, 2 S's. But he's a Berkshire product, like several of his teammates.
He is, with a Swedish influence, as you'll tell from the name, his father. Martin Christoph Anderson.
Scriven is in and bowls. Martin Christoph Anderson defends out towards mid-on. Splendid now.
Yeah, he's been around for a while now. Indeed, his debut came, he was on loan at Derbyshire, and he was playing a game at Northamptonshire. Middlesex recalled him on the morning of the match. He had to race down the M1, so much so that he ended up, well, I say so much so, I don't know if it was his fault, but there was a prang on the M1 on the morning of his debut for Middlesex.
Scriven is in. Anderson back foot this time, looking to force into the offside. It's a bit too straight, so he blocks it out towards Hill at mid-off. Applause for Scriven, a successful over for him. 5 overs, 1 for 23 for him, 138 for 5 off 29. They've still just used the just the 5 bowlers, and it's always a bit risky, isn't it? But, oh, updates time. It would appear for BBC Radio Leicester. Yes, let's talk cricket. Mulder is in. Work to mid-wicket by Rob. Oh, through mid-wicket. 2 runs taken. Foxes are doing pretty well. They've just taken the 5th wicket of the Middlesex innings. Leicestershire won the toss, chose to bowl first, reduced Middlesex to 70 for 4, but a partnership of 66 for the 5th wicket between John Simpson and Sam Robson has put Middlesex to some extent back on track. But Simpson has just gone, bowled by Tom Scriven for 33, an important breakthrough for the Foxes. They'll be looking to restrict Middlesex in their 47 overs. We've lost 3 from each side due to a slightly delayed start because of the rain. They'll be looking to restrict them to, I don't know, maybe about 230, 240, and with a strong batting lineup, look to chase that down. If they do chase it down, then they will have confirmed qualification for the knockout stages. So they're in a decent position at the moment with Middlesex 140 for 5. In goes Mulder. Robson getting himself into a rather strange position outside off stump there, works it out into the offside, and there is no run. 140 for 5 remains the score. Mulder is in from the pavilion end. Bowls short, ramped up down towards third man. It will bounce just short of third man. Nice shot, but almost hold out there. Sam Robson just leaning back, angled the bat. In the air it flew down towards third man. Josh Holt running in, couldn't get there in time. Just a single to Robson, moves on to 56. 141 for 5. In goes Mulder. Bowls. Ball for leg before as Anderson went chasing down the wicket. Tried to swing the ball onto the leg side, but he was a long way down the wicket. And although it might have been straight, very difficult for Simon Widdop to give that one, and he didn't. Poor old Mulder, hands on knees. But again, Widdop explains to Lewis Hill why he didn't give it. At least you know, in those circumstances. Mulder in again to Anderson, who again is an appeal for a leg before as he dances down the stumps, tries to work it into the leg side, hits the pad, bounces out into the leg side. Kimber feels 3 off the over. The 30th of the Middlesex innings, 141 for 5, and as Kevin has been saying, Anderson looks like he's been not necessarily sent out to go big from the start, but is going to try and go big from the start, whatever the circumstances. So it could be an entertaining final 17 overs with Middlesex 141 now for 5 off 30. Sounds vaguely late 80s, that tune. Scriven from the Bennett end is in. Robson is driving wristily out towards Sam Evans, sweeping on the offside boundary, taking 1. Robson on to 57. 142 for 5. stretching again. Out there, still no spin as Scriven is in. Robson makes room and he's caught behind. Went to try and work it away on the offside, but say he was getting a little bit angsty. In fact, it's Anderson, I beg your pardon, who was facing on that occasion, trying to work it out onto the offside. Swung and it always looked a little bit ugly. Anderson, faint edge taken by Hanscom, and his former Middlesex teammate has to turn and head back gloomily to the pavilion. So, 2 wickets in fairly short order for Tom Scriven. Bowled John Simpson for 33, and now he's had Martin Anderson caught behind for 1. And Middlesex 142 for 6. They were looking much more comfortable at 136 for 4, more capable of getting a testing score. Up against it now, Robson, 57 off 66. The constant and holding the key. And Luke Holman can hit the ball a long way and is a very capable batsman from what we've seen of him here at Grace Road, that's for sure. Big leg spinning all-rounder. Broad shoulders. Wanders across to talk to Sam Robson, who's been getting a drink and a towel off, courtesy of the Middlesex 12th man, as Anderson made his way back to the pavilion. Four innings for Holman in the competition so far. 85 runs with a best of 35, averaging 28. In as much as averages are worth anything, as I've been saying. Strike rate of over 100 though, 102, so doesn't tend to die wandering, Luke Holman. Dances to and fro to get his feet moving. Scriven, 2 for 24 now. Sitting on fairly decent figures. He's ready to go. Holman isn't quite ready for him. He is now. Scriven comes in and bowls. Holman drives and misses, and it bounces off Hanscom gloves. I'm pretty sure that's a bite. And picked up by Wright down at fine third man. And indeed, it is signalled. Well, that was an extraordinary attempt to, well, basically smash it back over Scriven's head. His first ball by Holman. 2 byes. Kevin back alongside.
Did they come to you in the end?
They did actually, but when you left, they had already, but they'd left their feed on, you see.
See.
As it sometimes happens, as you know, Holman is forward to that fuller delivery from Scriven, guiding it a little bit more circumspectly down towards backward point, stopped by Budinger, and there's no run.
My apologies, I misunderstood. I thought you were still waiting.
No, but as sometimes happens with the sports bulletins, it just takes a while to be switched off the feed.
I should have made you a cup of tea in that time.
It's all right now. It's I'm in good shape here. I'll finish this over and then we'll get you back on, and you can tell us about the Anderson dismissal, which you sort of predicted. In goes Scriven and bowls. Holman a little bit squared up, thick outside part of the bat. I think he was looking to push that fairly straight, and runs out into the gap in the covers. 1 is taken. Holman is off the mark. 145 for 6.
Yeah, but like I say, that Middlesex will know they're not on course for a match-winning total at the moment. Whether the net run rate thing factors in at this stage, I don't know.
Scriven is in. Robson is looking to dab it down. Did he get anything on it? Did it just come off the gloves? He did get something on it very late. Dabbed it down towards third man. Takes 1. Keeps the strike, which is possibly as well. End of the over. 146 for 6. Robson on to 58. Holman has 1, and Toto's Africa. We must be into the mid-8. Is that mid-8?
Oh, is that what it is? I wouldn't be able to name this one.
Africa by Toto.
Yeah.
Big hit. Big hit.
I know this song, but I wouldn't be able to name it. It's one of those that you kind of... Yeah, I've heard of this one, but you wouldn't know.
They managed to get Kilimanjaro in at the end of a line, which talk about your piece of shoveling.
Yeah.
It does not scan, but it's there. 146 for 6 off 31.
Speaking of shoveling, here's Robson on strike.
Oh,
Shovels one into the onside. No, he's great, isn't he, Robson?
Doing a good job for his side at the moment.
Here's Josh Hull. And he is left arm over the wicket, he bowls, and beats the edge of Robson through to the keeper. Does he? They've gone up behind the stumps. Oh wait, now Robson didn't like it. Robson thinks he hit the ground. I think. I mean, Robson looks back. There, he walked off to square leg. Leicestershire thought they had him straight away, and he'd nicked through. That's a massive wicket. It's a massive moment in the match. You fancy? Robson's gone for 58, caught behind. Hull went up straight away. Hanscom grabbed at it. We have a look at the replay, but Middlesex are 146 for 7, and well, did he hit the ground? Did that make a noise? I mean, Robson didn't like it, but
he didn't hit it into the ground. It pitched a good bit before, but certainly his bat made contact with the ground. Whether the top edge made contact with the ball, Simon Widdop was convinced. Josh Hull's appeal was a bit half-hearted, wasn't it? Sort of.
Was it a celebrity appeal? Up. Did he go? Yeah. Did he then joil the?
He doesn't really do that. Oh, it could have been. It could have been. Yeah.
Was it kind of a one hand up and keep going, or?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Possibly. Well batted, though, Sam Robson.
Well, very well batted. 58 of 146 for 7, and Middlesex now are at the point where they need to be careful, but they do still have 2 batters out there. Josh Carey's opened in the Championship last year. Batter by trade, who's turned himself into a very good off-spinner, which has indeed knocked Luke Holman out of the Championship side at the moment.
Well, he's very much added another string to his bow then.
Very much so, yeah. He's really... I mean, Holman's an all-rounder. Yeah, his batting this year hasn't quite hit the heights it did last year. Bowling, so he's dropped out of one side, but... I went to the Aegeus for the Kookaburra match, and Dawson picked up 12 for De Carey's picked up 7, but Holman had Gubbins dropped when he was early in his spell. Gubbins went on to hit a century, and I think he was in the 60s at the time. You just wonder if that catch had been held. What does it do to confidence? What does it do to the innings at that point? What does it do for Holman? But De Carey's went on to take 7 and took Holman's place in the side. Here is Hull to De Carey's. He's left arm over, and the right-hander's right in behind that one, pushing back up the track, and there's no run. He's an attractive-looking batter. De Carey's, you'd imagine so, with the net training he'd have had as a youngster. Radlett lads, which is Middlesex's main outground now. Radlett local. Hull turning again. Bowls and forward goes. De Carey's driving out to deep cover and a single taken. Second ball to get him off the mark. 147 for 7. One of your former colleagues at the Times may well be tuning in right now to watch his innings. Tuning across the stream. Got a bit of work to do here. 15.3 overs to go, 3 wickets standing, 147 for 7. Hull to Holman, and Holman, just about got the bat around his front toe there. I thought he was going to miss that. I thought it was going to be bat into toe and screaming LBW appeal, but you'd have heard the wooden noise as the bat trapped down onto that. A rather ungainly clonk, or it was a bit more high-pitched than a clonk, wasn't it? But ungainly into the
Clink.
onside. Clink, yeah. More of a clink than a clonk. Here goes Hull. Hits the crease, bowls, and forward goes Holman. Oh, yes, no, and a misfield at point. Bollinger coming around, was it? Couldn't quite pick it up. Is it Bollinger? No.
Buddinge.
Bollinger. I was thinking I've got Clink on the mind now, haven't I?
Plays Champlain cricket
Clink,
sometimes. Yes, it was. That's his fielding position, point or just backward thereof. 147
for 7. Holman get him back in the end. But as I say, the misfielder, if he'd have picked it up first time, who knows. Here's Hull, bowls, a slow ball bouncer, and he nearly hit his own toe with that. And Holman rides it down to deep third for a single. End of the over, 37 gone. 147 for 7, and Robson caught Hanscom, bowled Hull for 58. Robson turned off towards square leg, heard the celebration, the appeal turned to a celebration, looked up at the standing umpire, somewhat in disbelief, but off he goes, looking to drive outside of the off stump, whether he trapped that bat down onto the ground, which offered a noise. He certainly didn't like it, whether it was a little edge. Either way he's out. That's what the scorebook says. And Middlesex have 2 recognised batters at the crease, but a lot to do.
Recognise this tune? This banging tune?
Oh yes, now. Cyndi Lauper?
No, you're in the sort of right area. Belinda Carlisle.
Yes. Okay.
Heaven is a place on earth.
That is when you're at Grace Road.
The sun is shining. In goes Scriven and bowls. Nicely turned off his legs by Luke Holman. There's a sweeper out on the leg side, but he's got a lot of work to do. Sam Evans running up the ropes there from sort of square to more or less deep mid-wicket, so Holman can pick up a couple and does. Moves on to 5, 153 for 7. First chant of Leicestershire, la la la, doesn't exactly echo across the Uptonsteel county ground, it being it having emanated from just a couple of voices. In goes Scriven and bowls. Holman on the back foot this time, forces into the offside, doesn't time it, but gets a run almost as a consequence really, because Budinger has to move diagonally forward onto the ball, 5 or 6 yards away. Holman moves on to a 151 for 7, brings De Keres on strike, 25 on his back, wanders forward, prods at the pitch. Waits with bat raise, just bobs at the knees as in goes Scriven, bowls to him. He looks to drive, isn't quite there to drive, so steers it out towards mid-off. Hill, who's in a very good mood, judging by his big smile and laugh as he gestures towards Louis Kimber in the covers. Dot ball. Scriven, his 7th over coming down, 2 for 29 he's taken. Bustles in and bowls. De Keres a little bit late on that one as it comes back towards him. A touch and playing off the back foot when he might have got forward. Dabs it down to Budinger, backward point. All a little bit hurried though. He's got Hanscom standing up behind the stumps. Hanscom heading back to Australia before long, required by Victoria. Scriven is in, bowls, dabbed again down into the offside by De Keres. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. It bounced rather than rolled towards sort of short third man, and as a consequence Budinger able to get across to his left to make the stop, and does. One ball to go in his 7th over for Tom Scriven, who's into double figures in terms of wickets taken in the competition himself now. Goes in and bowls. De Keres does work it down towards fine third man. In fact, so fine it's going to run down to the boundary for 4 before Rishi Patel can get there. So played it well and finely, and he got the reward of a boundary. He moves on to 5, 155 for 7 after 33, so 14 overs remain. And you sort of feel that if they are to get up to 230, 240, probably these two are the ones who are going to do it, or will have to do it for Middlesex.
So let's have a look at those scores elsewhere. We haven't done that for a while, have we? Let's see, what else is happening around the country? We here at Grace Road are the late kickoff. This Friday. So it's a good idea as far as I'm concerned. Gloucestershire 311 all out, 38 overs. Sussex 66 for 4 in the 12th. At Hove.
That is reduced to 38 overs, that game. Yep.
Hull's in. That's crunched away through the covers. And a chase on and a slide and a slip and a good piece of fielding out there. Was that, or have I misseen that? I thought
No.
he picked it up and threw it.
Well, he threw it, but it went straight up into the air for
really?
about 2 feet, dropped down behind him. He had to pick it up again there, Sam Evans. So they still took 2 anyway. They were going to, but it was one of those that. Yeah.
That's going to make a replay, isn't it?
That yeah, potentially. Let's have a look. See whether they pick that up. I don't know.
Sam Evans coming around out there. 157 for 7. Holman's on 7. And Hull is in to bowl to him. Holman steers into the onside, no run. Yes, Sussex 66 for 4 in the reduced match there. Look at that for a scorecard. Ward, LBW, Taylor for 27. Then Haynes 8, Allsop 5. Pajara not out 8. Ibrahim 6. Coles now not out 6. Single figures, but for 1, who's made 27 of the 67 for 4. Worcestershire against Derbyshire. Worcestershire 254 for 5 off 30 overs. Again, must be reduced. Derbyshire 43 without loss after 5. So there's a good score off 30. There's this ball short. Cut away by Holman. Just a single out to Evans at cover. 158 for 7. And Warwickshire versus Northampton still delayed. Match delayed. Northamptonshire won the toss and will field. I wonder what time that was. At Edgbaston, but still delayed.
How many has that been reduced to?
Well,
yeah,
indeed.
I was going to say.
What's the minimum? 10, isn't it, nowadays?
Yes, in this comp.
5 aside in a T20, 10 in this. One 5 8 for 7, and Hull to De Carey's bowls, and De Carey's dabs to backward point, no run.
Question: have Middlesex become part of the current penchant for bucket hats off the field?
Let me think them through. Oh, nice! Look at you.
Leicestershire have.
Look at you. Like it. Well done. You yeah. Put the mic back on.
Reversible, so you can have it for the.
Oh, look. Outstanding.
For this or T20.
Outstanding. Here's Hull bowls, and De Carey's carves a drive out to the deep cover for a single. He's on to 6 from 8. 159 for 7. Holman has 8, and 1 ball left to the 34th over of this reduced match, down to 47 aside.
Limited edition available now in the club shop, apparently. We took a few to. They took a few. Leicestershire took a few to the game at Kibworth, and we were sporting them. And the number of people who came up to asking if they could buy one was extraordinary.
Hull bowls. Holman, the left-hander, cuts to backward point, no run. Fielded on the bounce by Buddinger.
Feels he missed out there, didn't he? Holman crossing himself.
159 for 7. That's the end of the 34th. De Carey's will have strike on 6. Holman has 8. BBC Radio's Leicester and London together here at Grace Road. Richard Ray and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the commentary, and delighted to do so on a sunny East Midlands Friday evening. East Midlands?
Yes,
Midlands.
indeed.
You're happy with East Midlands?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, indeed. West Midlands starts somewhere at the other end of the M69.
Ooh. Isn't that
Coventry, Birmingham? No, it just stops at Coventry. It's short. Leicester City opened their season against Coventry City in a game christened the M69 Derby.
Ooh.
Don't know whether it had much of a ring to it.
It's not quite the Brian Clough Derby, is it?
It isn't quite Forest versus Derby, is it?
What's that road? The
52.
52.
Matt Salisbury, 6 overs, 2 for 22, is back on at the Bennett end, comes in and bowls to Josh De Carey. Slightly short outside off stump, crashed away out to the extra cover boundary. Evans dives away to his right, picks up and throws and saves 2. De Carey's moves on to 8, 161 for 7.
Only Cloughie could have managed both and been equally loved at both when all was said and done. Most you kind of manage one and then you go to the other and you're never forgiven by the other, are you? But in any given rivalry.
He was sort of sacked, wasn't he, by Derby, so
yes.
He wasn't blamed as such. In goes Simpson, in goes Salisbury and bowls, and De Carey this time turns him into the onside for 2 more because he's finding gaps nicely. Just De Carey's batting intelligently at the moment. Long chase round out there for Scriven. So 2 taken. De Gea is into double figures now. 10 at a runner ball. Twiddles the bat in his hand. Salisbury rolls his shoulders and bowls him. De Gea stumps absolutely demolished. Middle stump again for the second time from Salisbury is out of the ground. This time it's not quite as a good looking a pitch in that off stump is also leaning back. Leg stump standing up straight, but middle stump out of the ground, off stump leaning back, and Salisbury again making a big impact in the game when he comes on to bowl. 3 for 26 now for him. De Gea goals both for 10, and at Middlesex 163 for 8.
Yep, trouble now. And a job to do for Holman to somehow get Middlesex up to and over 200. You're in the game, 220, it gives you something to bowl at, doesn't it? Short of 200, and it shouldn't be any sort of problem whatsoever for Leicestershire. But table toppers for a reason. And Middlesex tails up after a win against the near rivals here, Nottinghamshire. But brought back down to earth by the Foxes, as Ethan Bamber walks out to bat with a job to do to support Holman here for, well, a good 10 overs. There's 12.3 remaining of the innings, of which really Bamber needs to block for 10. Let Holman dictate matters and see where they go in the final couple of overs if they can get that far. But that's all optimistic thinking at the moment. 2 wickets standing, 163 for 8 having put in Middlesex. Just that 50 really of Robson to speak of, a 50 stand with John Simpson, who did a good job for his side getting that 50 stand going. It was meant to be the foundation, wasn't it, which Middlesex price that didn't have. Hasn't proved to be so though.
3 for 26, as I say, for Salisbury now. He'll be eyeing that list day best. 1 more wicket needed to achieve it. 4 for 55. Former Durham and Essex seamer. Hill making him wait as they change the field for Ethan Bamber. They brought in a slip, Louis Kimber. They brought Scriven into fairly conventional mid-wicket. So it's a tight net around Bamber as Salisbury is in. Bowls to him. He's forward solidly enough on off stump, steering the ball out towards Budinger, and then holding up his bat to Holman. No, he shouts. Dot ball. Trees behind the electronic scoreboard just swaying slightly in the breeze. It was windy when I was out on my bike yesterday. Woo. Nice coming back though. Hard work going out. Heading east. Nice coming back. In goes Salisbury and bowls. Bamber again is forward, blocking the ball out into the covers. This time it's Mulder bouncing almost onto the ball, keeping Bamber down at the striker's end. Yes, says Budinger, let's go bang bang here, and if they do go bang bang, it'll be innings over. Still plenty of overs remaining to Middlesex. 12 after this ball. It is a lot of overs. Salisbury is in, bowls very straight, and Bamber is forward, working the ball. Back in defence, back up the pitch to Matt Salisbury, who gets, understandably enough, a warm round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful, having conceded 2 twos from the first 2 balls of the over, then bowled De Gea with the third and 3 dot balls to follow to Bamber. 163 for 8 after 35. Oh, updates. Time for BBC Radio Leicester. Might get it in between overs. might not.
Holman leans down. Do you want me to start?
By all means.
Hull to Holman. 8 from 12. And forward goes Holman, running this one away down to deep third for a couple. But they come. Well done. It's going to need some really clever batting and good running here, isn't it, this partnership? You won't have a lack of faith in Bamber, but work to do.
Here comes the update. They are indeed after a partnership of 66 for the 5th wicket between John Simpson and Sam Robson. The Foxes have picked up 1, 2, 3, 4 quick wickets. Simpson was bowled by Scriven for 33. Anderson was caught behind off Scriven for 1. Sam Robson was caught behind off the bowling of Josh Hull for 58. And just a few moments ago, Matt Salisbury picked up his 3rd wicket of the innings, bowling Josh De Keres for 10. 163 for 8. Now 166 for 8. They still have the best part of 12 overs left to bat here. Middlesex, if the Foxes can pick up the last 2 wickets quickly, they'll be in prime position to go on and win the game, and in so doing confirm qualification for the knockout stages. 166 for 8.
He will have Corshall as well, but you're 8 down. You're just 2 deliveries away from the end of an innings, aren't you? As his Hull in bowls, and Bamber has a little dabble. Through to the keeper it goes. It was a naughty little dabble, that one as well, from Bamber, wasn't it? Just followed it really. I was saying naughty little dabble. He is a number 10 batter, but
it's what Hull can do well. Actually, has shown he can do well in his short time in the first team. He usually picks up a couple of wickets towards the end of an innings as well. Whether it's his extra bounce or pace.
Here's Hull bowls, and this is run to backward points. 166 for 8. So 11.2 overs remaining, and well, in some ways it's a lot of deliveries to play with for Middlesex. There's a lot of runs to be had, but it's that wickets column. Hull, sun stretching out behind him to his left as he's in bowls, and that's driven nicely by Bamber for a single. 1 ball to come at the over as he pinches the strike. Can Holman allow Bamber as much of the strike as that they play it properly? Or does he take the single, 2nd ball of the over? Bamber's had 3 thereafter to take, taking a single his 3rd ball, 5th of the over. And then farm it with Corshall if it comes to that. Hull to Holman. Last ball of the 36th, he bowls a bouncer, and Holman looks to ride the bounce. Appeals from point and cover for a caught behind. Nothing from the bowler or from Hanscom. But then when Hanscom heard the appeals from cover, he then went up with the appeal as well. I don't think the bowler ever got involved. 167 for 8. Holman has 11, Bamber 1.
That was very curious, wasn't it? that cover and extra cover should both go leaping up. Whether he sort of brushed his chest or something, I don't know. I don't think so, but...
maybe just the angle of it, the way he was
Indeed.
tucked up by the bounce, which is a clever ball to get out of the over from Hull to keep Holman off strike and have Bamber on strike. But yeah, just tucked him up as he looked to uppercut at it, and you can imagine gloves and everything were nearby, so possibly as much as a response to the delivery.
So 11 overs remain in the innings. Leicestershire will be... Monkeys or Neil Diamond?
Yeah, I was about to say the Monkeys, and then I hesitated.
I think it's Neil Diamond who wrote the song, I believe, originally.
But the Monkeys made it good. Just wait and see what they do.
But it's not bad anyway. It goes Salisbury, bowls, and Bamber on the back foot, turns it out towards mid-on, sees that it's Chris Wright at mid-on, and very cleverly calls for the single and makes it comfortably.
You'd probably be able to do things like that with AI soon, wouldn't you? Get the Monkeys to do a cover of Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Who would you have?
What,
if you get AI to go back and do anything? Could AI
cover
write,
versions?
Well, I don't know. Potentially, could AI write do a new John Lennon song. Yeah, if this is what Lennon did, put it all into the computer. Write a new John Lennon song for us. Can you imagine?
Very good. Can you imagine? Was that deliberate?
Of course it was.
Of course it was. Salisbury's into Holman, who's playing slightly in front of his pad as he walks forward into the defensive push out into the offside. Mulder is the fielder. Shadows from the trees on the between popular seats, the Uptonsteel stand and the nets begin to extend across the field. Noticed that swimming training yesterday, which is between 8 and 9 in the pools, obviously got in and it was sunny. Got out, it was dark. It was dark, and you think, oh no. Salisbury is in. Holman is clipping it nicely off middle and leg down towards deep square. Evans is the sweeper out there. Comes in and throws on the bounce to Hanscom. One is taken. Holman prepared to do that off the third ball, so happy. Not necessarily happy, but at least prepared to give Bamber the strike. So it will be dark by 9 if the game is still going then. I've been listening to BBC Radio Leicester, we've got snatches of the weather forecast suggesting might be a few showers later. Salisbury is in, bowls, Bamber drives, doesn't get to the pitch of it, but gets on top of the bounce, out towards extra cover it goes, going to have to hurry, but Holman does hurry and makes his ground well. Evans's throw to the non-striker's end wasn't the greatest, and Holman holds up his hand in approval. I think the thumb was up to Ethan Bamber. Bamber moves on to 4, 171 for 8. Two balls to go in Salisbury's 8th over. Bustles in and bowls. Bamber swings it out towards mid-on. He goes for the run. The throw hits and knocks out middle stump, but Bamber had dived in. Leicester are hitting the stumps today. Good work by Hill, but Middlesex are running very, very well.
Agricultural, that from Bamber, wasn't it?
It was a little bit number 10-y, wasn't it? But hey, he got a run out of it. And he made his ground, so good. Yeah, shot and run and the judgment, everything was a little bit tail ender, but he got there.
Now that one was more a clonk than a clink.
It was definitely. It was definitely.
Holman with the clinks and Bamber with the clonks.
But taking it off the 5th ball was an interesting one.
The clinks and the clonks, they'd have been more the 60s than the 80s, wouldn't they?
Almost the kinks, and right, they spanned the decades. The kinks, 60s, 70s, and indeed
London
80s.
Calling?
No, that was the jam. In goes Salisbury, bowls, fullish outside off stump, steered rather stylishly by Luke Holman out towards point. Waterloo Sunset, you may be thinking of.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
London Band, certainly. One taken, Holman keeps the strike.
Elton.
173 for 8 after 37.
We love a bit of Elton.
Who played here? Tom Jones. We had. Lords doesn't go for concerts, really, does it?
No, but they did put on Shakespeare once.
Yeah.
And it was Romeo and Juliet, and it was to the balcony, the dressing room.
Sadly, the one-day cup final will not be played at Lords.
I know.
Shocking. Trent Bridge.
At least it's a short day, short trip for you.
If we get there.
Round the wicket comes Mulder, his 9th over. So it's 2 to bowl 10, isn't it? And then 3 to bowl 9 is the maximum. So match reduced to 47 aside.
It doesn't look like anybody. They're just not going to go to spin at all. It'll be really interesting to see what happens when the likes of Holman has a bowl. See if there's anything in it for
carries,
him. Yeah. Because there might be a bit in it.
And
in fairness, there isn't usually at Grace Road.
Mulder to Bamber. Attempts to punch off the back foot, and as far as cover, and there's no run. Sam Robson. Did Angus ever have a bowl? Was he a bowler as well, Angus Robson?
I think he bowled a sort of leg spin, as I remember, but no, hardly no.
So same as Sam Robson then, a bit of leg spin, but no.
Yeah.
No, to be fair, Sam's leg spins kicked on, but the best thing, speaking of kicking on, was Robson's run-up for years. Extraordinary run-up he had as a leg spinner. Almost a medium pacer run-up as in comes Mulder, and this is punched out to deep point for a single by Bamber moves to 6, 175 for 8. But yeah, decent. A bit of part-time leg spin from Sam Robson. Now gets to go in the one-day cup. Speaking of interesting run-ups, Lotton for Nottinghamshire. Have you seen his run-up? It's a hop, skip and a jump, but not like Tamar Mills.
Tom Lowton, wasn't it?
Yeah. Mills has the hop, skip and jump and gets going, doesn't he? But he's mulled around the wicket balls and edged by Holman. Ball keeps a fraction low on him outside the off stump. It wasn't far off going underground, that one. Holman looks back at the surface. He just dropped the bat down on it and got the finest of little feathers through to the keeper, hung his head backward and off he walks. Hanscom with a good sharp catch, because that was low off the outside edge, off a ball that he was playing on the back foot. So lengthwise, he was feeling it was a bit shorter than that. And, well, it was a bit short to be going through that low is what I should be saying. But Hanscom hangs on, and Mulder has another 2 for 34 for him. Middlesex a 175 for 9.
Fourth catch for the former Middlesex skipper, who is... I've been very impressed with him, both with the bat and behind the stumps. He's a really unfussy keeper, but very effective. I can't think there was. I've seen him drop one down the leg side that he might have held. And that actually was in the defeat by Nottinghamshire in this competition, but otherwise he's been just quietly very effective, and he gives the side such balance, being a top class batsman as well as a very good keeper. So, well, they're going to do well now to get to 240. That looks a long way off, with the numbers 10 and 11 at the crease.
Yep. Over to Bamber. Corshall has dropped first ball at Chelmsford on his debut for Middlesex. And he and Bamber had a little partnership that Middlesex, well, they were left needing 5 to win at Chelmsford with these two out there, and Bamber got an edge down to deep third, nearly went for 4. Coming back for the second, he was run out. Corshall. First ball is Mulder. Checks the fields. Got an open stance. Bent to the hips. Forward he goes, and this one runs it down to deep third for a single. Almost nonchalant that from Corshall. 176 for 9.
Right, Gus has never bowled in first class cricket.
Did you just glitch?
Or indeed list day. So I must have only ever seen him bowling in the nets then. Leg spin.
Mulder to Bamber. One's come of the over. It's a bounce which Bamber top edges as he goes to hook and down to long leg. It's a single. Dies to the fielder. Maybe a short fine leg, might have been able to scramble forward. It went nowhere off the top edge of that. Oh, it's hit his helmet actually.
His helmet. It would
oh,
appear.
Here we go. Delay. Come and have a look. 177 for 9. Although to be fair, it was a fair old thud, wasn't it? Now that we know it was the helmet, it actually kind of went. Yeah, it didn't go fine off the helmet, so it wasn't a little glance. It really did thud, and up it went as though it were a top edge, and then quickly died back down. So 177 for 9. Bamber having a look at the helmet now as he takes it off. He'll have to have the concussion check. Just delay the end of this innings. 16 minutes past 5. There goes the physio, and cut-off is 31 minutes away for the remaining 9 overs to be bowled. But we'll have a delay here. There's a signal for power play 3 with this pause as well. Power play 3 being signalled. 177 for 9. Bamber 7 from 12. Corshall 1 from 1. And Bamber will keep the strike, having run that off his helmet.
Salisbury will be given the chance to achieve those list day career best figures from the Bennett end. 3 for 32 at the moment. His best 4 for 55. So if he can finish off this Middlesex innings.
Oh, concussion check complete.
Yeah,
quick.
All is well.
He's efficient, isn't he? Physio.
Did seem to be in pretty good shape, Ethan Bamber. 7 not out. He's got the strike.
You know, put on a pair of trousers that have been in the wash, you put your hands in your pocket, you think, oh no, I've left a tissue in there again. And you pull it out, it wasn't a tissue at all. Do you know what that was?
Looks, I would say, a muffin
No.
case.
Yeah, case, no.
No?
Well, it'd be a muffin case if it hadn't been through the wash, wouldn't it? That's what a muffin case would look like. It's a tea bag.
Okay.
Lemongrass and ginger.
In goes Salisbury and bowls. Bamber covers up on the back foot. Salisbury fields in his follow through. Is that why your trousers are brown now?
Yes, indeed. Hopefully.
Tea-coloured trousers.
I'll be in trouble with Phil Britt, but probably picked up at a hotel on the way out of the room. It's one of those ones that comes in a little packet for you.
Yeah.
And Phil Britt had a go at me for that the other day. Brought him a muffin from the hotel bar that morning. He said, "You stole that from the hotel breakfast bar."
Stole?
So Phil, I've just brought.
In goes Salisbury and bowls down the wicket and smashing it back almost straight through Salisbury. Bamber there. It went more or less head height, more or less straight back down the wicket. Salisbury obviously in his follow through had sort of fallen away to his left, so he didn't have to duck out of the way too much, but that was a defiant blow from Ethan Bamber. Went down the track and bang. Hit hard and straight and true, and as a consequence, Hill has to scramble round the advertising hoardings behind the black sight screen, finds the ball, returns it to Salisbury. Oh, that will have stung a bit for Matt Salisbury. Bamber bobs at the knees. Salisbury is in again to him, covers up, pushes out towards mid-wicket. Koshal is interested in a single. He is sent back. Mulder picks up, throws at the stumps, but unlike several of his teammates in this innings, he misses. And so we'll never know whether Koshal was back in his ground. I think he was. There wasn't any great excitement.
Well, also Bamber, I'm sure at this point, is thinking, no, I'm having the strike. 3 balls to go at the over. Thanks very much. Koshal keen to get down and get on strike and have some fun himself.
Salisbury is in short. Pulled and pulled very well indeed over short mid-wicket. Mulder just had to watch as it sailed over his head out to the mid-wicket boundary, and Bamber into double figures. Oh, sorry, past double figures. He's on to 15 now. He was on 11 with that previous 4. Now on to 15. 2 very effective blows from Mr. Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, 46 is highest score in first-class cricket, unbeaten against Surrey a few weeks back at Lords, a couple of months back now.
So no muck with the bat.
No, yeah, he's a decent technique, decent eye by the looks of it as well.
Salisbury is in to him, just dabbed out into the offside, towards point. Buttinger has a bit of ground to make up to the ball, so Bamber calls Koshal through for the single off the 5th ball of the over. Good batting, again by Ethan Bamber, 16 to him.
220 would be something to bowl at here, wouldn't it? 220, I think you're just at the regions where you think, oh, go on, you've got something to bowl at. 186 for 9. It's a long way away, though, isn't it?
It is against a strongish Leicestershire batting lineup that has been in form. Salisbury is in. Koshal is dealing with it off the back foot very wristily. Defends it out towards mid-wicket.
I was thinking about the single as well.
Yeah, fancied it, but Mulder, it went more or less straight to him, so dot. Ball 186 for 9 after 39.
No, I mean, it's a long way off in just 220, never mind defending it.
That can't be right. I've got 7 off. No. 6 plus 3 is 9. 9 off the over. 8 overs remain.
Well, this weather's glorious now. Quite the difference to when we pitched up at Grace Road today. Again, it wasn't quite the M1 conditions that we had driving up for this one, but here at the ground it was pretty grim to begin with. Covers fully on. This ball from Mulder's runaway fine by Bamber for 4. Fine of the deep third. He turns for the second, and there'll be a rueful thought in Bamber's mind. He had one that looked more like a 4 than that was going to at Chelmsford the other evening. You fancy this one, deep third might get around, so he ran the first one hard. Back he was coming. Oh, it's 4 runs. Chelmsford the other night, off the edge, he thought 4 all the way, and he's run out, coming back for the second. That's cricket for you. Always turns up a surprise or two, unexpected moment. 190 for 9, as Mulder bowls, and Bamber is going to get a leg by, down to long leg. So 4 to come of the over as Koshal comes to strike. 1 from 2 for him. Bamber remains on 20. Middlesex a 191 for 9 in the 40th.
Well, 15, 16, these two have added now for the last wicket. Could be vital runs. This Mulder's last over, 2 for 40 for Leicestershire, South Africa international all-rounder.
Mulder hits the crease, he bowls, and this is eased away just in front of point by Corshall again. They're thinking about a single that's not there. 199, sorry, 191 for 9. 3 to come of the over. Story telling itself at the moment out there at the moment. It's a waiting game. What's going to give? Corshall on strike. Middlesex be nervous with the number 11. Facing up as Mulder comes in, bowls, and Corshall again in behind this one. Pushes back, no run, 2 to come of the over. Who is Bamber most likely to go against? Not Mouldy, you'd fancy, so maybe that's why he's saying, well, you try and see off Mulder and I'll try and do something from the other end. Would that be fair?
Yeah, Hull has got a couple of an over, at least one over to bowl. Scriven.
Well, of course, this is Mulder's last, isn't it?
This is Mulder's last.
2 for 40 from 9.4.
Wright has a couple.
Mulder in. Oh, short one to the ribs of Corshall, who got his ribs out of the way of it, leaning backwards. The glove and bat went up, and he was almost thinking about an uppercut with it in the end, wasn't he? He dabs at it on its way through. It's a bit like the one that tucked up Holman a couple of overs ago. That led to that appeal from cover and extra cover. Or point and cover, I think it was. Mulder turning again. Last ball of his day is short, and this one is run. Down to deep third, and the single's rejected quite rightly by Bamber. Disappointedly, Corshall turns back to his crease. 1 from 6 for him. 191 for 9, and 40 overs bowled. There are 7 remaining of this Middlesex innings, but only 1 wicket standing. Bamber will have strike on 20.
Mulder finishes with 2 for 40 from 10. And Hill will turn to Tom Scriven. Matt Salisbury, having been slapped for that's not fair really, hit for 2 very impressive 4s by Ethan Bamber in his previous over. Has been ignominiously even removed from the attack. Scriven has 2 for 33 from 7. He'll get a chance to try and pick up 1 more wicket. Bamber 20 off 19. Has batted very well indeed so far and has power to add as Scriven over the wicket, of course, to the right-hander. Bamber is bowled, went dancing down the wicket, off stump is out of the ground. He sort of backed away slightly, danced down the wicket on the leg side, trying to carve it away on the offside. Scriven hit the off stump, and Middlesex are all out for 191 off 40.1 overs. They have left 6 overs and 5 balls out there, Kev.
Well, not too dissimilar to the run-out shot at Chelmsford, which I'm sure many will have seen. That final moment of that match was extraordinary, finishing at such a high-scoring game. Plenty of wickets both sides. Bamber gave a little bit of room while he charged down the track. Got a fine edge on that occasion. Got nothing on this and off stump. Knocks back 191 all out. Yeah, massively disappointing for Middlesex. That Robson's 50. A couple of little cameos otherwise. 1 partnership of 50 to speak of in the entire innings, Simpson with Robson. And Middlesex should be well short. And goodness me, if any sort of rain did come in and reduce this even further from a chase of 191 off 47, then it should happen at a canter for the Foxes. But they'll be looking to make it 6 from 7. Middlesex looking to go 2 from 2 in their last couple of games and try and end on a high. Well, it's all over to the bowlers now, and as I say, Middlesex's strength in this position. In this competition, probably with the bat.
Indeed. I'll do my 5:30 update, and then we'll go and get some, used to be in Yorkshire, call it tea.
Tea.
Something to eat downstairs.
Chip butty, I think.
In the Charles Palmer restaurant. What do you call it in Middlesex? Your supper, perhaps? Early supper?
Supper I always think of as late. Late supper. Tea, no,
get us tea.
Have your dinner.
But I'll do my update first, otherwise we'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about. I think they'll take a few minutes off for the. Actually, they might not because of the 6 overs. They're okay time-wise now, aren't they? In those terms, so we might have the full half hour. But either way, we'll be back with you for the start of the Leicestershire reply. Well, welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Metro Bank one-day cup game, group game between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Leicestershire about to start their reply to Middlesex's 191 all-out, made off 40.1 overs. So 6.5 overs or 41 deliveries not used by the visitors in the game. The match was reduced to a 47 over game by just a little bit of extra rain at the start. It was almost ready to go on time, had to be delayed by half an hour, so 3 overs off for each side. Leicestershire needing to win to confirm qualification for the knockout stages of the competition. Rishi Patel will be on strike. Ethan Bamber is going to open the bowling for the visitors from the Bennett end. Scampers down the slope, bowls outside off stump, swings through, taken almost on the bounce by John Simpson, standing well back from the stumps, and it is a dot ball. At the moment, we have a fine evening on our hands. I can see sort of a bit of a bank of dark cloud away to the west, which tends to be where the weather comes from here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Currently over the West Midlands. Bamber is in. Patel is glancing into the leg side, down towards short fine leg, but there is a short fine leg in the presence of Ishan Kaushal, and so there is no run. Rishi Patel in this competition, 250 runs exactly at 41. Strike rate of over 100, as most of the Leicestershire batsmen have. As Bamber is in, Patel is solidly forward, just blocking the ball out into the off side. Running across to his left in the covers is the skipper, Mark Stoneman. Just the one slip at the moment for Bamber. Sam Robson there alongside John Simpson. And the men out at square leg and third man as Bamber is in. Patel is driving and missing, ball bounces and leaves him outside off stump, taken by Simpson. Just took half a step down the track, as several of the Middlesex batsmen did during the visitors' innings. Not always to great effect from their point of view. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester in a few minutes' time. As Bamber is in, Patel is forward. It's a good over so far from Ethan Bamber. 5 dot balls to start with. Mark Stoneman hit the first ball of the Middlesex innings for 6, just lofted Chris Wright, helped the in-swinger over deep square and into the seats, the orange seats alongside the meat. The meat being the long-standing, well, one of the long-standing facilities here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. As in goes Bamber and bowls, and it won't be a maiden to start with because Patel just leans forward and turns it square on the onside. Kaushal has to run around from that short fine leg towards backward square on the edge of the circle, gets there before the sweeper. Joe Cracknell can run in and pick it up. Patel takes one, and that is the first over completed. 1 without loss. The Foxes needing just 192 to win the game. You would have to say, given their batting record in the competition so far, that they are the favourites to go on and get those runs, and that Middlesex need early wickets. Well, Ishan Kaushal is going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. Here comes the update. Third man and square leg once again, the outfielders. Kaushal, number 22 on his back, turns runs in past umpire Widdop and bowls full outside off stump. Carved away off a top edge rather by Rishi Patel. He's going to pick up 4. Third man got there, but then sort of dived over the ball there, Bamber, and Rishi Patel picks up a boundary. It was wide, and he did throw his hands at it. Top edge, skied it a little bit out towards wide third man. Bamber sprinting round, got there, but sort of seemed to fall over the line of the ball, and so Patel moves on to 5. Here comes the update. Kaushal is in. Bowls very far down the leg side. That will be 4 wides. Got that wrong. Well, the Foxes need only 192 to win the game, and in so doing, confirm qualification for the knockout stages. Beautiful bowling during the Middlesex innings from Tom Scriven, who took 3 for 33. Josh Hull, 2 for 28, giving him 14 wickets in the competition, the 18-year-old now. And Matt Salisbury and Vian Mulder picked up the other 5 wickets. Between them, Rishi Patel has already hit a 4 in Leicestershire's reply, which is just 1 over and 1 ball old, but they are already the Foxes 10 without loss, needing 192 to win. And that one from Kaushal, bit inside edgy from Patel as he went forward to that one, squirting it out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run, and Kevin is back alongside. Greetings.
You did well. Up and down those stairs, dinner eaten. Tight 30-minute turnaround that was. Thank you for getting the first couple of overs in.
No problem at all. Kaushal is in and bowls. Line and length delivery. Forward went Patel, just stroking the ball out to mid-off, and there is no run. You managed to get your lasagna, or whatever.
Was beautiful, wasn't it?
What did you go
wedges,
for?
Lasagna and
sweet potato wedges. Bit of salad, no doubt.
I did. I had some coleslaw to balance it out. Yeah, I love coleslaw. Can't get enough of it. Nice homemade ones. Felt healthy because it was homemade down there. Not too much on the mayo.
Kaushal is charging in very straight. Bowls outside off stump. Driven away on the front foot by Rishi Patel to the extra cover boundary 4-4. Wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, but trusts the pitch in terms of the bounce and hit through the line of the ball. Crashed it away to the extra cover boundary for 4.
I'll owe you a cup of coffee in your next update. Coffee or tea at this time of day?
Well, we are going to be taken live. Our commentary is going to be taken live by BBC Radio Leicester from, I'm told, about something like 6:35, something like that, until 7 o'clock.
Who did you hold to ransom?
No, they like their cricket. BBC Radio Leicester, as you know, from many years of half-hourly updates. Kaushal is in again to Patel, straightens his line up this time, and Patel is respectful, blocking it back down the pitch towards the Middlesex seamer.
We did a multicast, didn't we? Not a multicast, what do you call it? A unicast? We went to BBC Radio London, 5 Live Sports Extra, and BBC Radio Leicester. Do you remember there was an end here to that game? What was it? Chase in. Oh, would it have been the Hanscom game in 21? It might have been. Hanscom was skipper in Middlesex here. It went right down to the wire, and we were everywhere, you and I.
We were the last match standing. Kaushal is in, and it's driven for 4. It was very straight, but it was full enough for Rishi Patel, who's in the form of his career, basically, this season, to punch it back past head height. The umpire, Simon Widdop, was very cool there, just sort of leant out of the way. There was nothing dramatic. I can think of 1 or 2 umpires who would have flung themselves one side or the other, would have hit the floor there. Widdop didn't do so, just leant to one side, the Yorkshireman. And Patel, who has faced every delivery so far, has moved on to 13, and Leicestershire, after 2 overs, are 18 without loss, 17 off that Kaushal over.
Well, we had that run of games here, didn't we? There was Hilton Cartwright. Remember, he was bowled, but the bails didn't come off, and he went on to hit 99, didn't he? Having been bowled with the bails not coming off.
You have an immense memory. I'm so impressed. But
well, thank you. I've been doing it too long, haven't I? I need to get a proper job. And then we had the record chase where we were going through all of the years of the 1980s. There was this and that chased and everything else. I don't think we were last one standing. I've had to sit back in the commentary box again. It's too hot still on my side of the sun. I think it's just gone around the right side of the.
It's got a bit cooler now.
Here goes Bamber around the wickets from the Bennett end. He bowls and forward goes Buddinger, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. They'll be hoping to pop the champagne corks afterwards. Clink, clink. Bollinger, as I managed to call him in the first innings. Doug Bollinger, he plays for Essex.
We played for Worcester for a long time, didn't he? Doug the Rug, do you remember? Because he suddenly sprouted a wig.
He did an Antonio Conte, did he? Here goes Bamber bowls, and this is punched into the offside by Bollinger, no run.
What are you telling me? Conte is a wig man.
You must have seen the before and after. Was it? Yeah, it was Conte, wasn't it? And who was the other one?
Really?
Yeah. Antonio Conte, and who was the one at Atletico Madrid, South American manager?
Simeone.
Yeah. Simeone before and after is brilliant as well. It's that fella in Turkey. You must have heard about this.
Oh, was that? Are they? Are we talking implants rather than wig? Oh, Doug got a wig.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Here's Bamber bowls, and this ball's clipped out to deep mid wicket for a single. 19 without loss.
No, Doug was.
How long ago was that?
We're talking 15 years ago now, but Doug was obviously Australia. He played Test matches for Australia. Left arm quick, and he was bald, and then
he wasn't.
Appeared with a. He was absolutely unashamed about it. He was, yeah.
And when he wore a hat, was it glued to the hat rather than his head? So you put it.
I never really dared ask him. You never quite know with people.
Didn't know they were a thing anymore, wigs.
I think Doug may have had the last.
Bamber bowls to Patel, and 40 goes. There's no run. 19 without loss.
Yeah, Doug the Rug. As the Aussies immediately christened him.
That's beautiful. I love it. That's another scorecard I'm going to have to look up now. The run of close finishes that we had here, and then the last one. I'm trying to think, was it the last game in charge for Hanscom now? Because I remember doing the interview at the end of it, and then I think he was off for Australia A, and I'm not sure he ever came back. Australia A gave him a call up. As here's Bamber bowls, big appeal, and not out as a forward defence from Patel. Ricochets, back pad maybe together.
I wasn't sure whether I thought he might be outside the line, but hard to tell. I'd have to see a replay. There was nothing from the wicketkeeper, was there? That John Simpson.
No.
Didn't go up. Doesn't look like we're going to get a replay.
Bamber's past the umpire. He bowls and forward goes Patel, looking to drive through to the gloves of Simpson. A bit of seam movement still for Bamber.
Oh, that was beauty.
Yeah.
He nipped away.
He's a really good bowler, Ethan Bamber.
Yeah. I was.
If they don't play La Bamba in their 80s classics now as well, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yes, at Merchant Taylor's, he was very impressive in that win. Was that 2 years ago or 1 year ago? Because I wanted to call it the Karloff end, but apparently Karloff went to school at Merchant Taylor's when it was in the city.
Yes. Yeah.
So it didn't count. Yeah. So it didn't. So he'd never played cricket on that site.
Oh.
Alas.
That was the Eskenazi one where he got wheelbarrowed out for the second innings, wasn't it? And he injured his hamstring in the first innings, and then he came out and batted on one leg for the second innings for 60 odd.
Well, Koshal has been taken off after 1 over, and Ryan Higgins is replacing him, goes in and bowls to Sol Budinger on the back of his maiden list day century last time out against Essex. Budinger just leans forward and turns the delivery as it swung in calmly out into the leg side. Sweeper comes in off the ropes. Joe Cracknell and fields. Budinger takes 1. 20 without loss, Leicestershire. That's a bit tough on Ishan Koshal, off after 1 over, but haven't got too many runs to play with in Middlesex, so an immediate change. Higgins bustles in and bowls a little bit short. Patel leaning forward nonetheless, out into the offside. He drives the ball, but only as far as mid-off. No run. Rishi Patel, 4 centuries in the county championship, 1 in T20 and 1 in list day cricket. The first Leicestershire player ever to score a century in all 3 formats in the same season. Waits with bat raised as Higgins is in to him, bowls straight, pushes the ball back down the wicket to the Zimbabwean, does Patel. I just got the impression during our tea interval There was a certain sort of, I don't mean they're not in any way not trying, but there's a sort of sense of maybe resignation almost. In goes Higgins and bowls. Patel lofts him high over mid-wicket. Beautiful pick-up, absolutely trademark shot by Rishi Patel, and it's gone the distance. Bounces over the ropes and into the green seats in front of the meet. Beautiful pick-up from Rishi Patel. All grace, timing and power. He moves on to 19 of 18 balls.
Did we see another 6 in the Middlesex innings after the Stoneman first ball one? First ball of the innings? I don't think we did we?
I don't think so.
Simpson came close, I think. He got a nice one away, didn't he? Higgins tried.
He's in now and bowling to Patel, who's driving in for 4 through point on this occasion. They're going to try and take full advantage of the power play, the Foxes, Rishi Patel in particular. Moves on to 23 now, 30 without loss, and we are not yet up to 4 overs bowled. These two have given Leicestershire in this competition some pretty fast starts, notably at Old Trafford. I think 100 odd off 10, as I recall. I'll go back and check my notes about that. Higgins is in again to Patel, who is leaning forward, driving. He's got it through as well. Didn't really put any weight into the shot, just steering it away. Should settle for one. Ooh, just slipped a little bit there, the field, as he goes back. Cracknell to pick it up, but does so. They were 100 up off 12.4 overs, Leicestershire against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Buttinger 50 off 32 on that occasion.
Hello to Mr. Jeff Peters, who says, incredible knowledge, history on the Leicestershire Middlesex commentaries. Come on, you Foxes. I could hear from you, Jeff. Big Leicester City fan. I was a big Leicester fan, basically. Here is Bamber to Patel. Forward he goes, pushing away into the offside, and there's no run. 31 for no wicket as we begin the 4th. I was turning to Twitter because I think this is one for Andrew Sampson. Dear Andrew Sampson, is this the first time in a cricket innings, completed cricket innings, that the first ball went for 6 and there was no 6 thereafter?
That's Have you got nothing better to do, Andrew?
Here goes Bamber, he's in bowls, and forward goes Patel, pushing back into the offside, and there's no run. David Kendicks, who's head of the Association of Cricket Scorers and Statisticians as well. I'll have him Middlesex Treasurer also. ICC honcho. Henchman, some say. I'll consult my statistical folk. I don't be too many instances, surely. Here's Bamber in bowls and push back up to mid-on, and there's no run. Let's say completed innings, or innings where the side were all out. First ball went for 6, but there wasn't another 6 thereafter.
It's extraordinary. Bamber 2.3 overs for 2 runs. At the other end, 29 runs in two overs.
Yeah, metronome. He's a fabulous bowler, Ethan Bamber, and he's in now, bowling just full of length, pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. And I think a mark of his accuracy is at the speed with which he bowls, Simpson is able to stand up, because he can rely on Bamber. Simpson can trust the bowler to keep hitting the gloves, keep hitting that line and length. That's not to downplay Simpson's role in standing up, but against a bowler of Bamber's pace, he's not express pace, but nonetheless, to stand up to him, a big part of it would be the reliance on Bamber's consistency. Patel's 24 from 24, and Bamber bowls to him now, clipped uppishly into the onside. There's no square leg in place. There is a deep square, it has a fumble, and as a result, Patel has 2. And Bamber has now conceded, was it 1 or 2? They've only put 1 up.
2.
They put 1 to the board,
yeah,
haven't they?
They're going to have to change it. There you go.
So Bamber has now conceded 4 off 2.5 rather than what should have only been 3 off 2.5.
Cracknell examines his studs as though it's... I don't think he slipped. He has slipped once.
That old chestnut.
Mm.
Bamber's past the umpire. He bowls and forward goes Patel defending. There's no run. So, dear Andrew Sampson, is there another instance of the first ball of an innings going for 6? That was the end of the over. Strad 33 without loss after 5. Patel 26 and Budinger will have strike on 2. But with the side bowled out thereafter, not another ball went for 6. It's a fair way of phrasing it, isn't it?
It is. Budinger has faced just the 4 balls for his 2 runs. I think he's. It's fair to say he's been the star of the show with the bat for Leicestershire in this. Well, actually, down the leg side, that could be a wide from Ryan Higgins. Tried to swing it away, didn't get anything on it. Budinger tried to help it on its way down to wide long leg for 4. 34 without loss. After 5, effectively, that was the first ball of the 6th over. Have to be bowled again. Keeping the slip in is Stoneman. Higgins is in. Budinger slaps it into the offside. Good half stop really there, because that was travelling like an absolute bullet. Ran about 20 yards behind. I think it's Holman there who raises his eyes to the heavens, but he hasn't really anything much to reproach himself with there, Luke Holman, because he did very well to get to anything on it at all. The big fella, he saved 2 runs rather than gave away a couple of runs. Budinger on 2 for 36 without loss. That's it. Budinger in this competition for Leicestershire this season. I'll go through his run of scores in a moment. As in goes Higgins, bowls to him, he hits it high and straight in our direction for another huge 6 that bounces up almost onto the balcony. Well, there's a bench of Middlesex 12th men, and they all sort of scattered then. I thought one of them might actually put their hands up to try and catch it. In fact, it was well over them. Fernandez down there, Luita down there as well, but nobody went for it. White too. But that was a beautiful straight hit from a man who is very much in form. Budinger in this comp, 33 off 22. That was at the start at Surrey, 67 off 47 at Kent, 24 off 20 against Nottinghamshire, 81 off 61 against Lancashire, 58 off 45 against Hampshire. Higgins is in, bowls to him. He's turning him to mid-wicket, but straight to mid-wicket. And then 102 off 74 against Essex. And as a consequence, 365 runs at 60. Genuine as well, average, that 66 innings to him. Colin Ackerman is actually averaging 97 because he has an unbeaten 100 and an unbeaten 89, but Budinger definitely has been the breakthrough man. In goes Higgins. He tries to swing it down the leg side. He's bowling in swingers, Higgins, from around the wicket, and Budinger went down on one knee, didn't get anything on it, hit the pad, trickles towards short fine leg. The leg bite is taken, 42 without loss. Leicestershire after 5.4. Now, just during the interview, I just got the impression Middlesex was the Middlesex table. It was quite jovial as Higgins goes in and bowls to Patel, as if they realised, I think, that with not being able to put up a big and quick total, their chances had sort of gone really of staying in the competition, because it's not just points, it's run rate as well.
Yeah, exactly. It was a long shot coming here today, the competition, really, wasn't it?
It was, very much so, yeah.
Those final 3 games, or Vuvuzela?
Sounded worryingly like it, but we haven't heard it hardly at all this season. In goes Higgins, bowls, and Patel is careful in defence, plays it back down the pitch towards his opening part. It bounces off Budinger's heel out into the offside. End of the 6th over, Leicestershire off.
Colin Ackerman got 80 in the Leicestershire second innings, and they were set 275 to win. They were all out for 194, but they were, at one stage, 14 for 3. Wait, have I got that the right way around? 13 for 4, sorry. 13 for 4. 13 for 3 and then 13 for 4. Enter Ackerman, they were 35 for 5, 69 for 6, 70 for 7 and so on, through to 194 all out, but Ackerman doing something as here's Bamber in, bowls trying to do something for Middlesex, and little shoulder barge between Bamber and Patel. as they come through for the single. Nothing too untoward, though. They all kind of settled. I think Bamber kind of went and thought, oh, this is going to be it, and then he realised there's no point. Just let it go, didn't he?
You'd back Patel in those circumstances. He's a big, broad-shouldered man, Rishi.
Well, he's beefed up a little bit, our Ethan.
Yeah, Ethan's. It's just height, isn't it? He was up against Patel's shoulder there.
Oh, we've got a sixes one from Andrew Cornish, the Middlesex chief executive. Enjoying listening and watching, even if it's not going well. On the sixes theme, here's a good one. Here's that Bamber, he's in. Bowls. Oh, this is edged down to deep third. Thick edge, just the single as a slip in place. That's Robson, 45 for no wicket. Somerset versus Yorkshire. Renshaw off the mark with a 6. To his 50 with a 6 and to his 100 with a 6, all before lunch. Straskothic at the other end said he'd never seen an innings like it.
Buddinger's hit 15 maximums in this, well, 16 now in the competition so far this season.
Here's Bamber. Oh, lifted down the ground. Four, just short.
Yeah.
Nice shot over mid-on.
He's hit 15, well, 16 sixes and 44 fours now, Sol Budinger. And his strike rate is 135. And he's now 379 runs to his name. That cloud over to the west just beginning to creep our way. Leicestershire making sure, I suspect, that they get 10 overs and are well ahead of Duckworth Lewis when they come.
Bamber's around the wicket, bowls and forward goes.
That's out.
Budinger, he's got to go for that, hasn't he? He is trapped in the crease. Simpson standing up, keeping him in the crease, pushing forward, but missing a straight one. 49 for 1 is the score in the 7th over. And a little bit of luck for Middlesex turning in this over.
Absolutely plumb, wasn't it? Yeah. Swung in, stayed low, hit him in front of middle, and Budinger has to go for 14 off 11. Well, they're still well ahead in terms of the DLS Leicestershire. That changes things. They should be on 26 for 1. They're now 49 for 1. And normally it would be Lewis Hill coming out to bat now. Let us see who it is. It is indeed the skipper. Lewis Hill comes out to replace Sol Budinger.
Back to cheering up Leicestershire fans. So that match in 2021, in Group 2 of what was the Bob Willis then, wasn't it? Leicestershire won by 5 wickets, scoring a record 378 for 5. That was Ackerman again, wasn't it? Who the following year, that having been bowled out for 136 in the first innings. 4 wickets for Martin Anderson in that one.
We will miss Ackers, who is Durham bound at the end of the season.
Who doesn't go to Durham? How many times have we said that today?
Along with Callum Parkinson.
Yes. Colin Ackerman, 126 not out. Marcus Harris, 185. Paul Simpson bowled Walla Luita.
I miss Marcus.
378 for 5. Extraordinary chase that one was. Hill on strike. Bamber running in. Hill's first ball. 49 for 1. Bamber hits the crease. He bowls and forward goes Hill, pushing up to mid-on. No run. So yes, Middlesex scored 295 in the first inning. Simpson 95. Not out. Oof. Holman went 32 with him in that. But then he lost Helm 17, Bamber 4, Walla Luita 6. Left stranded shy of his century, but yeah, 295. Plays 136 in the first innings, then Leicestershire wins, scoring 378 for 5 in the second. Forward goes Hill, pushing away into the offside, there's no run. 2020, I'm going to say we didn't meet that year. You and I, Richard. That was the COVID season. So I reckon 2019 maybe, or maybe a bit earlier actually. The Hilton Cartwright bowled, but the bails didn't come off. I remember somebody saying, from a Leicestershire perspective, it was the hardest they'd ever seen the stumps, the stumps hit, but a bail not falling. 49 for 1 after 7. Wickets full. Was Buddington bowled LBW to Bamber for 14.
Higgins will continue from the pavilion end. 2 overs for 21. Patel, I suspect, will, during the power play, continue to go for his shots. 7 overs bowled, so run rate currently 7, rate required 3.6. That's not an issue. The weather might be that. Cloud continues to loom ever larger away to the west. Going to creep towards the sun now. The sun is still out, but it's a little bit milky as Higgins is in, elbows jutting and bowls. Nice and straight, little bit of shape to the delivery. Patel treats it with respect for defensive out into the offside, and there's no run.
Oh, here's one for you though. 28th of June 2020, Leicestershire versus Middlesex. Cancelled without a ball bowled. Match cancelled. That was obviously the COVID sub, wasn't it? So the scheduled fixture, because when you put it in, it still comes up as a scheduled fixture.
Higgins is in again, good line, good length, and again Patel is forward, head right over the ball as he blocks it out into the offside.
The interesting things you can do on a Friday night with a search engine.
Yes, well,
find that a fixture still is listed.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking in cricket sense, Richard.
Won't go there. Higgins is in. Dropped a little bit shorter this time. Played back past him firmly by Patel. There isn't a mid-on. It's a long on, so Patel can take the single as jogging in. Here's Jack Davies. And Patel takes the one that brings up the Leicestershire half century. 50 for 1 after 7.3. Patel on to 28 brings his captain down on strike to face Ryan Higgins.
Oh, you'll remember this one well.
Don't bank on it.
June 10th to 13th, 2019, match drawn, Leicestershire 36 for 3.
Higgins is in, bowls outside off stump left by Hill. And there is no run. I do remember it because I remember Paul Nixon being most miffed because there was no way that Leicestershire could get any points out of it.
That was day
because
3.
we had a few overs at the end of the day, didn't we? And the only team that could possibly have got anything out of that game in terms of bonus points was Middlesex, and they duly did.
Yep.
Get a bonus point. Higgins is in, Hill is back, dabbing it a little uncertainly out into the offside, out towards point. No run.
That was 2000. Sorry, that was day 3 of that match. So day 4 then was washed out as well. Off we went. Yeah. And then there we go. This is the other one with these close matches. I think there must have been a couple of close ones at Lords as well then, or at a Middlesex ground.
Higgins bowls onto the leg stump and clipped very nicely by Hill. Past short fine leg, no chance at all really for the man at short fine, Koshal, and then down to the fine leg boundary it goes for 4. So Higgins, last ball of what had been a very good over, concedes 4. 3 overs, none for 26 for him. Hill has 4, Leicestershire on to 54 for 1 after 8.
And this would have been the first meeting since the 2011 match here where Middlesex went up as champions in that chase. Because Middlesex went up 2011, were relegated 2017, so 2018 they finally met again. Leicestershire 427 batting first, Middlesex 233 in reply, Leicestershire 186 all out, Middlesex 383 for 9. 1 wicket victory. James Harris hit the winning runs. Hilton Cartwright got 80, my apologies, having been bowled, but the bails didn't remove. Stephen Eskenazi was the man who got into the 90s, 97. Here's Bamber, he's in, bowls, clipped through mid-wicket, beautiful shot. All the balance onto that front foot, pirouetting forward and whipping away out to deep mid-wicket, deep square, round to deep mid-wicket is the very enthusiastic Cracknell. I say that mainly due to his throw where Simpson's retreated to probably what was about a 4th slip off Curtly Ambrose maybe to go and collect that ball as the throw came in. He had to backtrack a long way. 58 for 1. Patel's on to 30. Only 136 more to win from 38.5 overs as Bamber bowls. And Patel edges past Simpson. 4 runs. Patel's on 34 from 34. Leicestershire are 60 for 1. And they did have a slip in for a while for Bamber, but not on this occasion.
In comparison terms, there isn't too much in it after 8 overs. Middlesex were 50 for 1, but the 9th over they lost Mark Stoneman bowled swinging across the line at Matt Salisbury and never really recovered.
Bamber hits the crease now, bowls, and this ball's run to backward point where Josh DeCaries does the fielding. 60 for 1. Now, what game that was, hey? Mercer got an 8 for Hilson Cartwright. He came in as a batting all-rounder. He barely scored a run, but he got loads of wickets. James Harris 3 for 43 in the second innings, and then hitting the winning runs as Middlesex won by 1 wicket. Bamber's in, bowls, Patel forward, defending back up the track, no run. So it must have been the Harris one, where Harris chased the runs. Harris and Ackerman, that must have been the one where we were everywhere. And that's Saturday evening.
Gloucestershire have thrashed Sussex by 166 runs.
Bamber bowls, and this is bumped back up the track to mid-on, no run, 64. Gloucestershire racked up that incredible score the other day, didn't they, with the double century for...
Was it Bracey?
Bracey.
There have been some big scores in this comp for sure. And Worcestershire have tonked Derbyshire by 62 runs. Derbyshire have had a very disappointing competition. They didn't, like Leicestershire, didn't lose too many to the 100, and I think would have maybe targeted this competition to do rather better than they did.
60 for 1, Bamber bowls, and forward goes Patel, easing into the offside, backward point to the fielding. And end of the 9th over. So, now I think I completely forgot in the first innings it announced power play 1 over after 10 overs, but it would have been 9, wouldn't it? It would have been 1 off each power play, surely. 1 off power play 1, 1 off power play 2, 1 off power play 3. Let's see if the umpire signals end of power play 1. He hasn't. So is it
still
10?
Stuck to 10? Yeah.
For the firsts?
Yeah.
What would it have been then?
I think the last one was reduced.
Well, the last one was reduced. Yeah, okay.
Higgins from the pavilion end is in outside off stump, cut very nicely by Hill. Can Bamber get there? Puts in the dive. This time he does make the save, so Hill has to settle for 3. Moves on to 7, 63 for 1. Sun comes back out. That bank of dark cloud has sort of begun to drift away a little bit to the south. It's begun to dissipate too. So, well, we have a game anyway, don't we? After this over. So, whatever. Leicestershire will be reasonably confident from this point in. Higgins is in. Patel solidly forward, defending out into the offside. No run. Stoneman stalks in. He doesn't look over happy. Mark Stoneman at the moment. Why would he? 63 for 1. As you said, it would be hoped for better in the competition as a whole. Middlesex hasn't quite come off. Been very unlucky with the weather though. Higgins is in. Bowls. Patel just leans forward into the defensive press.
That is a great what if, isn't it? You know, that if the rain hadn't have fallen in that first match against Hampshire. You saw the Chelmsford match, and all the way through you're watching at Chelmsford and you're thinking, well, this is why Middlesex felt that they were going to win the game at Hampshire. Middlesex were in a great position at Chelmsford and lost it. Hampshire were in a 5 down, 100 more needed. They're in a tough position.
Higgins is in, finds a thick outside edge of Rishi Patel's bat with a ball that just shapes away a fraction from the Leicestershire opener along the ground all the way it goes towards backward point, and there's no run.
Surrey washed out at Radlett. That was a huge disappointment, and then all of a sudden, you know, you've got 1 point from a couple of games, a couple of defeats, and competition's over for you.
Higgins is in, fullish, driven for 4 by Rishi Patel. Didn't try and overhit it, that was probably the key there. Threads the gap between Stoneman at extra cover and the man at mid-off, who is actually Ethan Bamber. And Patel, in some style, picks up 4, moves on to 38, 67 for 1. Higgins looks at the ball, not for long, quick glance. Charges in and bowls on the leg stump this time, and clipped away by Rishi Patel. That's his favourite area, down towards deep backward square. Sweeper gets around from mid-wicket, makes the stop. 1 from the final ball of the over, the final ball of the 10th over. Leicestershire 8 from that 10th over, 68 for 1 at the end of the first power play. At this stage, Middlesex were 53 for 2. But as I say, they sort of struggled from then on. And there's the signal from umpire Wharf.
Aha.
He cuts an imposing figure, doesn't he, Alex Wharf?
Oh, he does.
He hasn't got a hair on his head, but he's very solidly built, very tall. Looks a bit scary.
A bit like cowboy hats, those ones they got in this competition, aren't they? There's a bit of the Yul Bremner about him at the...
Yul?
Yul Bremner. Bremner, no? Bremer? What is it? Rory's brother.
Billy's brother, who played for Leeds. Little Yul.
Yul.
Brinner.
B-R-Y.
Brinner. Yeah, Brinner. B-R-Y. And double N-E-R.
Yul, Rory and Billy. Great trio, those 3. Here's Ethan Bremner. He's right arm over the wicket, bowls, and this ball's clipped away out to deep mid wicket for a single. 69 for 1.
Wish he wanted a second there. He got put in his place by his captain, and then careful, you mustn't make gestures like that, young.
Cracknell's arm, on that previous one, nearly went the entire ground, didn't it? And Simpson was backing away to the other side, so they're probably thinking, well, he's angry from the last one, better not on this.
Patel on to 40.
See, now that was before my time. He was 60s and 70s, wasn't he? Yul
Brynner.
Brynner?
Yeah, no, he was very famous film star.
The King and I?
Yes. Magnificent Seven, of course.
Westworld. The original.
Absolutely.
Bamber in bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. That's what I'm thinking of, Westworld and Magnificent Seven.
It'd be pretty scary in that Leeds United midfield, though, alongside Billy. It was a pretty scary midfield anyway, to be quite honest.
United.
Yeah. They did not pass easily, put it that way. Skillful, but tough as nails. Bremner, Giles.
Wasn't that, we mentioned Brian Clough earlier, that was where he went wrong. He went in there and said, well, you're not skillful, you're just bullies. Here's Bamber bowls, and this ricochets down the forward defence into the ground and rolls back past the off stump.
Well, no, he acknowledged their skill, but he said that you've won your trophies by cheating, essentially. So he thought that, they didn't have to kick people quite as often and as hard as they often did.
The film adaptation was very good at that, wasn't it?
Yeah, Martin.
His Bamber bowls, and this ball's all down the leg side, and that's surely going to be wide.
Ow, that hurt. I suspect Simpson.
Yeah, standing up. Well, just mention that Simpson can stand up to Bamber because he can rely on him for the line and length, and he sends one down the leg side. Well kept. Saved 4 runs there. The wide does go into the scorebook. 70 for 1. 122 more to win. Who are you coming up with, Martin?
The actor who played Brian Clough in that film. Sheen, is it?
Sheen, that's it. Is it Martin Sheen? Yeah, I think so. Here's a Bamber bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump.
Might not be Martin. Martin Sheen was an American actor, isn't he?
Is that the West Wing Martin Sheen?
Yeah.
Here, we're doing well here, aren't we?
Oh my.
Mixing up our Bremners, our Brenners.
Should know, because believe it or not, I played football with him.
Have you?
Once. He was a very, very good footballer as a young man. He's Welshman.
It's very like Martin Sheen, though, isn't it? Whatever it is. I'm sure it is. It'll be nothing like it now. Look it up.
No, he's...
Yes, Michael Sheen.
Michael Sheen, that's it. He was a very, very good footballer. He had trials. I think he was at Arsenal. And, he's genuinely good. And as in... Is it me? Oh, bowled him!
Bamber
Was that me or you?
picks up Hill, and yeah, a little inside tickle onto the stumps. Well, the last one just trickled past the off stump off the bat, didn't it? This one takes a thick inside edge onto the stumps. 70 for 2. Bamber has Hill for 7. Patel still there.
Did it stay a touch low, perhaps?
Well, you think of that one that Holman nicked off through to Hanscom, really kept low on him.
It did keep low. And as Foxy Phil points out, 1 or 2 have from that particular end. And a resigned Lewis Hill heads off to the pavilion. 70 for 2. They're still well ahead in terms of where they need to be, in terms of DLS, as the dark cloud sort of begins to surround the ground away to the south and the west now. Bamber hasn't given this up. He's giving it everything, and if I was Stoneman, I think I'd bowl Bamber through it. You've got to try and, if he can pick up 3 or 4 wickets, you never quite know, do you?
Well, they virtually bowled Mulder through, didn't they? Was it 8 that he bowled at the top?
Not sure.
Went through
Seemed
Mulder.
to come and go once or twice, and here comes a very familiar figure to Middlesex and their supporters. Peter Hanscom.
Oh yes, well.
That idiosyncratic preparation to face a delivery. Oh, he's having his bat checked. Have you ever seen one fail? The bat check?
Yes.
Have you?
Yeah,
who's?
Okay, I can't remember, but I remember right back at the very beginning. Probably word went round. Look, they do really check, so you better
make sure it fits the gauge. It goes in.
Yeah, look at that. I was looking up Michael Sheen. Look at that picture of Brian Clough there. Doesn't it look great? Looks like something out of 1950s Hollywood. As we go back through the decades.
He'd have liked that, would Cloughie, if you'd
bet.
said that to him.
Look at that. With the Kirk
He was a
Douglas
very, very
there
fine
about him.
striker.
Well, he was cut short by injury, wasn't he? Here's Bamber to Hanscom, the former Middlesex captain, facing his former county for the first time. He's this one to backward point, and there's no run. Stick with Yorkshire as well, didn't he? Hanscom, 70 for 2. As Hanscom practices in his crease once more. Had that great political rant as well, didn't he, Brian Clough? Did you?
He was very much a
He'd be
Labour
good now.
man.
Imagine,
Was Cloughie.
imagine what he'd make of the current politicians.
Came from a mining background in the northeast.
Well, I don't think it was party based, that rant. I think it was just a
It
rant
was.
against politicians. Oh, was it?
It was, yeah. No, he
Oh,
was.
was it?
He was a big Labour man.
Oh no, sorry. I meant the particular rant, the famous one. I think it was just about politicians. There was one in particular where he really went off about politicians in general. Can you imagine him now? That'd be great, wouldn't it? There you go. Over to AI. Can we have a current day Brian Clough rant about politicians?
So
Sorry, all
Higgins
politicians tuned in.
will continue. 4 overs, none for 34. Stoneman has a little bit more leeway now to give him a bit more cover if he wants, but it's all about taking wickets, isn't it, for Middlesex really now, and there isn't too much point in run saving as such. Higgins is in from the pavilion end to Patel, who's solidly forward on middle and off stumps, defending the ball out down the pitch on the off side. But just to go back to Michael Sheen now, I was working at the Yorkshire Post, and he was on tour with the Royal Shakespeare Company, and he and another actor went training with Huddersfield Town, believe it or not. So we went to do a feature on it, and I was very impressed by Sheen, less so by the Huddersfield manager at the time. In goes Higgins, who bowls, driven beautifully by Patel again, and that is going to accelerate away. Is it going to be dragged back? Oh, great slide and a stop by Cracknell. Dragged it back with his left hand just in front of the manual scoreboard. Patel has to settle for 3, who was Brian Horton. I don't know if that rings in the name.
Absolutely
The Huddersfield manager who sort of managed a lot of clubs.
He did.
In and around that sort of area. But, oh my goodness.
An area manager.
Sort of, yeah. And I remember him telling me, he said, these two would fit right in here. He said, I've got a bunch of actors as well. Well, we're going to BBC Radio Leicester now. Well, welcome to listeners on BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency. The Foxes in pretty good shape here. They need another 119 to reach their target of 192. They've got 34 and a half overs left to get them. Rishi Patel is leading the way. He's 43 not out of 73 for 2. Ryan Higgins is in. Bowls to Peter Hanscom, formerly captain of Middlesex, of course, who defends that one out into the off side. Kevin Hands of BBC Radio London alongside, and we're looking out at a Grace Road that is beginning to be surrounded by increasingly heavy dark cloud, and it is unquestionably heading our way. At the moment, however, Leicestershire are well ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern. They will want to ensure that they remain so. As Higgins is in, Hanscom is solidly forward there. Duckworth Lewis Stern at the moment is showing where they should be, is 49. They're 73 for 2.
It's really greyed up, isn't it? It's quite dark.
Yeah, it's built. You can see it if you look away to the right now, moving towards us.
Have the good listeners of FM radio brought us bad luck?
No.
Can we send them away?
They'll be very confident.
Can we send them away again?
The Foxes are on the verge of qualification for the knockout stages of the Metrobank One Day Cup as Ryan Higgins is in. Bowls, Hanscom deflects it beautifully down to find third man for 4. Beautiful shot from the Australian. He knew exactly what he was doing there. There is a slip in, but Hanscom just reached out and very deftly and delicately just dabbed it down through about third slip. No chance at all for third man to get across. Hanscom on to 4.
Oh, good to have you with us wherever you're tuned in across the county. We're just reminiscing about our unicast, weren't we, on BBC Radio London, 5 Live Sports Extra, a thriller here a few years ago on a Saturday evening.
Higgins is in and he's bowling on leg stump. Hanscom's going to pick up another 4 there. It was fullish on leg stump. Hanscom just leant forward and flicked it away nonchalantly almost. It was in the air but nowhere near any fielders down to the boundary at deep backward square for 4. So Hanscom dealing only in boundaries in his innings so far. He's on 8 off 5, 81 for 2 after 12. Leicestershire, they should be, if Duckworth Lewis Stern is to be believed, on about 50, but at all. Swipes angrily at the air, having rather given it away. And Leicestershire 82 for 3 now, and that will change things. Duckworth Lewis goes up to 68. They are still ahead of the game but not by half as much, the Foxes. They've got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, well done Martin Anderson. So he made a century the other day. He was a bowler by trade to begin with. Batting kicked on over the years to become a pretty genuine all-rounder, I think it's fair to say, but I think he and Middlesex would actually dearly love that his bowling just kicked on a bit again. Although his championship average is very healthy at 30, but if he could find a way in white ball cricket to come to the fore as well, it'd be pretty useful. The director of cricket, Alan Coleman, I think it was the other day, was making the point the number of all-rounders that Middlesex have. Higgins, who Anderson's having a chat with now, is a major threat to his championship position. De Carey's and Holman, 2 genuine all-rounders as well, so they do have the potential in the coming years to have a pretty useful side. But 26 years of age, Anderson now, they'll be looking for him to have a big second half of this summer, I'd suggest. And well, it's going well with a century and now a pretty fine and nonchalant Corton bowled as well.
It would normally be Colin Ackerman coming in, well actually normally coming at 4 ahead of Hanscom, but Colin elsewhere with Southern Brave, and it's Vian Mulder who comes out to join Peter Hanscom, the South Africa all-rounder. Might have been hoping not to have to bat tonight. Oh, probably loves batting. As in goes Anderson, bowls to him, stays a touch low, and Mulder on the back foot adjusts well enough. But a wicket maiden to start with for Martin Anderson. Well bowled, sir. And Leicestershire, after 14 overs, are 82 for 3.
That last ball will interest them again. We've seen a couple, haven't we? Just keep a fraction low. Here at Grace Road today, one dismissed Holman, 1 or 2 others in the Middlesex innings, but seeming a little bit more prevalent in the Leicestershire innings. We shall see. 82 for 3. DLS is 68. That's the par score, so they need to be 69 after the next delivery. They are 82 for 3, but interestingly, 1 more wicket could adjust that pretty quickly. Actually, my apologies, 69 at the end of the over. After the first ball of the next over, they need to be, what is it, DLS is 68.
Yeah.
68 for the first 2 balls of the over and 69 for the last 4. Here's Bamba bowls, and this is chopped away down to deep third for a single. 83 for 3.
Farewell to listeners of BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequencies at the top of the hour.
Is it a 6 to 8 sports show? Are they back with us after the news or 7?
That's it, 7 o'clock, cut-off time.
Here goes Bamber. Robson. He's in at slip. Mulder's second ball. Bamber bowls, and this is clipped out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Mulder's on 1 from 2. Hanscom 9 from 6 on strike. There'll be a few Middlesex fans saying, come on, Pete. He owes a few runs. i.e. not getting them for Leicestershire.
Yes. It could have gone better for Hanscom, couldn't it, at Middlesex one way or another?
It could have with the bat. I mean, like I said, the captaincy went well. I was going to ask you that, actually. Have you noticed Leicestershire's tempo in the field changing at all with Hanscom in the side? I don't know whether he can change it as much as keeper as he did in the slips as his. A full ball pushed to... was he at mid-off, actually, for Middlesex, I think. Pushed back to the left boot of Bamber, that was. Falls away into the offside, no run. But he implemented a real change in fielding for Middlesex, and they fielded at a much higher intensity, and he said everything in cricket begins in the field. Batting, bowling, everything. You start it, you make sure that you set your tempo, you set your standards in the field, and everything else comes thereafter. Bamber bowls, and Hanscom in behind this one, defends, no run. It was a little bit of a reluctant interviewee, I thought, Pete, when he was in Middlesex, but then obviously he was having a tough time of it, and so too were Middlesex.
I found him sort of very approachable, happy to chat. He's been relatively relaxed, I think. Probably has quite enjoyed not being captain in a way.
Yeah.
Just, he's been happy to chip in if consulted, and has often had something to say, but I think he's enjoyed himself.
Bamber bowls, and Hanscom drives just in front of extra cover, no run. Robson comes around. Yeah, I don't know, so reluctant, he never said no, but always felt as though those kind of media duties as captain that was the laborious task of it for him. The rest of it he enjoyed.
We've had Mrs. H and the baby over for a couple of weeks. They're back in Melbourne now, so he's missing them a lot, I think.
Oh, how old's the baby now? She was pregnant while he was Middlesex captain. So his Bamber bowls, and forward goes Hanscom, pushing back up the track, and there's no run. 84 through. He's called up by Australia A, and yes, his wife was pregnant as well at the same time, so I think it was all a bit on top of the Australia A call-up. Some assistance could have been called for at home, I think.
At that sort of lovely age when they're just beginning to become characters, and say Mrs.
Pete or the baby?
Perhaps both. Who knows? 84 for 3 off 15, and it's going to be, of course, Anderson to continue. Bamber's bowled 8 overs now, 2 for 20. May bowl out them. Stoneman might see if the spinner can nibble a couple of out. Anderson is in to Mulder, who is very careful. Just walking into the defensive press, pushing the ball out to mid-off. No run. That's Higgins there at mid-off. Darker and darker. It gets floodlights, certainly important now. And the scoreboard glowing brightly as in goes Anderson, turned comfortably by Mulder out towards deep backward square. It will be just the single. As coming off the boundary is Luke Holman. Mulder on 2-2. Hanscom has 9, 85 for 3. Only 15 ahead now on DLS. Anderson is in. Hanscom is driving very pleasantly. No great follow through, but beautiful timing, and it'll run down the slope to the wide, long off boundary for 4. That eases the pressure considerably. Hanscom into double figures now, onto 13, 89 for 3.
It's quite one thing I was going to mention earlier, actually, the kit for Leicester, it's quite a break from the usual now. Everything's either black or very dark navy blue, isn't it?
There's a lot of blues around, but yeah, the Foxes gone down another road. In goes Anderson and bowls. Oh, that's still played by Hanscom. Came down on it very late on off stump and managed to get it down to goal. They were green in the 20 and hence the reversal. Cats, but in one down sort of reddy orange route, green sleeves, and it's different. A green stripe down the front. Anderson is in, drops short. Mulder short-armed pull out to the mid-wicket boundary, but Holman gets to the ball quickly. Good throw, right over the stumps from Holman. Mulder onto 391 for 3.
Just looking at the back, it's a stark contrast, isn't it? The light skies over the city at the moment of Leicester. To the south of the county, though, it's looking pretty grim.
Anderson is in, pushing his hands come out towards mid-wicket. Immediately calls for the one, though it went quite close to Davies, but Davies sort of went down on his knees and wasn't able to take the ball. No, not Davies. Out there, it's Sam Robson. Went down on his knees. It was a little bit slow getting down there, Sam. And wasn't able, and he dances around a bit there and then checks his cricket studs.
Come on, name this one, Richard.
A bit too modern for me, that. Bit too modern for me, that. I was all right in the 80s.
They're moving through the gears, aren't they, in the second innings? They're moving through the years, even. Shakira, isn't it? Don't ask me to name the song.
I have not a clue. Even you're.
I could sing it to you, but I couldn't name it. I don't think you'd prefer me not to, though. Here's Bamba. He's in bowls, and this is clipped to mid-wicket by the right-handed Hanscom to one of the men who's replaced him as captain. Stoneman at mid-wicket. 92 for 3. Here's the score. Hanscom 15, Mulder 3. So they've gone from the Culture Club to Shakira in the space of an innings here at Grace Road. As Bamba comes in, bowls. This ball's pushed back into the onside, and there's no run. And they still haven't played La Bamba for Ethan Bamba. Would that have been 80s or was that 90s, La Bamba?
Well, originally it was sort of 50s, wasn't it?
Well, that's true.
But
it came around again in the 80s, didn't it, with a movie or something?
Did indeed.
Bamba hits the crease, bowls, and forward goes Hanscom, pushing back up the track, and there's no run. 92 for 3. Hanscom 15, Mulder 13.3 overs bowled. So 99 deliveries, 92 runs, 3 wickets. To work out 99 deliveries now, isn't it? 100 deliveries. 3 a minimum. Let's say a minimum. 3 over in this. Should they be required? It isn't in. It's Bamba. It's past the umpire bowls. Full and clipped through mid-wicket for a single by Hanscom. Felt as though he was almost looking finer by the way he whipped that so much, but out to mid-wicket it goes. Hanscom moves to 16, 93 for 3. 100 balls bowled in the innings. It's the count up, rather than the count down. Still, what, 182 deliveries remaining in the innings? We won't do a countdown, though. 99 to win. Here's Bamba to Mulder. This ball's eased to backward point off the back foot and no run. Chatter in the field from Middlesex. Well, if we could see those skies coming in, the DLS is 72. Oh, I see how it works on that board now. It starts at the beginning of the over and it tells you ball by ball. And then, I was looking at it thinking, oh, look, they've just put up the whole over. That's because it was the start of the over. So there's 2 balls left of the over, so we can see it's 72 and 72 for the next 2 deliveries, being the par score. So they'd need to be 73 to be winning. As here's Bamba bowls, it's edge. What a catch that is! Wow, Sam Robson, screamer at slip. Diving to his left towards Simpson. He's gone such a long way towards the keeper to take that. Probably standing a little bit wider as it's a one-day game. He's got as far as you can imagine for a slip fielder going to his left. Mulder's gone for 3, 93 for 4. And well, if Middlesex were to turn something here before the rain clouds came in, or even if they didn't, then goodness me, that would be worthy of turning money a match.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant catch. Low to his left, dived, one-handed, inch above the ground. Brilliant, brilliant from Robson. And suddenly there is nothing in this, because Duckworth Lewis Stern says Leicestershire should be 89. They are 93 for 4. So, as I say, nothing now in it. There will be a lot of nervous people around this ground now. Leicestershire looked as though they were in complete control.
They need to get back to the 80s soundtrack. That's where it all went wrong.
But they're not now, that is for sure. And Ethan Bamber not doing it single-handed, but he's really done something pretty special for his side. And if Martin Anderson can back him up as well as he did in the first over, you never quite know. Louis Kimber has come out to replace Vian Mulder. Peter Hanscom against his former county. Has a huge job to do for his new county, Leicestershire. 16 off 17 for the Aussie. As Anderson is in, bowls to him. He leans forward defensively, bat in front of pad, pushing the delivery to mid-on. No run. New energy around the Middlesex fielders now, for sure. Suddenly they realise they're very much in this game. Anderson is in and bowls. Again, Hanscom is carefully forward. They can't play for the weather. It might just skirt the ground. It might not come. The rain. Leicestershire, work to do. They're not halfway yet. They still need another 99, and the runs have pretty much dried up from 70 for 1 in the 11th over, and apparently in control when Lewis Hill was bowled by Bamber.
Well, Hanscom to fall now with 99 more. Who would you make favourites?
Anderson is in, goes past the outside edge of Hanscom's bat. Super delivery.
And this is the Hampshire equation. Chase him 300, 200 for 5. 2 new batters at the crease though, still 100 runs. So, funnily enough, on this occasion, if they were 100 out, as they are at the moment at 5 down, Middlesex would be ahead on the DLS, unlike at the Aegeus.
Anderson in. Full onto the legs of Hanscom. He likes it there, clips it away towards deep mid-wicket. It's a long chase round for Holman. Actually, just the two. It is the shorter of the two boundaries either side of the wicket, and Hanscom moves on to 18.95 for 4.
But of course, we all know what's going to happen because it's sport. Peter Hanscom's going to score an absolutely screaming half-century here to see Leicestershire home.
He's going to have to. They need someone with his calm as well as skill. In goes Anderson, bowls and displays that even temperament. Hanscom just leans forward. It was evident in the very first game he played for Leicestershire, the win at Yorkshire in the county championship. Batted beautifully, but refused to be hurried in any way, sort of shape or form, really. Just calmed everything down. Batted beautifully. They need him to do so again here, as in goes Anderson. Bowls very full, driven back towards him on the bounce. Sticks out a big right hand, makes the stop. End of the over. The 18th. Leicestershire.
1 for 10 off, that makes a really force by him with the ball. There's one thing with Anderson, they'd just like his economy to be a little better. That's what it would be. But starting well here. On the back of a century the other day, fulfilling an all-rounder role. Higgins comes to have a chat with Bamber at the start of the new over.
His last. And he's got a new batsman to bowl at.
It's not a bad effort, is it?
Kimber, brilliant effort.
3 for 21 from 9 from Bamber.
He's given his side a real chance here.
So, Kimber to face. Simpson stands up. Bamber runs in, 95 for 4. Kimber's first ball as Bamber bowls, and 40 goes defending. At mid-off, Higgins feels and rasps that ball with gloves himself. well, if there was any resignation in the interval. I mean, I guess what you could also read from that, Richard, is that maybe it was just a bit of, well, look, you've got to enjoy it at this stage. You know, it hasn't gone the way they'd have liked, so there's no point being doom and gloom about it. Get on with it and enjoy it and have fun with it again. As here's Bamber in, having fun as he nearly finds a fourth. Now again, that has trickled through just past the off stump, and I'm guessing a little bottom edge on that again, much as there was earlier on a ball that kept low. I was thinking it was at an inside edge onto the pad, rattled through, but just the way it deflected. So something wasn't quite there. 95 for 4. Bamber has 4 balls left. Does he just walk straight off the end of the, straight off the field at the end of this spell? I guess he does, doesn't he? Wrap him up in cotton wool for Sunday. As that's a lovely shot down the ground from Kimber. Gets off the mark with a boundary. Third ball on drive. Mid on Jack Davies. No chance at all. Just had to turn and run. 93 to win. 99 for 4. DLS pass score just retreats a little bit further away from the current. Bamber about to set off once more. Past the umpire now, he bowls and just full of a length, bumped back to Kimber, no run. 99 for 4 it is. Reasonable little crowd in for this one on a Friday evening. As you said, the club are hoping for a few walk-up, weren't they, on the Friday night? But the weather, to be fair, you really need a blue sky as it was at Chelmsford and a near-packed house for the day nighter there. Wonderful day that was. This could be a wonderful game, which I don't think we'd have quite said at the halfway stage, as Bamber's in, bowls and punched away through the covers by Kimber off the back foot. Higgins gives chase. I think Holman just got fingertips at cover and they've taken 2. Kimber's 6 from 5. The 100's up for Leicestershire. 101 for 4. 91 more to win. Applause ripples around Grace Road. The lights in the meet starting to take effect. I'm not sure I've been here for a day-nighter before at Grace Road. So.
No, because we don't play T20s, do we? So.
No. Did do a quarter-final here many years ago. Paul Nixon was carried off the field by fans. As here's Bamber bowls and pushing back. Here's Kimber. Bamber fields, looks to roll it back to the stumps. Thumps off the pads of Kimber and there's no run ending the over. Ending Bamber's day with the ball anyway. 101 for 4 it is. And Bamber 10 overs, 3 for 27. His first 3 overs anyway for 4 runs, didn't they? He was really quite impressive all the way through, Bamber. The 3 wickets crucial. 3 of the 4 to fall. 6 wickets stand. 91 required for victory. Hanscom has 18. Kimber has 6. And Hanscom has strike to Higgins.
Well, he's going to stay out there, Ethan Bamber. Do his stint in the field. But he's given his side a real chance in this. And all is not yet lost for Middlesex in the Metrobank One Day Cup this season. Stoneman has turned back to Higgins, so I would imagine that Anderson might take over at that Bennett end as Higgins is in. From the pavilion end forward is Hanscom, defending out to Stoneman. At shortish extra cover, very much on the push there. And there is no run.
101 for 4, Hanscom 18, Kimber 6. Game on at Grace Road, one more now.
And it's Middlesex who are ahead, for sure. Higgins is in. Hanscom again defending, this time sort of a little bit more on the back foot. Out into the offside it goes. Again, Stoneman is the fielder.
Well, this is the thing about, chasing is that in the championship, if we were to say, end of the 3rd innings, Leicester have been set a tricky 192 to win here. Similarly, Middlesex chasing 300 at Chelmsford. It's an awful lot of runs to score.
Higgins in again, straight again. Hanscom all care and attention. Nice high left elbows. He blocks that one out into the offside again.
That's why Middlesex thought they had the game won at Hampshire when the rain arrived. There was still a lot of runs to score.
It is. It is the white ball. It isn't quite the
Yeah, you
doesn't
don't get
pose
the second,
quite
you
the
know,
dangers of the red ball. Shouldn't move as much. These balls now sort of 10 overs old as Higgins is in. Hanscom a bit more force into that firm push out into the offside. Stoneman has to fall to his left and then roll slightly as he makes the stop. Anderson continues to sort of stay warm, so as I say, I think he's going to come on at the top end, at the Bennett end. Now Bamber has bowled through. Higgins has been expensive. Simpson is going to stand up to him, but he's been much better in this over. 4 dot deliveries so far. Simpson stands up to him as Higgins is in and beautifully dabbed down towards third man. Good work by Bamber, tumbling away to his left, running in, and just the 2 instead of 4. Looked certain to be the case momentarily for Peter Hanscom. He moves on to 20, 103 for 4. Is that the sound of a plane or is it the sound of thunder? I think it's a aeroplane, but it's a little bit rumbly. As Higgins is in again to Hanscom, very straight. Hanscom defends back down the pitch to the Zimbabwean end of the over. Just the 2 runs from it. 20 overs have been bowled. Leicestershire 103 for 4. At this stage, Middlesex were 92 for 4. So even on comparison terms, there really isn't much in it.
So you're done with updates for the day? Are they coming
That's
to you
it.
again?
No, that's it. That is it.
So you're on the 2 run this time?
Ah, okay.
No, I'm joking.
Did you say there wasn't any milk? So
Yes.
I need to see if I can.
No, don't worry.
All right, I can put
this
down
could be over in a flash now. This one, you never know. One way or another, somebody might. I mean, that's the thing. For wicket falls, it might not necessarily mean that it's a flash for Middlesex. It might be that Leicestershire start to charge, and it all happens quickly, and it becomes a shootout. At the moment, as you say, it's the steady hand of Pete Hanscom. 20 from 29. Kimber 6 from 6. And a change of aim to Martin Anderson to replace Ethan Bamber. He's 3 for leading the way, but Anderson's 1 for 10 from 3, equally right now, vitally impressive. Can he follow it up from the Bennett end? Continue it from the Bennett end, following up from Bamber. In he comes, he bowls, and right up there he's driven back by Kimber to mid-off. Higgins again with a rasping throw once more to the keeper Simpson. I don't know if they've just come on, but there's a little marquee to the right. Is that a makeshift groundsman's hut over there at the moment? There's all the lights.
No, I mean the groundsmen are behind in their permanent,
they've got
permanent
big
dwelling.
green on, yeah.
It's some sort of food outlet.
Oh yes, jumbo hot dogs, I think it was.
Boygas and things like that, I think. Yeah.
Boygas. Anderson.
Oof.
Low full toss, clipped down to long leg for a single by Kimber. Back for 2. Throw comes in. Simpson comes to meet the throw. But comfortably back. Kimber moves to 8 from 8. 105 for 4. That's quite the groundsman shed. That must be one of the biggest groundsman shed in the country, mustn't it? Mind you, saying that, the one at the Oval, that's pretty huge. It's like a cave in there, isn't it? Rather than a shed. Kind of looking as you walk past towards the dressing rooms as Anderson bowls. This is driven beautifully wide of mid-on this occasion by Kimber, who got off the mark with a boundary straight at mid-on. 109 for 4.
He's a lovely player. Another of the youngsters who've really made a mark this season, Louis Kimber.
Oh, they're cranking it back down. They're back into the... would you say
Tina
80s
Turner,
or 90s?
she's one of the... Tina is one of the people featured in the
I should
80s
hope
show.
so. Headlining. Here's Bamber bowls, and this ball's through the legs of Kimber, thick inside edge. Down to deep backward square, they're thinking 2 again, and 2 it is. Good running. Kimber's 14 from 10. It is a big boundary, to be fair. We had a few down there early, didn't we? We thought off the bat it was 4, and then it was caught up. Is there an early... Am I just sitting at a funny angle, or has it got even darker? I mean, obviously the time of day is not particularly going to help that, but that scoreboard over there looks all the brighter. We've got the floodlights on, though. It is a daylight match, so light isn't the issue. I just wondered with that notching down of the darkness or notching up of the darkness. Ooh. Oh, thick inside edge again from Kimber. Trickles this time through the legs towards square leg. And a single more. He's 15 from 11, 112 for 4. The Nelson doesn't strike.
162 runs with a best of 89 not out for Louis Kimber in the competition so far this season. And that 89 not out was in the first game at the Oval.
Anderson bowls. This is clipped fine of the mid-wicket fielder, Stoneman. It was in the air for a moment, so Stoneman's looking a little disappointed as Hanscom moves to 22 from 30, 114 for 4.
Best over for some little time. The Foxes 11 off it.
Change of ends, change of fortune, but not in the right way for Anderson. More than double what he'd conceded in his first 3.
It's tricky for Stoneman, this, isn't it? Because he can keep going with, but he's going to have to go spin in the end, just simply to. He's going to run out of options in those terms, and in fact, he's going to go now, isn't he? He's going to go Holman now and see what happens. Roll the dice. Why not?
Oh, look at that bumblebee coming into the box. Huge.
Hello, fella. There you go.
You just
occasionally we're on the sort of flight path up here.
Oh.
He's gone. He was a big one, wasn't he?
Commented in my parents' garden the other day. It was not quite as big as that one. Came in, but I don't see as many bumblebees as you used to. Wasps are plenty. Never get rid of them. So, Luke Holman is into the attack. A little bit of leg spin. There was no spin used at all in the Middlesex innings.
There wasn't. Louis Kimber would have been the man. He is going to be on strike to Holman, who's got a long off, and I'm assuming a long on, but I can't see when that. So he's inviting. No, he hasn't got a long on. So mid-on is on the edge of the circle. He's saying to Louis Kimber, go on, hit me. In goes Holman. Kimber goes back and plays it firmly out through the offside. Wide of the man in the covers. Coming in off the ropes is Cracknell. One is taken. Kimber on to 16. Just 12 deliveries, 115 for 4. They've just given themselves a little bit of, not breathing space, but a little bit of reassurance, if you like. Holman is in, tosses it up to Hanscom, who calmly as ever just bunts it through mid-off down towards long off. Takes his single. Anderson, the fielder, down here.
I reckon that dark stuff that I was talking about is drifting off to our right, and that's why to me it struck me that it was darker, because I saw it through the open window for the first time.
Holman is in to Kimber, who's forward, back up the pitch, rolls the ball to the very solid figure of Luke Holman.
Actually looks a little lighter over the back of the Bennett end now, doesn't it?
It does. There's sort of little streaks of purple in there as well, aren't there? Or sort of pinky purple. Holman is in outside off stump, driven, cross-batted by Louis Kimber, but he always times it. He never looks to hit it hard, but he's got a beautiful timing when he plays some of those in-out shots, and that was one of them. Picks up 4, moves on to 20. Very powerful young man is Louis Kimber. His brother Nick, of course, plays for Surrey, or is in the Surrey squad.
I reckon there's a good few purple rinses still on display in South Leicestershire.
Probably. As we both know, there's plenty in Spain, aren't there? Amas de Casa. They like their purple rinses over there. Holman is in again to Kimber. Drops a little bit short on the leg stump as well. Kimber goes back, nibbles it around the corner, but only as far as short, fine leg. So dot ball. 120 for 4.
Was it Coronation Street? One of the actresses had the great purple rinse. Was it Corrie?
Yeah, I think so. In the old days, the old Corrie. Kimber is forward to that one on off stump for Luke Holman. There's been absolutely no turn for him whatsoever in that over, and he looks a little disconsolate as the ball is played out into the offside to Cracknell. Takes his cap from the umpire. Walks away. Leicestershire 1-2-1 for 4. They should be 95. So they've just, as I say, giving themselves a little bit of a buffer. If another wicket does fall, it will bring the Duckworth Lewis back fairly close to being level, but at least they won't then necessarily be behind. Don't ask me to work it out exactly what it would be, because I can't.
I thought you were going to say, don't ask me to work out what tune that was. Even you know the Spice Girls.
Yeah, yeah, sort of.
No, what was it? No, it wasn't Coronation Street. What was it? It was a comedy in the department store.
Mrs. Sugden?
Yeah.
Oh.
What was that called?
Are You Being Served?
That's the one. Here's Higgins, right arm over. From the Bennett end, he bowls and forward goes Kimber. 121 for 4. Look at us going all retro with the 80s theme today at Grace Road.
Oh, yeah. That might have been, yeah. Goodness. Yes, that was very politically correct not, wasn't it, that particular show?
I don't really know, to be honest. I just, it's kind of one of those...
It was old-fashioned, I think
references,
you can definitely say that. Yes.
Cultural references, although I wouldn't really know the show that well, to be honest. Here goes Higgins, and goes past the edge into the gloves of Simpson. Kimber beaten on 21.
So just the one over from Anderson from the Bennett end. Went for those 11 runs.
Is that no longer on TV then? Is there no longer a rerun?
Probably somewhere on Gold.
Oh, there is, so it's not that bad.
Forces then. TV, or no, it's not banned or anything like that. It's just yeah.
Here's Higgins in, bowls and clipped in the air. Cry of catch. Cracknell's out there, but well short of him. A couple of bounces. Kimber moved to 22 from 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. This was the time when Middlesex got their 50 partnership to get them going, wasn't it? Simpson, well, it didn't get them going, but Simpson and Robson. Yeah,
between overs 16 and 28, they added 66 for the 5th wicket.
From 70 for 4?
From 70 for 4, yeah.
1, 2, 2 for 4. These two coming together with the score on 93. Higgins in. Perhaps they gave that a little bit of extra oomph. Pushed back into the onside by Hanscom. Wouldn't have been an overlap there between Higgins and Hanscom.
Just want to keep low, don't they, or something like that.
Higgins in. Bowls. Forward defence from Hanscom. There's no vuvuzelas around Grace Road at the moment.
I'm pretty sure it died a death, the vuvuzela. Literally, I think it finally expired. So
what, today's one?
No, yeah, I'm pretty sure we only heard it once, didn't we? And it may not have been
a couple of times.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's the VVZ.
Higgins in. Oh, now has he? No, he hasn't. Nips away and beats the edge of Hanscom. Lovely line and length delivery from Hanscom, from Higgins. Hanscom beaten and Simpson as efficient as ever behind the stump, standing up. Outstanding from him.
Lovely stuff. Well bowled, Ryan Higgins. Unlucky.
Oh, who's this one? I reckon we can do it. Who is it?
You are leaning on a broken reed, my friend, when it comes to this sort of stuff.
Liza Minnelli? Does that sound right?
Liza Minnelli?
Maybe not. What's her name? I can see her face.
Pretty sure it's not Liza.
That's not who I'm thinking of, is it? I'm thinking of someone else. No, definitely not her. Who am I thinking of?
Luke Holman. Not that you're thinking of Luke Holman, he's just about to bowl from the pavilion end. His first over having gone for 7. Louis Kimber on strike as Holman is in. Tosses it right up, full toss, and misses out big time there. Kimber smacked it down into the ground, and Stoneman did well diving away to his left to stop it on the bounce. Full toss that really should have put that one away. Louis Kimber looked a bit surprised to receive such a pie, as they say. Holman comes up to have a word with Stoneman. Long word, having a long discussion. Not heated, just intense. Just recomposing himself now, Luke Holman. He's in and bowls. That's a much better delivery, and he's caught and bowled. Oh, goodness me, Louis Kimber looking to, I think, clip it into the leg side. Got a bit of a leading edge, and Holman dived across to his left and took what actually was a reasonably straightforward catch, two-handed away to his left. So, game now very much back in the balance. Louis Kimber, who was beginning to look promising, goes in the same way that Rishi Patel did earlier, having gotten in. Gives the bowler a reasonably straightforward return catch. It did have to sort of fall away to his left, but he did it comfortably enough. Holman has his wicket, and suddenly Leicestershire 122 for 5, and I think DLS has already been adjusted, so has just been adjusted. They are still ahead, but only by 10 again, and as soon as they start to look as though they're getting a bit ahead of the game, they give away a wicket, and suddenly they're down to Sam Evans, who's come in to replace Colin Ackerman. Now, Evans is normally an opener. He's come in relatively late at number 7, but he's got a real opportunity to not having played all season, to make a mark, to really show that he was a little bit unlucky to be left out in the first place, and he can do a job for his side. Huge job to do now in company with Peter Hanscom.
Lisa Stansfield, that's who I was thinking of. Was it her? And it probably wasn't her either. And then the first thing that happens, the first thing you get, you always get the also searched for. When you put in Lisa Stansfield, did she ever find her baby?
I remember her being from Rochdale.
And
that's all.
And does she still live in Ireland? But then even better, was Lisa Stansfield in Coronation Street? To which the answer is no. However, she had the option to be the bar manager at the Rovers' return. Turned it down. Too long a deal. So there you go. The things you learn.
You have to commit
Friday
for a
night
long
search
time, dear, to a soap.
Friday night search engines, as we said earlier.
70 to win Leicestershire. 5 wickets for Middlesex. Where's your money now? There's nothing in it. Holman is in to Sam Evans, who's forward, poking the ball out into the offside to point. There is no point. Cracknell has to run in from the cover boundary. Evans takes one from his first delivery. 1, 2, 3 for 5. Foxy Phil, we are making very heavy weather of this. Leicestershire are indeed beginning to look an increasingly sort of nervous chase, with the honourable exception of Peter Hanscom, who is on strike now. If he goes, Middlesex will definitely be favourites. Holman is in. He goes back. The Australian. Wait, he calls as he works it out into the offside. There's a misfield, though, out there by the tall figure of, I think, Anderson. Bounces off him.
No, I thought it was Anderson
25.
too. Look, there's Anderson down below. It's DeCaires.
It's DeCaires. That was a poor piece of work. And as a consequence, Hanscom able to take a single. There was almost a sort of bit of confusion between he and Evans. Holman looks around him. 1, 2, 4 for 5 as he goes in and bowls to Evans, who's forward, thick inside edge and pad, pushes the ball back down the pitch. To come, Tom Scriven, genuine all-rounder. But then Chris Wright. Josh Hull and Matt Salisbury. All right, can bat. Salisbury might have to. In goes Holman, bowls. Evans is forward, blocking the ball out into the offside. End of Holman's over. A successful one. 1 for 9 for him now, so 1 for 2 from the over. He's done his job. 1, 2, 4, 5, 68 to win. Plenty of overs in hand, 23 overs in hand. Rate required just 3. But Leicestershire's wicket total has been halved. Top 5 gone. 1, 2, 4 for 5. And the rain, well, as Kevin said, it sort of looks like it's sort of slipping up the M1.
Keep going that way as well. Higgins, right arm over from the Bennett end. He bowls and it's pushed into the onside. There's no run. 1, 2, 4, 4, 5. Where are you on Sunday?
We are here against the Yorkies.
We'll be bringing the rain back down the M1 with them. Oh, so they're on a road trip. So down to Grace Road on Sunday and then down to Radlett on Tuesday. So they'll go straight on, I'd imagine.
we finish against Yorkshire. That's it for us. So we have to then sit and wait.
Higgins bowls. Oh, Hanscom looks to run him. It's through to the gloves of Simpson. And it was so close to the top of off stump and the outside edge.
Stayed a bit low again.
It did. Higgins. He's past the umpire. Bowls and forward goes. Hanscom pushing back into the offside. There's no run. Hanscom 24. 1-2-4 for 5. There's the chatter in the fields.
Is that Simpson? It's usually quite quiet, isn't it, for a
I don't think it was
keeper?
Simpson. Just a bit of a increase in volume out there now, isn't there? From what had been a quiet around Grace Road, it's Middlesex who are finding their voice. Higgins in, bowls. Forward goes Hanscom, pushing back to mid-on. The former Middlesex captain feels like he's the man that stands between Middlesex and victory here. I'm sure there'll be a few Leicestershire lower order batters who feel they'll have something to say about it, but it's a big wicket for sure. 24 from 39 for Hanscom. Higgins in, bowls, and this is clipped up to mid-on by Hanscom, no run. Tell me, Richard, you're shaking your head. You're nervous.
No, I'm not. It's they've just let themselves get a little bit bogged down, haven't they, Leicestershire here? And Hanscom, well, he knows when you only need 3 and over. That's not the issue, I suppose. Plenty of overs in hand, but it just gives control back to the bowling side.
Here's Higgins to Hanscom, who
Maiden
tries to be calmness personified, doesn't he, Pete Hanscom, in everything he does. 24 he's on, 124 for 5 Leicestershire. Evans will have strike on 1. A maiden for Higgins, who has none for 48 from 8 now.
He's come back well after, I think he went for something like 35 off his first 4. Holman. Wicket in his last over will continue. Leicestershire supporters trying to encourage their side. The persons of Evans and Hanscom. Evans on strike to Holman, who is in. Bowles tosses it up. Evans drives, but doesn't really put any weight into the shot. And mid-off had come up to make sure, Anderson, that it was only going to be a single, and it will only going to be a dot ball, and it was. Holman bowls. Evans is forward, back down the pitch on the onside.
Little hack here is the cry from the fields. Will Evans have a little hack, or will he support Hanscom's solution?
Just looking over at some of the spectators, 1 or 2 coats being donned over there. In goes Holman and bowls. Evans walks forward, but into a defensive push out towards mid-on. Another dot ball. Leicestershire going nowhere at the moment.
Well, spin could well be the key, couldn't it? For Middlesex now, if Holman and Carries were to offer something that we haven't seen before in this match.
Holman is in. Evans is playing the ball back down the pitch to him. It's been a good over so far, pretty accurate. Now they've decided, Middlesex, that they wouldn't mind keeping Evans on strike, so mid-off has gone too long off, saying you can take one if you want, have a drive. Holman is in, Evans goes back, plays firmly out into the offside, but only as far as Stoneman at extra cover. You just wonder at the moment where the next run is coming from for Leicestershire.
I was just about to say they'd love Holman to be a little bit more economical in the Championship.
He is in and bowls. Back goes Evans, blocks it, and consecutive maidens bowled by Middlesex. And that's not always easy for a leg spinner in one-day cricket, but Holman has come very much to the party. 3 overs, 1 for 9 for him. 1-2-4 for 5. 68 still needed. Just 21 overs remaining.
But economy is the great challenge for a wrist spinner, isn't it? That control for economy. Off spinner, finger spinners are just able to land it a little bit more consistently on a spot, but the variety that a wrist spinner can offer.
Now, Foxy Phil's in the crowd and he says,
Rain?
Feels
yeah.
like rain is coming.
Looks like it's feels like. I was about to say I was looking into the darker spots of the.
Actually, it is. It's in the air, isn't it?
Feels like it. Looks like it. What a DLS 116 for the next ball. They need to be ahead of that to be winning. They're 124 for 5.
Wicket would do it.
On a knife edge, isn't it?
For Middlesex.
Higgins in, bowls, and this is run by Hanscom. Wide of a fine deep third, so they'll turn it into 2. A small irony there for Middlesex. They got one fine of a wide deep third and thought they had 2 at Chelmsford. Well, they thought they had 4 off the bat, as I said, but Hanscom's done well there, just pushed it wide of the fine deep third to get a single. 126 for 5. Higgins in, bowls, and Hanscom eases this one past the backward point, and I think he fancies that area now where deep third is fine. I don't know if Middlesex is going to adjust that now because he's picked up a couple more there just to squeeze things along. 128 for 5. He's on 28. He's on 28. Hanscom, and 43 deliveries he's faced. 20 for 4. Pete Hanscom chant starts up somewhere. Higgins bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket and there's no run there. It went again. The trumpet or the horn or the vuvuzela, whatever it was. Boop, boop, boop.
He's acquired something else.
Higgins to Hanscom. High quality pairing this. And Hanscom stands up tall and drives him wide of extra cover, or straight of extra cover I should say. Mid-off gives chase. They've taken 2. Hanscom moves to 30. 130 for 5. 62 to win. Mark Stoneman saying in the interview at the toss around the ground, guess it goes out on the stream as well, that interview, does it? That Middlesex will try their best to creep in through the back door. Higgins is in, bowls, and this is in straight to Stoneman. Looking to drive into the onside, looking to clip, but only as far as the straight mid-wicket, the Middlesex captain by Hanscom.
Hit that hard as well. Ooh, missed out big time. That would have gone 4.
Don't know who they've put off, Hanscom or Higgins. Hanscom, I think, or if that's what's put him off at all, but he pulled out for a moment there. 130 for 5. Higgins in bowls and Hanscom's forward, pushing back into the onside, no run. That's the end of the 27th over. 20 remain, 62 to win. 130 for 5, Hanscom 30, Evans 1. Game on a knife edge, but with Hanscom there, it should be Leicestershire's to lose.
I know what you're about there.
It's quite a nice shot they got on the stream. Anderson wandering in through the boundary rope in the direction of where Hanscom and Evans were met mid-wicket. It's quite nice depth to that picture. Where's the side on camera? Is it by the old scoreboard, or over by the nets to our right? Couldn't quite work it out.
Holman is in to Evans, who clips it down into the ground, bounces back towards Holman, who flicks it at the stumps. Hanscom hadn't left his ground, or at least he'd gone back into it, and the flick missed anyway. Evans 1 off 10.
Holman
is in. Back goes Evans, working it out into the offside. Wait, he says. And it's good work by De Caires, scrambling across to his right.
made up for that one a couple of overs back with that, didn't he?
Made a good stop there. Got a white towel hanging out the back of his trousers, Josh De Caires. Might be a bit of dew around, starting to. As Holman is in wide, and that's there for Evans to drive. He does drive, although straight to Cracknell, who's about 10, maybe 15 yards in from the ropes. So it's just a single. to Sam Evans, 1-3-1 for 5. Brings Hanscom down on strike to face Holman. Spinning a catch from hand to hand. In he goes, bowls. A little bit short, cut by Hanscom, but again, only as far as Cracknell. Running away to his left to sort of deep backward point. One taken, Hanscom on to 31, 1-3-2, 60. Now needed by the Foxes. 5 wickets still by Middlesex. Holman just slows things down, makes Evans, who's looked nervous since he came in, wait. Holman is in, Evans is forward, pushing firmly, but Stoneman falling forward makes a stop. I don't know whether sorry, go on.
I was going to say, this is the spell, isn't it, from Holman. If he can keep on at this economy, then they've got to score all the runs at the other end. It's going to be crucial.
In he goes and bowls, well bowled, and all Evans can do is wait for the delivery that dips in towards him and pushes it out into the offside again. Stoneman feels end of the over, just the 2 runs from it. That won't worry Leicestershire too much, but it is, as one or two Leicester supporters have pointed out, painful progress, almost as painful as listening to some of the singing, which I don't know whether Leicestershire need a new seamer or somebody who can just hold a tune in the crowd, because
I thought you were talking about the tunes that they were playing. What's this, S Club 7 now, I think? Reach for the Stars.
Oh, I was all right in the 80s, as I say, but
name
now
that tune on a Friday night with Rich and Kev.
No, not this lot. Now then,
Ishan Kaushal is back into the attack, having been removed early. 1 over that went for 17 runs. This is, we talked about being on a knife edge. This is make or break stuff now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't have 17 off 1.
Higgins had a couple left, doesn't he? Or 1 left. Higgins has 1 left. Otherwise, he hasn't got many places to turn, Stoneman.
Carries hasn't had a go yet.
You'd have preferred him than...
Well, the proof will be in the pudding now, won't it, for the seamer? He's right arm over, he bowls, and Hanscom eases away out to deep point. He's on 32, 133 for 5. They were nearly in tandem for so long, weren't they? As Leicestershire went past 100 and Hanscom ticked along 27, 127, 28, 128, but Evans did manage to grab a single eventually. I think he might have got a single off his first or second ball, and then after that it was a long while.
He's on
strike.
First ball, yeah.
There we go. We know how many executive boxes on the far side are open today, because there's only 1 with the lights off.
Yeah, 7 out of 8. Good return for the club.
Here's Kaushal in, bowls, and forward goes. Evans pushing into the offside. There's no run, nearly like Leicester's form in this group. 5 from 6. Looking to go 6 from 7. Could they be 7 for 8? Once Yorkshire depart Grace Road on Sunday. Home semi-final. Perhaps a trip to Trent Bridge. Kaushal. He's in, bowls, and forward goes. Evans pushing back, no run. When was Leicester's last final?
2011, I believe.
220?
Yeah. James Taylor was playing.
Last one-day final?
He was telling me about that.
Last Lord's final?
Not sure. I'm sure Leicester supporters will be shouting at their radios.
Are we going Gower era, or here's Kaushal bowls, and this is pushed by Evans into the offside, no run. Paul Nixon might be jumping up and down somewhere saying, oh, what about my one? Gower have gone to 90, early 90s Gower.
He went down to Hampshire, didn't he?
He did, of course. Kaushal bowls onto the ribs of Evans, turn to Stoneman. There's no run. Evans is 2 from 18. 59 required from 18.1 overs. Time is on Leicester's side. and especially when you think of the forecast. I was going to say the latest one on the phone says rain at 9. The cut-off time for this is 9:15. They'll be home by then. As this ball's full, clipped from a straight line by Evans to deep square for 2. Good running. It's rather squirted away again. Oh, it's the ankle, I think, of Hanscom, who's hurt and skips away at the far end, and his run-up finishes on the edge of the fielding circle. He's gone so far there, he didn't put on the brakes. He was kind of hopping through, labouring through the last few moments of the follow-through at the end of his run.
Yeah.
It's a right knee.
2011 was the T20. The last time Leicestershire won the what was the old B&H Cup. 1985.
Oh, there we go. I was thinking, I couldn't really recall a. But then they could have been losing finalists, I guess,
They
in
could.
between.
Not sure there was.
135 for 5. So that would have been Gow, wouldn't it?
85. I would imagine so.
Agnew still going then?
It's probably BBC Radio Leicester by then.
Ah.
Holman, as Hanscom rightly takes his time just to recompose himself, is ready to face. Holman steps in and bowls, gives it some air, clipped around the corner, but straight to the man at backwards square.
Almost felt as though he met that on the full, didn't it?
Again, he'll possibly feel he missed out.
You play it on the full wristily like that, you always think of that closing face, dropping ball, looping towards the block hole, you could be in trouble.
Holman steps in, back goes Hanscom, steering it, not really cutting it out into the offside, just in front of point. De Keres runs across and makes the stop, but Hanscom can take 1, just progressing steadily at the moment. He moves on to 33, 136 for 5. 56 needed. Sounds like a lot of runs at the moment. 17.4 overs, so rate required still only just over 3. It's all about the wickets as Holman is in to Evans, who is cutting, but again, no real weight into the shot. Timed it all right, but couldn't get it past the man at short third, almost sort of a deep gully position on the just about 45 on the edge of the circle. Anderson it was out there. In goes Holman, bowls. This time Evans has managed to drive it into the gap out to Cracknell, coming in off the rope. Throws on the bounce to Simpson. 1 taken. Evans on to 5. 21 balls faced, but he's still there. 137 for 5. 55 to win. Holman bowls to Hanscom. Might have been the googly. Just did look as though it shaped back into him a fraction, but in control, Hanscom on the back foot drove it away through mid-off, punched it away down towards long off, takes 1, moves on to 34. Slip goes in for Evans. Long off runs up to mid-off. Anderson. A bit more pressure on the Leicestershire batter. Evans is driving. Good half stop by De Keres, diving away to his right. Managed to deflect it sideways. Stoneman cleared up, running back, but Evans able to take 1 and tosses the ball towards the umpire because it's the end of the over. 139 for 5, so 4 excuse me, from that over. More than Leicestershire need in terms of run rate. These two have now added 17 for the 6th wicket, and you feel sort of they've got to take Leicestershire pretty close. The 2 remaining frontline batsmen. Scriven is a useful bat, inexperienced though. Right, very experienced.
Korshalin bowls and right up there, pushed, brilliant stop at mid-on. Evans gets through for a single. It's outstanding from, I think it's Anderson at mid-on. Without him turning the back. No, it's going to be Ethan Bamber. Anderson's down below us at long leg where he's been for most of the evening. It's hard to tell now in terms of the darkness because of the time of night, whether we're looking at rain coming in or whether it's just the time of day. Horschel's in, bowls, and this is cut hard out to deep cover for a single. Hanscom moves to 35, 141 for 5.
Tense, isn't it? You can feel it in the air. Middlesex nothing to lose really here, have they?
No, pressure's off kind of with backs against the wall really, isn't it? But Horschel in bowls and Evans forward, defends to cover. The Hanscom approach is working at the moment. Look at how far back they've pushed the DLS par score at the moment, 141 for 5. If the next ball, they'd need to be 123 to be winning it, but of course 1 wicket changes that, and if it's the wicket of Hanscom. But it's that debate now that you so often have in white ball cricket, you know. Horschel bowls, and this is driven through the covers, nice shot, and Evans gets it away. Higgins looking to go with a big dive to stop it, to save the boundary, and once it was past him, he knew he was going to be in trouble to chase it, I think. So he went with the big effort, couldn't stop it, and Evans moves into double figures. He's on to 11, 145 for 5.
A cheer that greeted that four. I think that was evidence of the tension that the Leicestershire supporters are feeling at the moment. It was more relief, I think, than joy. A little bit of release of pressure.
Horschel, midway through the run-up, bowls, and Evans clips to mid-wicket, no run, 145 for 5. You can just hear the quietness is more in the field now, back in the stands. Horschel past the umpire, bowls. Evans stands up tall to defend into the offside. No run. That's the end of the 31st. 16 to go. 96 deliveries, 47 runs. And it is what?
Leicestershire 145 for 5 after 31 overs. Middlesex were 146 for 6. Nothing in it at all. And how, if they don't go on to win the game, they will surely regret those last 6 overs that they're left out there, Middlesex, because Leicestershire have looked very nervous in this chase. And it is far from over. Less than 50, true, now, but still. They have all got to be scored. Luke Holman, who's bowled really nicely, 1 for 15 from 5 to keep the pressure on. Hanscom has been equally impressive in his temperament, if you like. Waits as Holman steps in and bowls. He's forward, just turning his wrists on the defensive push, just slightly wide of the man at mid-wicket. Sam Robson has to trot to his right to field, and Hanscom trots a single. He moves on to 36, 146 for 5. Robson continues trotting all the way to, where's he going to go? To sort of backward point. Oops, takes a few steps closer now. The man on the edge of the circle on the 45. Cover goes wide, almost 2 point. So there's a shortish backward point. There's a cover on the edge of the circle, as long as he takes a couple of steps in. In goes Holman and bowls to Evans, who's forward. Stoneman moves smartly to his left, just in case they're going to try and take a quick single. They didn't.
Carries is warming up at point. Bit of off spin. So into the attack imminently.
Rolling his arm. Cowshot, I think his work for the evening in those with the ball anyway is done probably. Holman is in. Evans rather plunges forward at that one. Gets plenty of it, pushing it to Mid-on, Davies the fielder. Holman, little skip and in he goes. Tosses it right up, full toss, misses out. Big time there, Evans again. Just hits it straight back down the pitch on the offside, and Holman feels in his follow through.
He replays hitting it over mid-on, but it's one of those that you can imagine low full toss just being dollied to mid-on if you swing hard for it.
Yeah, played straight at least, I suppose. Holman is in, Evans is forward, thick inside edge. He looks really uncomfortable against Holman.
He does, he does.
Which is a tribute to Holman as much as it is a comment on Evans.
Well, I mean, the majority of his dot balls would have been played out to Holman, I fancy.
Mid-off goes back to long off. They're, again, prepared to give Evans one. Holman is in, bowls to him. He's not going to take it. It's a dot ball. He goes forward and blocks it out into the offside. So just the one from the over. Leicestershire continue to limp towards their target.
Well, like I say, at the end, if Leicestershire win it, we'll say, well, didn't they do well? They paced it well. Hanscom just sucks up all that pressure, doesn't he? So calm. Out there, he's leaning on his bat without a care in the world, almost. Hanscom, and that's the way he goes about his business. Luke Holman had a little bit about that when he came into the side as a batter. He just seemed to hang back on his heels. Not a care in the world. Hanscom does the same. Here's to Carey's the off spinner. But yeah, I was going to say that this, the way of cricket now, isn't it? Morgan took over as England captain and said, look, throw we were bowled out for 380 in 45 overs than 360 in, or 360 for 8 in 49.5 overs, 50 overs. Let's just going back to the old-fashioned way of doing it. Slow and steady. Here's to Carey's to Hanscom. Can the off-spinner bring something to the party? Drops a fraction short first ball, and Hanscom rocks back and pulls away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. He's on to 37, over to Evans again. Was it just the wrist spin that he wasn't keen on? What about a little bit of bounce from the off-spinner if he can find some? Low bounce has been the problem today, but Carey just seems to find an extra bit of kick off a surface every now and again. Four, 7 for 5. Stoneman's having a long chat here with Carey's. Is that part of the ploy to slow it right down? Sending deep points back. So, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep point, and where is our fourth on the boundary? Can't quite see at the moment. Fine deep third? No, it can't because the slip in place must be a deep backward square leg that I'm missing somewhere out there, is it? This ball's eased into the offside, or are they just 3 back? They're just...
Yeah, just the 3 for Evans.
Yeah, they're 3 back, aren't they? Because Robson's at slip. To Carey's again, bowls, and Evans nudges fine a mid-wicket where Higgins scampers around to collect. 148 for 5. Evans moves to 12. I think. He will do. There he goes. From 34 deliveries, Stoneman comes to have a chat again with Carey's. Hanscom awaits. Stoneman always trying to play Hanscom in his own game here. Slow it right down. Cut-off time is 9:15, so Middlesex have plenty of time. Only 14.3 overs remain.
It's not much of a punishment either, is it, these days? Isn't it just one less in the...
Yeah, outside, yeah.
Yeah.
Carey's bowls. Hanscom backs up and tries to cut late through to the gloves of Simpson. It passes. Home semi-final is mainly what's up for grabs here. Leicestershire, they should be going through. Carey's bowls once more. And this is punched uppishly, but to the onside of the non-striker, so as Carey's raced across. It was always a safe single down to long on. Hanscom's 38, 149 for 5, 43 to win. Well, that start that Patel gave them looks pretty useful right now. That'll happen in quick time, and you consider the 149 for 5 thereafter. It's on the back foot. Evans pushes back to the bowler, no run. End of the over, 33 done, 14 to go, 43 to win from 14. 5 wickets standing, but Hanscom 38, Evans 12. A partnership which is worth 27. It feels like they've been together for a very long time, these two, and indeed when you look at Evans' strike rate, they have. 33, Evans' strike rate, even for my maths.
Yeah, spot on. 36, or was it 35?
35.
35
so.
divided by 12, so pretty close. Holman and Stoneman again in conference as they decide what field they're going to set for Peter Hanscom. De Caires, who was sort of extra cover on the edge of the circle, is running to point well inside the circle, which means that Cracknell has to go wider on the extra cover boundary. Holman is in and bowls down the wicket is Hanscom, clipping out towards mid-wicket, but more or less straight to mid-wicket. Robson the fielder. No run. Hanscom has to retreat into his ground. Long on and long off, both out. Extra cover and square leg ditto. In goes Holman, bowls. Just leans forward Hanscom, plays it out to Stoneman. Dot ball. Holman bowls, gives it some air this time, full toss and clubbed away down towards mid-wicket for 4. Just overdid it there, Luke Holman, and leaning forward or reaching forward almost. Peter Hanscom did swing across the line, but he did so effectively, lofting it over mid-wicket down towards the meat, and it bounced over the ropes. Got a little bit of momentum down the slope, and from Leicestershire's point of view, a much needed boundary.
Broke the shackles a little there, didn't he?
He moves on to 42 as Holman is in. Just can now bunt that one back down, push that one, not much foot movement, back down the pitch towards the leg spinner. Brought up the 150 with that boundary.
Or he at least rattled the shackles if he didn't break them.
Yes, loosened them perhaps a touch. In goes Holman, bowls and looking to drive it past him, can't do so. Hanscom, Holman falls to his left to make the stop. Reduce the target to under 40 now, 39. 1 ball to go in the 34th over. Holman is in, another full toss, and that it is clubbed out towards long on, though this time. It might feel he missed out a fraction there. Peter Hanscom, if anything, he probably hit it slightly better, but hit it straighter. And he went more or less straight to long on. So it's just a single, even so, 5 off the over. A good return from the Foxes, who need to score it now under 3 and over, 2.9. 154 for 5, 38 to win from 13.
Yeah, he bowled that full toss, didn't he, to Evans a couple of overs back there. Evans pushed back to him. Replayed a high into the onside. Bowled it to Hanscom. At first, when he sent it in the air, I was looking to deep mid-wicket, but do you know what? He clubbed it, but with some pretty good placement. He put it into a safe area. Very risk-off shot to the low full toss from Hanscom. Again, it can be the bad ball that gets a batter out. And it so often is indeed. 154 for 5. Hanscom 43, Evans 12. As a bowler, you so often dream of the perfect delivery, don't you? But actually sticking to the basics. Just keep doing the basics right. Wait for something to turn. As here's De Caires to Hanscom. He's going with exactly that approach with the bat, and he's turning a single just fine of mid-wicket. Moves to 44, 155 for 5. Patient, methodical approach from Hanscom, sticking to his game. And as they are within 37 now of their victory target with 12.5 remaining and 5 wickets standing, The method is working for Leicestershire. Mr. Carey's bowls, and Evans is forward, pushing into the onside, no run. You have to say as well, this is probably the mark of a side who are in a bit of form and a bit of confidence, 5 from 6, to actually slow things down and say, well, play it at our pace. We're going to do it slowly. We've got time. De Carey's bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside, and there's no run. And that is always the thing you have to be wary of in the chase, because all of a sudden the bowling side are the one who are that much closer to victory. 5 wickets can happen an awful lot quicker than 37 runs.
What does Hanscom want? Everybody's waving.
Dripping with sweat, is he? The humidity getting to him? He's just headband, maybe? There you go, look, he's wiping across his brow for something.
Middlesex too, looking to their balcony for what? Odd, halfway through and over. What are they calling for?
Doesn't wear glasses, does he, Hanscom?
No.
Something across his brow, wasn't it?
Well, it's Fernandez, the Middlesex 12th man, running out with a towel and drinks.
He wants a hat.
A cap?
Yeah, it's 2 spinners.
I guess.
I'm sure that's what I just heard on the effects mic. Such and such, have you got a cap? And out goes a pair of gloves, and I think you'll see him the hand of one of the subfielders, a cap.
Roman Walker is running out.
He's wringing out his headband, I think, or sweatband. I'm just having a look on the stream.
There's all sorts of people running out. Towels, drinks. What's
like
Walker
a boxing
got?
entourage, isn't it? Look at the towel coming out. Is there a cap in hand for Hanscom? I'm not sure it is, actually, now I've said all that. I'm sure that was what was said down below. Maybe they're just asking for a cap anyway. Is it a change of helmet? Was the other one just saturated with sweat? Look, what's he got in his hand there? He's handed him something. Maybe it's an inner. Ah, look. It's an inner for his helmet. Obviously, the one that he had was just too soaked in sweat, so he's asked for another one.
It has been very, very humid. It's actually not unpleasant now. It's actually not cool, but not unpleasantly humid. But, he seems happy enough now. It's strange all that happening in the middle of an over though. He wasn't on strike either, Hanscom, was he? So perhaps it was just running into his eyes or something. He's got a fresh pair of gloves as well. He's had a towel down, a drink. So he should be thoroughly refreshed. It's just the timing was odd in mid-over. Harry Swindles came running out with something though, just a towel. Walker was carrying spare gloves. Uttam Ramji was carrying a towel, all to minister to Peter Hanscom. We're going to have a short leg, so Robson did need a helmet as well.
How long did that take?
That was ridiculous.
Maybe Hanscom
really.
was playing at their own game. Right, you want to slow things down? I'm going to slow things down. Everything's grinding to a halt here. De Carey's short leg in place. He bowls and Evans pushes back up the track and there's no run. At least it's not a late one. Hey, Richard.
Well, for once I don't have too far to go. You, poor soul, have a long trip to make.
De Carey's bowls and this is pushed back up the track, no run. Late home tonight.
Yeah, hopefully the motorway's clear. Or
well, how are we to him? What time do they start closing the motorways for maintenance? 10? De Carey's in bowls and forward goes Evans, pushing into the offside, no run again. End of the over, an elongated over for what seemed to be a saturated sweatband for Pete Hanscom. 155 for 5, Hanscom 44, Evans has 12.
Just the one from the over. Evans continues to be pretty much tied down. 12 off 40 for him. Hanscom 44 off 64. And I'm sure Stoneman will stay with the spinners now, because De Carey's has been economical for him, these 2 overs just for the 4 runs. And well, I'm saying that and immediately gives me the lie by bringing back a seamer from the pavilion end. Anderson is going to come back on, having bowled just the 4 overs, 1 for 21, picked up a wicket earlier. Caught and bowled Rishi Patel. What can Anderson do against Peter Hanscom? Goes in and bowls. Hanscom looks comfortable, just clips the foolish delivery off his legs down towards deep square, takes 1. Problem for Leicestershire is that whereas Hanscom is scoring his singles easily enough, Evans just isn't. And I wouldn't be surprised if Stoneman brings in he's bringing in Cracknell now from the cover boundary. Might as well try and keep Evans tied down. So no sweeper on the offside at all for Middlesex, as Anderson is in to Evans, who just defends the straight delivery. Stoneman runs in and fields. Men out at third man and long leg and square leg. Again, just the 3 out for Evans. You can hear the Middlesex fielders encouraging each other as Anderson is in. Drops a little bit short, but again, Evans can't turn it round the corner or get it to the vacant square leg area. All he can do is push it to mid-wicket. 12 off 42. I guess if Leicestershire do get across the line with Hanscom still there and Evans still there, then he will have done a good job. But it does feel as though sort of pressure is all on Hanscom to score the runs. In goes Anderson, bowls a little bit short. Evans defends again on the back foot. Out into the offside. Stoneman the fielder. And again, they can try and tighten the sort of sack of the bag around Evans here, and they're doing that. Robson is coming out of mid-wicket and going into slip. Now the umpires are having a word and pointing upwards. At what? There's no rain in the air at the moment. And what's happening? Widdop and Wharf have had a conversation. Widdop returns behind the wicket. Nothing is said to anybody that we can tell. Anderson is in to Evans straight. Evans just defends it back down the pitch. And again, no run. It's raining. It's raining hard. Actually, it is raining hard. The covers are coming on. Well, it won't be game over at this stage. That is for sure. They will wait and see what happens. It is raining quite hard. 156 for 5, Leicestershire after 35.5. Duckworth, Lewis, Stern has 135 on the board. So at the moment, Leicestershire are well ahead in those terms. But how long can we wait for the rain to stop, in theory, before the umpires have to call it? Well, the floodlights have to go off at 10.
Cut off 9:18, so 50, or what, 40, 55 minutes.
They've got to
left
be on
the game to score 39. I mean, the thing is as well, the reduction now, I mean, even if you halved it, 18 to win off 6, 5 wickets standing, half it again, 9 to win off 3. Is that game over, really? We'll have to wait and see, especially if this rain's hanging around as forecast from 9 as it was. It's coming a little bit earlier. We shall see.
Looking into the trees.
The Pete Hanscom ploy works, that's for sure.
It's not heavy rain, is it? I can see even Bamba sort of looking up, and he's got both his hands out. It's not. It's going to grease the surface a little bit, but it's not heavy rain at this stage. Well, welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. We are resuming. It was light rain and it has eased off sufficiently despite some very heavy dark cloud for the umpires to wave the players back out. We're waiting to see if there's going to be any change in the number of runs and the amount of time that Leicestershire have to get them. It is still raining, incidentally, but very lightly. 36 needed at the moment from 11.1 overs with 5 wickets in hand. No change to the target. Apparently, we can... And the umpires confirm that that is the case. So 1 ball left in Anderson's over. 156 for 5 as Anderson is in, bowls to Evans, who defends as ever out into the offside, and that is the end of the over. 11 remained, 36 needed by Leicestershire. Hanscom has 45 off 65 balls, Evans 12 off 45. Richard Rowe from BBC Radio Leicester, Kevin Hand alongside from BBC Radio London. Well, it has been one of those strange old days, rain at the start and rain at the end. We are looking into a pitch black sky, and it isn't just because it is nighttime here now in Leicester, it is heavily clouded as well. But
has it started to rain again?
Yeah, it has.
Has it?
It has, but not heavily. So they're going to stay out there for now anyway.
Oh, how quickly would it change? 2 wickets, would that tighten up the DLS?
Very much so.
Is it basically block? Higgins to Hanscom. Middlesex go to their star player of the season. Hanscom, their former skipper, eases to backward point and eases Leicestershire another step closer. He's on to 46, 157 for 5. Evans on 12 from 45. Can they get past Evans? Can they get 2 at the other end and try and put pressure on Hanscom?
Hanscom taking 1 off the first ball of the over isn't necessarily the best result as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Evans does struggle to sort of rotate the strike.
Well, he certainly did against the spinners, didn't he?
12 off 45.
Simpson stands back for Evans. Higgins past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside, no run.
After 36 overs, Middlesex were 167. They were 10 ahead, but they'd lost 8 wickets. And that's the difference at the moment.
Higgins in, bowls, and forward goes. Evans blocks again.
Maybe these are in his instructions. You just stay there with Hanscom.
If you look at the DLS.
Don't get out.
Yeah. DLS, don't let slip. Simpson going to stand up again now for Evans. Higgins turns again. Darkness has taken over at Grace Road. Higgins bowls, and this is bumped in between cover and extra cover. That's a brilliant stop at cover by Luke Holman. He'd had 1 grab at that. Wasn't the most fiercely struck ball imaginable, but it still put the pressure on. I can't quite tell whether it's just the mist of night or no, there's lots of rain falling again now, looking at the floodlights. But it is not heavy, albeit consistent. 158 for 5. Higgins in bowls, and forward goes Hanscom, turning around.
He just seems to have the ability, Hanscom, just to work it into a gap, doesn't he? That Evans doesn't, or doesn't choose to have.
International player, isn't it, Hanscom? I don't have the record in England that he'd have liked, but no doubt in the calibre of the player, and indeed the man, which is why he was brought in as captain at Middlesex. Higgins Evans bowls, and this is turned to the onside, and no run it is. 159 for 5. And it was quite deliberate to bring him in as captain. Again, in hindsight, would you have just brought him in as an overseas, but they wanted him to do work in the Middlesex dressing room as captain, as a leader, and as an example. And he seems to have done a pretty decent job, because Middlesex have been more on the right road the last couple of years, and a more, well, a less disjointed dressing room as it appeared to be at the time, which is why he was brought in. And it was talked about that they wanted somebody as a better example in the dressing room. 159 for 5 the score. Hanscom 47, Evans 13.
33 off 10. Higgins is bowled out now. Bamber is bowled out now. Anderson isn't. He comes in and bowls. Slower delivery perhaps to Hanscom. Just leans forward. He's on 47 now and blocks it out into the offside. De Keres is the man who will take over at that far end from Ryan Higgins, judging by the amount of warming up he's doing at the moment at backward point. Anderson is in outside of some cutaway for 4. Beautiful shot. Just width offered there by Anderson. Got up on his toes. Hanscom cracked it away behind point. De Keres dive, couldn't get there. And that is 50 for Peter Hanscom against his former county. It's been hard working. It's come off 69 deliveries, but how important it has been for the Leicestershire cause. Is the Australian steering them into the knockout stages. It's raining quite hard again now. Just looking into the trees and into the lights, you can see the rain falling. Anderson is in on off stump. Hanscom leans forward and blocks it out towards Keres at backward point. 163 for 5, 29 now to win for the Foxes.
The Vuvuzela goes again in the rain.
Enough Leicestershire supporters have stayed to cobble together a chant of kinds. In goes Anderson, bowls, turned off his legs by Hanscom, out towards deep square. One is taken. Hanscom on to 52, 164 for 5.
Rattling along now.
Well, they've got themselves 23 ahead in terms of DLS.
The shackles were certainly shook.
You have to be very careful as you say that.
Yes.
Anderson is in. Evans is using his feet to get down the crease, but even then, although it's outside off stump, he can't get it away. Just pushes it back down the wicket. And there's no run.
It's a happier murmur at Grace Road now.
Anderson is in. Evans is going to get a run. Maybe even, no, it is just the one as running across to his left. Cracknell puts in the slide. The outfield now nicely damp for sliding and gets his throw away. Evans takes 1. 165 for 5, so 6 from the over. What a difference a boundary makes. Leicestershire 27 needed for the target to reach the target, and they have 9 overs, which even we can work out, or even I can work out, is just 3 and over.
Certainly got a more jolly feel now, hasn't it? Friday night under the spotlight, dreaming of a semi at home. 2 points here will certainly help.
Final power play.
9 overs, 27 runs, 5 back, but Middlesex, well, have a short leg in place as Evans awaits, and De Keres the off-spinner bowls. This is worked into the onside. Quick stop by Higgins. Thought it was going to get between the two of them there as they charged together, but they, like doors on a tube, shut, preventing any further progress. As here's De Keres. He bowls, and it's bumped back to De Keres by Evans. 14 from 53 deliveries now, half century of his own of sorts. De Keres comes in, bowls and short down the leg side, that'll be wide. Go on 6 for 5, every little helps, 26 more to win.
No long leg either. Tried to sort of almost sweep it down there, didn't get anything on it.
Carries, bowls, and this is driven away out to deep cover. Single taken, 167 for 5.
Glad we haven't got a game tomorrow.
I've got a trip to Madden Tussauds at 9 o'clock.
Oh!
Dua Lipa, Miley Cyrus, Taylor Swift. They're all lined up in the morning.
Your skin will be as waxy as theirs at that time.
Carries is in, bowls, and this has worked. Fine of mid-wicket for a single by Hanscom to 53. He goes 168 for 5. There you go. I think it's nearly done, and it is. 24 from 8.2, 5 wickets standing. And a top order batter on 53. Carries, darts a quicker one in, pulled in the air over mid-wicket and met with the force with which it was sent. Evans picks up a boundary, only his second. He moves to 19 from 55, 172 for 5, 20 to win.
Long hop from De Carey's, dragged it down. Evans with the evident relief seized upon it. Smashed it away.
Stoneman and De Carey's have a long chat. What did we have earlier? Bon Jovi. They are living on a prayer now, though, aren't they? Middlesex, 20 to win from 8.1. De Carey's is in. Bowls, a lot of flight and a solid defence from Evans. I think that might have been the chat. Look, you know, don't bowl it quickly onto his bat for him to respond. Take the pace off, and he's not going to get it anywhere. 172 for 5.
So these two, actually, they've added 50 now, these two, so that was a blow that raised the half-century partnership from Sam Evans, 19 of the 50 to him, the majority to Pete Hanscom. What will Stoneman try next? It is going to be Anderson to continue. 6 overs, 1/4/28. Dries his, he's walked up to umpire Wharf, who looks behind him.
172 for 5. Evening to Jed Scott from the live sport team, the live text team on the BBC Sport website, hoping,
yeah, we should be back on,
okay.
which I don't think anything has been cut off as far as I'm aware.
Hopefully it's booked
crossed.
Beyond.
Yeah, I haven't had anything from anybody else, so
okay,
yes,
good.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Fingers crossed.
That has been known to happen
in
the past.
Very much so. Holman's back with us. It isn't going to be Anderson. They've decided to go with the leg spinner, and Hanscom blocks it out into the offside.
So the 2 points now sees Leicestershire through, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Whatever happens, they'll be in the knockout stages. Holman is in, down the wicket goes. Hanscom clipping, getting to almost to the full pitch of the ball, clipping it off his toes down towards the man sweeping on the leg side boundary. Who is Anderson? One taken, Hanscom on to 54, 173 for 5. 19 and 19 to win.
Rain's coming down heavier again.
It is, you can see it in the floodlights. At the stage probably now when we've been out there for, they'll be so wet they might as well continue. In goes Holman, pushed firmly by Evans, but only as far as Stoneman at extra cover. It really is. It is still sort of, it's thin drops, so to speak, but there's plenty of them. Evans drives again. Stoneman dives to his left to make the stop.
Oh, we're working fine. It's me. Sorry, I was double checking.
Oh, trying to switch off my computer.
No,
it wasn't
me.
Mine. In goes Holman. Little skip and then a few steps goes in and bowls. Back goes Evans, dabbing it into the onside. Holman himself picks up. Hurrying now, running. don't necessarily see why. I don't think it's going to be an issue for Middlesex. Maybe they just want to get out of the rain. Holman is in, Evans goes back. All he can do is push it out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. Just a single from it. Just the single. But even so, Leicestershire drawing in on their target. 19 to win off 7. Umpires confer. And we are coming off. That, I think, will be that. Leicestershire are miles ahead on Duckworth Lewis now, which is showing 151, and they're on 173. The rain is heavy, and well, I don't know whether that's going to be that. They've taken the stumps out, the umpires, because obviously the covers have to go on the pitch. So no sign as yet whether that's necessarily that. Applause for Peter Hanscom though, and Sam Evans as they come off. We are waiting to hear whether that will be that. Ryan Higgins is in long discussions with the umpires at the moment.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, isn't it? 19 from 7, 5 wickets standing, heavy rain.
Are they going to make us hang on for another
20
minutes?
So. Because again,
Really
you half that
down.
again, it's 10 from 3.5, isn't it? It's even less than that, probably. Not necessarily the end of the game. The umpires will continue to monitor. I mean, look, even if it was done by halves, which it isn't, it would be 10 from 3.3. I think Middlesex will probably call quits on that one themselves if the umpires say, "Are you happy that it's done?" It's coming down heavily enough now that I don't think you'll be able to stop the ground staff getting there. They come. The tractors are coming, and quite rightly so this time.
Yeah, it is heavy, and well, they've got to do what the umpires tell them, the ground staff. They've got to be ready to put the covers out. I can see Umpire Wolf on the radio to the scorers. What time is it now? It's almost 5 to 9. Cut-off time is just after 9:30. There was a sort of general chortle when the announcer said it isn't necessarily the end of the game. Andy Ward, I can see, the Leicestershire groundsman, talking to the umpires. It is, so it's not hard rain, but it's really filled in. It is really black out there, really black. Heavy, dark cloud. Looks like we're going to have to hang around for a little bit anyway. We'll hang on. We'll leave the effects mic on. But we'll hang around in the box just for a few minutes because I think we're going to get a word one way or another before too long. And just in case you are still listening to commentary here from the Uptonsteel, or listening out for commentary from Leicestershire, I can confirm that the game has now been called officially over. Leicestershire finish 173 for 5. They win on Duckworth Lewis by 5 wickets. Duckworth Lewis 151, Leicestershire 173 for 5. Needed 19 off the last 7 overs with 5 wickets in hand. It is the Foxes who win, go on to 12 points and thereby qualify for the knockout stages of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Thank you for your patience if you have been hanging on, and for the throughout the various delays. Leicestershire have one game to play. We will be back here at the Uptonsteel County Ground bright and early this time on Sunday for an 11 o'clock start against Yorkshire. But as I say, thank you from myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, and Kevin Hand of BBC London for your patience during the game. And we will see you again on Sunday.